A true apocalypse. The world was destroyed. No matter how hard people fought, they were surrounded by nothing but death and destruction. Before all this, the man was the guardian of humanity. That is why he was the first to face all the horrors. Now there is no hope left. However, he still fought for his life. The female sniper took up a favorable position on the roof of the building and searched for her target through the rifle's scope. Another day passed. The target was found. A man walking alone with a backpack on his back. The sniper pulled the trigger. The target was destroyed. Thanks to everything he had been through, he was still alive, even in such conditions. A message came in on the laptop chat. He didn't care what the world would be like in the end. The man believed that his adventures were worthy of a whole book. He believed that he should live as before. He had to fight. Fight as much as possible. Seoul, the capital of South Korea. The city was thriving and developing. At some point, there was a powerful explosion. It was D-Day. A nuclear bomb launched by another country hit the heart of Korea. One could talk at length about the day the world ended. It was full of events. 3 years before the start of the nuclear war. At that time, Park Yu was preparing for the future. He had a future. Everywhere, people were saying that humanity, as we know it, was on the verge of collapse. The melon mask was making frightening statements. The most powerful people in the world had to worry about everything in their position. People who believed in the coming end of the world were willing to risk everything just to escape reality. Park Yu was one of them. First, he got rid of all his assets. After that, he began to greedily devour any information that could even hypothetically help him survive. The first thing the man did was look for a place suitable for building a shelter. Park Yu searched the map for a place to build a bunker. There were 3 key requirements. A sparsely populated area where no one would come even in an extreme situation, but at the same time not far from the city. Secondly, the landscape should provide an advantage in case of an attack. Third, the cost. All of this had to be combined within the budget. In the end, Park Yu found a suitable place. A deserted forest strip near an Air Force base on the outskirts of the capital. The old man asked the young man if he was from Seoul. If they were neighbors, it would be better for them to be friends. Park Yu didn't remember the old man's first name, but his last name was Kim. He was the owner of the land near the Air Force base, Old Man Kim. Having found a suitable location, it was time to build the facility. Park Yu hired workers to help with the project. Pointing to the construction equipment, the protagonist told the workers that everything they needed was already there. The young man also volunteered to work with them. At first, the builders did not want the client to participate and help them. However, the price turned out to be small. A few bottles of alcohol, a few plates of snacks, and the issue was resolved. Soon, Old Man Kim approached, waving a shovel, and asked what they were doing there. Every day they make noise and drink. Do they have permission for all this? Park Yu didn't know if the old man's behavior was due to the possessiveness inherent in the countryside. There were no other reasons. In the end, no one paid any attention to the old man. One day the foreman shouted, "What is this old man doing here? Has he gone mad or is he tired of living?" In protest, Old Man Kim lay down in the middle of the road, blocking the movement of machinery. He said he didn't want to watch these people ruin his land. From then on, the old man began to constantly interfere with everyone and everything. The construction crew leader, axe in hand, said he would explain everything to the old man right then and there. Park Yu stopped him and asked him to calm down. The client said he would deal with the old man himself. Park Yu did not consider himself a saint. His patience was running out. He decided to settle the matter with the old man himself. There were 950 days left until D-Day. In the evening, Park Yu approached the old man's house and saw a parked car. The owner of the car was talking to Old Man Kim. The man said he saw no point in discussing it further. The old man had to transfer the land to him. Kim replied that he could not do that. The man asked why the old man had stayed here, since he had already been told that he would be taken care of. The man grabbed the old man by the chest and said that he had given his sister the best land. All that was left for him was a dilapidated house and rice fields. He pushed the old man away and said that he had put up with his unbearable character for years. Couldn't his father be good at least in the last years of his life? The son swung at the old man and asked why he was silent. Would he rewrite the land? At that moment, Park Yu coughed loudly to make his presence known. The man turned around and saw a stranger standing nearby. Pushing the old man away, he wondered where this young man had come from. Leaving the place, the son said that he was waiting for his father with the documents. Otherwise, he would burn everything here. The car drove away. Park Yu stood next to the old man Kim, who was sitting on the doorstep. The old man offered him a cigarette. The owner of the old house asked if the young man had parents. Park Gyu replied that they had died in an accident. Pa Gyu asked if that meant the old man didn't want to sell the land and move. After all, it was difficult to manage such a large area alone. Kim replied that even the part of the land he had given to his daughter was originally useless wasteland, just like this one. No one knew that the government would decide to build a 10-lane highway there. The old man repeated that he could not sell this land and move. The elderly man recalled the years he had spent there with his late wife. He said again that he could not sell the land. The protagonist still did not understand what had changed that evening. But after that conversation, the old man's heart, which had shrunk to a tiny dot, opened up like a 10-lane highway. Old man Kim stopped interfering with the construction. There were 925 days left until D-Day. Time passed and D-Day arrived. A powerful atomic explosion rang out. A deafening roar shook the earth. After it, a belated siren announced the end of the world. The old man approached Park Gyu and said that his son lived in Seoul. Was he alive? Kim asked him to find him. Old man Kim came to the bunker, which was already ready. Park Gyu tried to get the necessary information via the internet. The young man approached the old man and said that, according to the available data, his son had died. Park Gyu warned that a second wave of bombings would soon begin, including in the city center. He strongly advised the old man to stay in the bunker, but Kim replied that he could not leave his home and thanked him for the offer. After the old man left, the phone rang. It was Kim Wang-soo, the builder. He had come to the bunker without warning. The people who had not yet died, like those who were desperately trying to survive, were surrounded by enemies. Park Gyu met the uninvited guest with an axe in his hands. There were 852 days left until D-Day. The boar was caught in a trap. The old man was surprised. Could the boy really have caught a boar without a weapon? Kim noticed that he had a hunting license, and even the state had once praised his skills. It turned out that old Kim had once been in the military. His rifle was a useful thing, but it would not save him from the horrors to come. Park Gyu believed that he had to watch his surroundings every second, because the Air Force base was very close by. Korean and American troops were stationed at this base, as well as a unit specializing in fighting monsters. It was an excellent opportunity to acquire suitable weapons. At that moment, the protagonist's plan was extremely simple. When the war began, he would immediately target the base near Gyeonggi-do. After the explosion at the base, there would be real commotion. He could put on his OZK and calmly take everything he needed. While the protagonist was thinking through the details, an unexpected opportunity found him. Kim Wang-soo asked if the boss wanted to buy some weapons. Kim Wang-soo worked for the company that the hero had entrusted with the construction of the bunker. He was a Chinese man in Korea who was part of a gang. He said that the Western news was silent about it, but that all of Inner Mongolia was suffering from monsters. Wang-soo added that people were dying, but surely the boss didn't want to be among them. This builder still kept in touch with his old colleagues. Kim Wang-soo noted that if the boss had built himself a whole bunker, it meant he had a lot of money. This Chinese man in Korea had come here specifically to earn money. Wang-soo noted that the bunker was very sturdy. However, it would still be safer with weapons in hand. This man had a distinct Yanbian dialect. Perhaps he used it deliberately to emphasize his connections with the gangs of northern Yanbian. Park Gyu agreed to see what Wang-soo had to offer, but only after construction was complete. During that conversation, the protagonist saw no reason to refuse. The day of the deal arrived. The young man arrived at the appointed place. Park Gyu hired a private detective. Forewarned is forearmed. It turned out that this man had no connection to the Yanbian gangsters, and was once a member of the Shanghai Triad. The goods that Kim Wang-soo was going to sell were taken from there. However, it made no difference to our hero. Kim Wang-soo said that his colleagues would bring the goods soon, so they had to wait a little. While they were waiting for the car, Wang-soo kept looking at his smartphone. The dealer said that his daughter, who had recently turned 7, was constantly texting him. A truck appeared around the bend. Wang-soo said that the goods had arrived. The goods were 3 rifles and 300 rounds of ammunition. Park Gyu checked the weapons. They were in good condition. It was worth the effort. Kim Wang-soo remembered what the boss had said. He would live alone in the bunker. It must be difficult to be alone. Park Gyu admitted that sometimes there were difficulties. Did Wang-soo really want to help? The fat man laughed and said that the boss decides for himself how to live. Wang-soo added that he thought such a large shelter had been built in case someone decided to visit the boss. But it seemed that he preferred solitude. The merchant added that if the boss gets bored, he can contact them. After all, he knows where to find them. Wang-soo said he would send the cartridges and magazines after payment. Park Gyu thought that Kim Wang-soo would most likely return and try to do what he couldn't do today. Sometimes cruelty is inevitable. Now, when the phone rang, Kim Wang-soo was already standing outside the bunker. The protagonist understood that the fat man needed somewhere to live and something to defend himself with. Moreover, he knew the exact location of the bunker and its layout. Approaching the shelter, Wang-soo had already prepared an axe. In fact, the dilemma was resolved very quickly. Park Yu answered the phone call. Kim Wang-soo said that he had personally decided to deliver the package to his boss. Where could he leave it? In the current situation, the hero saw the bright side. Although the fat man was armed, he had come alone. Park Yu understood that now he had to deal with him quickly, before the situation changed. The fight was short, and Kim Wang-soo suffered a dangerous neck injury. Blood spurted everywhere, and the fat man tried to stop it with his hand. Kim Wang-soo did not expect this from his former client. Who was this guy really? Was he a special forces soldier or a martial arts master? Kim Wang-soo's strength was leaving him, and he fell to his knees. The fat man, bleeding profusely, began to beg for mercy. Park Yu replied that there was little he could do to help now. Even if he didn't finish him off, he would soon die from blood loss. Kim Wang-soo said that in that case, the boss should do it quickly. The former construction worker was destroyed. The fat man's phone rang in his pocket. Park Yu thought that he had not come alone after all. The young man took the phone out of his pocket and looked at the screen. The call was from his daughter. Every minute counted, and the protagonist had no intention of wasting time. It was too late to change anything. It had been 29 days since the strike. As soon as the radiation level decreased, the hero went to the Air Force base. There was no one at the base, and the hangar doors were open. The young man thought he had found El Dorado. There were enough weapons for an entire group of mercenaries. In the end, the original plan worked. Nearby were burned-out cars with charred bodies inside. The young man often wondered what would have happened if he had run here first. Or if Kim Wang-soo hadn't contacted him at all. Could the fat man have survived in this world and met his daughter? He found that hard to believe. In the end, there was not a soul around. The checkpoint at the entrance to the air base was destroyed and deserted. 337 went on the air. He said that today they would be making a felt doll. His daughter simply adored them. First, they had to roll balls out of felt. It wouldn't be easy at first. The video the hero was watching was recorded after the war began. Park Yu painstakingly made the doll, following the instructions. The source of this video was a community of people who believed in the coming of the end of the world. Long live the apocalypse. Elon Musk, a very prominent entrepreneur, launched the Galaxy Link satellite into orbit. That's why even after the nuclear war, the internet still worked. The man on the screen said once again that it would be difficult at first, but then everything would work out. It would become second nature. Park Yu continued to make the doll. Thanks to technological advances, the survivors were still able to communicate with each other. The teacher on the screen taught how to carefully process the protruding parts. The toy was ready. At moments like this, the protagonist felt better. Now it didn't seem too difficult anymore. Exactly 1 year had passed since the explosion. Although there were no more bombings, the enemies had captured the entire region. The government had lost control of the situation. The old life had become a long-forgotten dream. Recently, there had been more and more talk about refugees, as well as reports of people who had not been online for a long time. Suspicions turned into fear and hatred, and judging sensibly, not without reason, Park Yu blocked the user Defender. This was the man who was nicknamed the Manhunter on the forum. From the very beginning of the war, the Manhunter posted about his deeds. He didn't destroy his victims for fun. The reason was much more prosaic. It was a warning. However, when Park Yu removed him from the blacklist to view recent posts, he realized that he had become addicted to such crimes. Anyone who constantly followed his posts became aggressive and suspicious. After a while, our hero received a notification. Anonymous 337, who made toys, had not logged on for a long time. 395 days had passed since the attack. Winter had come again. At this point, the number of inactive users exceeded the number of active ones. Everyone had already gotten used to the fact that people were disappearing. No one knew when their turn would come. This also applied to our hero. The young man assessed the situation, scanning the surroundings with binoculars. The people he saw looked familiar. They were Director Hong and the workers who had participated in the construction of the bunker. They had turned to looting and were now visiting their clients again. Park Yu decided that if these people had come to visit him, they should be welcomed with open arms. The looters weren't sure if they had come to the right place. However, Director Hong said he remembered the place clearly. The guy said he was building some kind of underground hall, definitely a shelter. The armed men wondered, why, in that case, was the entrance to the shelter open? Maybe someone had already beaten them to it, or was it a trap? In any case, caution was necessary. 2 armed criminals used a shield to advance into the shelter. The first thing they saw were boxes of cigarettes. The looters decided they had hit the jackpot. One of them said he didn't like it. He had a feeling someone was luring them in. His comrades at the entrance asked how things were going. The looter replied that everything was fine. Director Hong said that they needed to search everything inside. Someone was definitely here, but they had to move slowly and keep their shields up. At that moment, Park Yu jumped on top of the 2 criminals. One of the looters was killed. The other, frightened, opened fire randomly with his firearm. Park Yu knocked the second criminal to the ground and swung his axe at him. The criminal begged for mercy. Park Yu dealt with this looter as well. He thought that there were 3 more left. The gang leader said that they should not go any further yet. They had to wait for news, otherwise they could get hurt. If there was tear gas, it should be thrown into the bunker. Park Yu thought that Director Hong still had his wits about him, which was why he was the leader here. He also realized that not everything in life goes according to plan. Now these looters were on his territory. The criminals noticed that the shelter doors had slammed shut. That meant they had to find the ventilation shaft and smoke the guy out. Hong said that he personally built this bunker. There is only one entrance here, which is also the exit. They needed to find the ventilation system, throw a few tear gas grenades inside, and the job would be done. Park Yu took an automatic weapon from the table. It was a game where the stakes were life itself. The young man never thought that fighting ordinary looters would turn out to be such a problem. However, there was something Director Hong didn't know about the bunker. When he and his workers finished construction, the protagonist expanded the underground room based on his own knowledge. An additional tunnel was built. Now these marauders, unsuspecting, were walking toward their doom. Park Yu emerged from the underground at the rear of the enemy. He got as close as possible to the criminals and prepared to shoot. A shot rang out, and one of the looters fell to the snow with a bullet through his head. Another shot, and another was destroyed. Park Yu came out from behind his cover and, without lowering his rifle, asked how many were left. Hong raised his hands and said he surrendered. Park Yu slowly approached, keeping his finger on the trigger. Hong admitted that there were indeed 5 of them. Park Yu ordered the bodies to be taken to the truck. The protagonist accidentally noticed a blood-stained toy in the back of the truck, exactly like the one he himself had made according to the instructions. Park Yu hit Hong in the face with the butt of his rifle and demanded an explanation. What had they done to the man who had sewn this doll? Hoon said they hadn't touched anyone. There was only one old man there. When they got there, he was already dead. They just took everything out of the bunker and left. Park Yu ordered Hong to take him to that place. It turned out to be surprisingly close. They drove there in less than half an hour. Our hero recognized the bunker immediately. He had seen it in the video, Anonymous 337. Hong said they had arrived. Park Yu imagined how the person who had methodically destroyed the network users had entered here. It was Defender, the Manhunter. Park Yu realized that this was undoubtedly his doing. After a while, Defender reported that he had gotten rid of 2 bugs. It seemed like it was already winter outside, but there were still a lot of insects. Why didn't they freeze? Where did they come from? Park Yu thought that the destroyed bodies could tell much more than meets the eye. The hero remembered an event from his past life. Bodies can reveal not only the cause of death, but also the conditions in which the victim found themselves at the moment of death. The murder weapon, the nature of the wounds, even the criminal's behavior patterns. All of this leaves traces. There are always plenty of bodies on the battlefield, and it is possible to gather the necessary information. This includes understanding the killer's attitude toward the death of their victims. With his hands raised, Hong said that he had done everything, and now they would let him go. Park Yu pointed his machine gun at him. Hong repeated that he had done everything. Wouldn't they let him go? He added that he had reasons for doing what he did. He has children, and he did everything for them. Hong pleaded. Without him, his children would not survive. Surely the young man did not want innocent children to die of hunger? Park Yu said there had been a slight misunderstanding. He would never spare a looter who knew where he lived. He added that he had heard such excuses before. Another motionless body appeared in the deserted shelter. Our hero had lived in the bunker for so long that he began to truly appreciate warm, fresh air. A short respite from the cold and anxiety was simply necessary. The young man felt calm in the sunlight. However, everything comes at a price. And in this world, the price is too high. A drone appeared in the sky, clearly watching the hero. One of the forum users wrote that he had recently seen a flying thing. A drone. Now someone was trying to break into his bunker with a blowtorch. The user reported that he was hiding in a high-rise building in the south of the city. He had no means of protection and was going to blow everything up if there was no way out. The post contained information about looters, and it attracted widespread attention. The looters were becoming more and more inventive and cunning. They could be sitting in the Long Live the Apocalypse chat room. Information necessary for survival could become a cause of death. Each of the survivors understood one thing: everyone would have to fight for their lives. Over time, group survival became increasingly popular. People prepared for potential battles among themselves. But the hero thought differently. You can win once, even twice, but the root of all evil, human selfishness, will not go away. A large group is easier to spot and track down. If someone stronger attacks them, everything is lost. Armed conflict is a last resort. The best way to survive is to remain hidden. The hero understood that it would be impossible to find a better territory than this one. It is so empty here that neither looters nor vagrants have any reason to come here. In addition, a pack of mutated wild dogs had recently settled here. Anyone who decided to venture here would be better off not being envied. They said that radioactive zombies had begun to appear in a nearby town. One of the survivors began shooting these zombies with a sniper rifle from the upper floors of a local high-rise building. The leader of a gang of looters used drones to try to track down the man hiding in the bunker. Where can you even hide in these wastelands? The boss asked his associates if they had searched thoroughly. Maybe they had the wrong place. One of the criminals replied that they had already checked everything. They had to send out a drone, otherwise they wouldn't find him. The gang leader was determined to track down this person at all costs, and not return to the city until he did. With the help of the drone, they spotted an armed woman. How did she get there? The fat man said that, judging by her clothes, she was an American soldier. Such a victim would be even better than that hermit. At that moment, a pack of mutated wild dogs attacked the gang of looters, and there was no escape. The fat man told the driver to get out of there immediately. The driver asked his boss, "What about the others?" The fat man replied that they couldn't be helped, and that he wasn't going to die there. The driver pressed the gas pedal. The car lurched forward but immediately hit one of the looters. Frightened, the driver stopped the car. At that moment, a mutant dog attacked him. 458 days after the explosion. Information appeared online about a group of looters in the backyards of Gyeonggi-do. Someone stumbled upon a truck that had crashed into a telephone pole near the rice fields. There was blood everywhere. The bodies were gone, but the bloodstains led into the forest. The animals were satisfied. The local survivors were delighted. The looters had been destroyed. Studying this information, Park Gyu thought that the mutant dogs must be living somewhere nearby. Everyone had already forgotten about him, but Dok Tanmun got in touch again. It seemed like he was trying to get attention again. He said there were 5 people at his door. He asked for help, otherwise he would blow himself up. However, after the last time, no one believed him anymore. But now it was serious. The explosion really did happen. Park Gyu decided that he would take such information into account in the future. But now he had more important things to do. One threat was very close. The female sniper. Our hero decided it was time to get to know his neighbors. The drone that was following the female sniper was destroyed by her. At that moment, the sniper was firing again. Park Gyu moved closer and, taking cover, saw the looters die as they entered the kill zone. He realized that he was on the territory of his neighbor, the crazy sniper. Park Gyu examined the bullet marks left on the ground. The holes from the warning shots were too close to the target shots. That meant she had no choice but to shoot. In a way, she was even more dangerous than Defender. He came here to learn more about the neighbor he discovered with the help of a drone. Judging by her hair, equipment, and weapons, she served in the U.S. Armed Forces stationed in Korea. At the beginning of the war, the U.S., being the most powerful country in the world, intercepted most of the nuclear missiles and protected its main territory. However, problems began later. They withdrew all their external combat forces, including those from Korea. This was done in an attempt to defend against the rifts from which monsters emerged. Park Gyu thought that as long as this girl was here, he would not be able to take full control of the airbase. It would also be impossible to conduct reconnaissance calmly. He wanted to avoid clashes with trained soldiers, but if someone entered his territory, a confrontation would be inevitable. Park Gyu had no intention of living with a threat at his doorstep. The hero studied the sniper girl's behavior patterns. The shooting stopped at about the same time every day. At that time, she probably went to bed. This was the only moment when it was possible to approach the building. The entrance to the building was blocked by a barricade. It was impossible to pass through here without attracting attention. Therefore, the best option to get inside quietly was through the roof of the neighboring building. Following the plan, the hero found himself on the roof of the building where the sniper was located. Park Gyu surveyed the area, keeping his weapon at the ready. There was no one around. Trying to remain inconspicuous and staying alert, the young man began to descend from the roof, checking each floor. Park Gyu approached the level where the sniper's hideout was located. He didn't meet anyone on the way. The protagonist opened the door and entered the room. At the edge of the room, he saw a sleeping bag with someone sleeping inside. Keeping quiet and keeping his weapon at the ready, the young man slowly approached. It was good that she was asleep. Suddenly, a woman's voice behind him demanded that he lower his weapon. The sniper was behind him. Park Gyu lowered his rifle and raised one hand. He realized that the girl had noticed him and ambushed him. There was no one in the sleeping bag. From her voice, it was clear that she was a young woman. Undoubtedly, it was the same one he had seen through the drone. The girl said she would repeat herself one last time. "Put your weapon on the ground." Park Gyu decided that she was quite far away. The barrel was long, which meant it wasn't a pistol. The girl nervously repeated the command. Park Gyu realized that she had let her guard down. You can't talk to the enemy until they are neutralized. The hero spun around and grabbed his opponent's rifle by the barrel, pulling it aside. Shots rang out. The female sniper resisted fiercely. Park Gyu struck his opponent in the thigh with his knee, trying to immobilize her. The blow was strong. The girl screamed and fell to the floor. Park Gyu grabbed the sniper rifle. The girl tried to reach for the pistol lying on the floor. The protagonist moved closer and pressed his foot on her back. Park Gyu said he didn't want things to turn out this way. Initially, he just wanted to find out how many people were here. However, while searching the building, the hero stumbled upon an arsenal of weapons. He really didn't want the local looters to get their hands on them. Park Gyu said that if she really wanted to survive, she should have kept quiet. The blame for her carelessness lay solely with her. At that moment, Park Gyu heard a strange noise coming from the next room. The girl screamed for him not to look there. Park Gyu asked in surprise, "Is there someone else here?" A girl came out of the next room. The sniper shouted at her not to come closer. Park Gyu pointed his gun at the child. The girl called the woman Mom. Park Gyu was frankly surprised when he realized there was a child in the room. The woman pushed her opponent away and jumped to her feet. Park Gyu was sure he had used enough force, but it turned out she could still resist. Park Gyu took aim at his opponent. He decided he had to finish her off before she could defend herself again. However, the woman rushed to the girl, hugged her, and covered her with her body. Park Gyu assumed that the woman would jump for the rifle. That would increase both their chances of survival. But she did something else. Park Gyu thought that she wasn't crazy at all. She just found herself in a wild, untamed jungle. How could she protect her daughter in a strange, devastated country? She had no choice but to pull the trigger at the first sign of danger. The woman turned to our hero and pointed the gun at him. Park Gyu kicked the weapon out of her hands. Pointing in the direction, the hero said that the land on that side belonged to him. It was not worth going there, otherwise he would be forced to open fire. Park Gyu added that the woman should stay here and look after the child. The young man hoped that the American woman would understand everything. The girl asked in Korean, "Do you have any medicine?" The woman had a serious wound on her leg. Now it was clear why she was moving so slowly. Park Gyu handed the woman antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs. He said it should help and added that she should take it as an apology for the intrusion. The woman replied that she wasn't interested in that. She needed drugs. It was understandable. In such a situation, a person seeks any comfort, even if it is illusory. Park Gyu said that drugs were not a cure-all, and he could not remember them ever helping anyone. Park Gyu asked the girl if she knew Korean. From that day on, the hero began to support the sniper and her daughter. He regularly brought them painkillers and skim milk to a prearranged location. One day, while outside the bunker, the young man noticed that there had been a noticeable increase in gunfire in recent days. The frequency of the shooting was too high, but it did not sound like a firefight. Even then, it was clear that the girl was on the verge of breaking down. She was not shooting at enemies in her sights, but at demons in her own head. Park Gyu noticed flashing signals at the sniper's location. He realized that it was Morse code. A message had been sent requesting a meeting. A girl came to meet the hero at the agreed location. She said that her mother was very ill. The girl accompanied Park Gyu into the building. He would never have guessed what awaited him inside. The entire shelter was littered with American symbols. Patriotism had become her only substitute for drugs. It looked touching and sad. Park Gyu bandaged the girl's wounded leg. She said that the looters had RPGs and were continuing to attack day and night. The looters were drawn to the sound of gunfire. Her leg was getting worse and worse due to delayed treatment. The woman admitted that she missed home very much. Her family, friends, and native language. She added that unfortunately her home was across the ocean. She looked very ill. The woman asked again if the guy had any drugs. The protagonist replied that he wouldn't give her any, even if he had them. No matter how much you run away from reality, your problems won't go away. Park Gyu said he could only help a little, but for that he needed a weapon. Night fell, and rain began to fall from the sky. Looters gathered in groups and lit fires to keep warm. The hero had waited for this moment for a reason. There was no better time to leave his territory. The downpour limited visibility, and the cold forced people to huddle around the fire in groups. Park Gyu prepared more serious weapons for the attack. The looters still had the advantage in numbers. When the bandits noticed a mine flying in their direction, it was too late to do anything. The hero needed to reduce their numbers as much as possible in the first attack. The chain of explosions progressed successfully, but more looters survived than expected. After that, automatic weapons were brought into play. Shell casings flew out at breakneck speed. The bandits couldn't even figure out how many attackers there were. After all, no one could see them. The hero understood why people are so drawn to light in tense situations, but that's exactly how they gave themselves away. Park Gyu said that he was very cold while waiting for the right moment in the pouring rain, so he needed to finish everything quickly. Now he had an axe in his hands. Swinging it, Park Gyu said that, like the man who had asked him to do this, he too missed home very much. When it was over, Park Gyu brought the sniper and her daughter to his bunker. The woman still needed medical attention. The girl curiously asked the owner of the bunker why the toilet was in the center. Park Gyu replied that she should not ask unnecessary questions and stay close to her mother. Park Gyu removed the bloody bandages and applied a new bandage to the woman's wound. He said he was following the instructions to the letter, so everything should be fine. The hero looked at the tired face of the American woman. The young man doubted that the wounded girl would get better right away. He could only heal her external wounds. Her soul was much more complicated. The protagonist found a miracle cure for the rabid sniper. He suggested she take a look at a forum, an English website called Long Live the Apocalypse. The American domain was the main one, so there were many more users there. The girl asked what it was, and whether it was somehow related to the United States. Park Gyu suggested she write something in the chat. Time was ticking away. It was the second Christmas after the apocalypse. The free game Decorate the Christmas Tree, created by a former developer, was gaining popularity. Our hero's tree was almost empty, so he was not very popular. But the trees of famous users were flooded with comments. There was noise on the radio, and someone asked if Skelton could hear him. Park Gyu asked Sue how her mother was feeling. The girl replied that her mother had fallen asleep and asked to borrow the laptop for a while. She wanted to celebrate New Year's Eve with people from North America. Park Gyu brought the girl and her daughter hot tea and sandwiches. The girl thanked him. The sniper said her name was Rebecca, and her daughter's name was Sue, and asked the young man's name. Since then, the young man had kept in touch with them. When he told them his name, Park Gyu, they heard "fuck you," so he stuck with his forum nickname, Skelton. Park Gyu promised Sue that he would bring a laptop. The girl wished Mr. Skelton a Merry Christmas. Park Gyu, sitting in his bunker, thought that everything would be fine with the girls. A new toy appeared on our hero's Christmas tree, with a note saying that it was hung by a user named John Lennon. Park Gyu would never have thought he would see that nickname again. Who drew the parallel between them? Our hero knew who this ghost was. He knew very well. 945 days before the explosion. Long Live the Apocalypse was an online community of people awaiting the end of the world. Its server was located on a separate satellite. It even contained illegal information, which was justified by the theme of the resource. The largest anonymous information center dedicated to the apocalypse. People from all over the world used this resource. At least, that's how it was promoted. Initially, Park Gyu couldn't afford a subscription. Was there any point in spending money to read the boasts of the rich? Our hero started using the forum because it was difficult to prepare alone, but he never found any useful information. It was decided to invest money in a bunker. However, some information caught Park Gyu's attention. It was shared by John Lennon. The necessity of using fake bunkers. Hints. When it comes to long-term survival, the tactical and strategic advantage provided by fake bunkers cannot be overestimated. They can be connected to the main bunker and used for reconnaissance and observation, or simply to mislead attackers. Fake bunkers should be mined in advance. If the enemy occupies them, you can get rid of all attackers with the push of a button. John Lennon's articles contained many thoughtful ideas. His philosophy of survival is similar to that of our hero, but his ideas were much more inventive. What does this John Lennon do? A new star has appeared in the community. People became interested in this personality. John Lennon responded to forum users by posting his ID. It turned out that he was a hunter. About 10 years ago, Strange phenomena began to appear around the world, which people called fractures. Soon, terrifying creatures, now known as monsters, began to emerge from the rifts. Every country was concerned with creating teams to fight them. Hunters appeared, fighters against monsters. The scouts reported that a large monster had been spotted. The invasion was beginning. The identities of the highest-ranking hunters are kept secret. Each of them is an elite soldier who has undergone countless training sessions and battles. Park Gyu thought that, judging by John Lennon's license, he was not one of them. However, the hunter's ID only increased his authority. He had extensive knowledge appropriate to his position. The hunter's certificate was everything he could have hoped for. John Lennon quickly became a well-known figure throughout the community. He became the most popular and influential person on the forum. However, popularity does not come alone. Envious people appeared who attacked his every post with all their might. However, their attacks were so baseless that they did not even leave a stain on his reputation. Park Gyu assumed that John Lennon would not respond to them. However, he did respond, and not at all as Park Gyu had expected. The community was perplexed. Did he really show himself because of some nonsense? Maybe he just wanted to attract attention. The reaction was extremely lukewarm. It soon came to light that he had a D rank, the lowest possible for a hunter. He would have been better off continuing to write informational posts. He ruined everything with this demon. However, John Lennon did not stop. A meeting with fans was scheduled. He decided to face the problem head-on, 600 days before the explosion. Those who wanted to attend gathered at the meeting place, a small restaurant. The man said that his real name was Koo Sang-ho, but on the forum he was John Lennon. He was happy to see everyone. There were 10 people at the meeting, including our hero. Koo Sang-hyo ordered a lot of pork belly, but warned that he would not be eating because he was on a diet. He insisted he was on a diet, but as soon as the food appeared on the table, he pounced on the meat and beer. It seemed as if he hadn't eaten for several days, or simply wanted to get his money's worth. After that, 2 middle-aged men, clearly well off judging by their clothes, left the event. Koo Sang-hyo said that war would soon break out. It would most likely be started by China, which has serious problems with divisions. One of China's divisions is rebelling, ignoring orders from the center. He was saying things that anyone interested in the subject would know. All of his information was at least 6 months out of date. John Lennon asked Skelton how the construction of the bunker was progressing. The protagonist replied that he was facing new problems every day. Currently, he is unable to find a company capable of manufacturing adequate fuel tanks. Koo Sang-hyo said he had heard of such a company, but couldn't remember anything specific. Our hero didn't expect anything else. John Lennon had neither knowledge nor connections, so there was no help to be expected. However, unexpectedly, this man offered his help and said he could look into the matter. Park Gyu agreed. Koo Sang-hyo said he believed in the 6 degrees of separation rule and picked up the phone to call an acquaintance. Sang-hyo talked to his boss and asked for a company that deals with fuel tanks. As a result, thanks to this connection, the protagonist was able to get the bunker up and running. Despite his poor first impression, Koo Sang-hyo turned out to be a useful acquaintance. He was best at bringing people together. There were 400 days left until the explosion. The meetings continued with about 80 people attending the last one. More and more people came each time, but John Lennon still said frivolous things. Park Gyu thought that he would not come next time. John Lennon asked Skelton to step outside with him for a minute to talk. What did he want? John Lennon asked Skelton if he was a hunter. Koo Sang-hyo added that he had a feeling they had met before. Park Gyu wanted to say something, but Sang-hyo was already gone. Some people approached Koo Sang-hyo and asked where he had gone. Television reporters were looking for him. His friends added that he needed to go inside immediately. The television crew would not wait. The reporters said that there were more important things to do right now. Koo Sang-hyo still thought that Skelton looked like someone he knew. The protagonist thought that this was their last meeting in person. Soon, John Lennon became a real star. He appeared on numerous broadcasts, further strengthening his position. He was there as a representative of the Long Live the Apocalypse movement and as an expert on the end of the world. Later, he began giving lectures. This man monetized his fame as a doomsday salesman to the fullest. Koo Sang-hyo began to hold special consultations for the wealthy. This man didn't just ride the wave, he rode with all his might. The main springboard for his success was the guys from Long Live the Apocalypse. Forum users worshipped him like some kind of god. He watched their reactions and believed that they would follow him like sheep. However, it was this very thought that ruined Koo Sang-hyo. As a result, an entire army of armchair detectives took up the investigation. These guys are not to be trifled with. The the bubble called John Lennon burst. Over time, our hero became annoyed that John Lennon was literally everywhere, so he was glad that it ended that way. He rose quickly, but fell even faster. Anonymous forum users only exacerbated the situation. He did not try to defend himself against endless suspicion and criticism. The last sign of life he gave remained forever in the history of the forum. Thus, the star of the Long Live the Apocalypse movement faded away. In the end, the lawsuit was pointless. The bomb had already exploded before the trial began. Looking at the Christmas tree, our hero wondered who had drawn the parallel between them. Was it a simple coincidence, or John Lennon himself? Park Yu asked the creator of one of the Christmas trees who had left the message on his tree. The creator promised to think about it if Skelton told him why he needed it. The creator of the tree was a hacker and former game developer. At that moment, our hero could not have imagined how this would turn out for him. Fox Games, the game's creator, said he had found the answer. It was a participant with the nickname 180 centimeters. Our hero did not remember ever communicating with him. This aroused his curiosity. Park Yu listened to various radio stations, gathering the necessary information. He concluded that the state was still breathing. The heart of the bureaucracy was beating. Park Yu packed food and water for 3 days into a bag. He also packed weapons for self-defense. The young man understood that it was pointless to rely on the state. However, as long as the concept of nationhood lived on in people's minds, it could be exploited. That is why Park Yu was looking for a place for a bunker closer to the cities. After making sure no one was around, our hero set off. He decided to see what the capital looked like now. A year and a half after the nuclear bomb fell, the capital looked like nothing. The road to Seoul was boring, with nothing even worth remembering. However, the sight of the city itself evoked complex, contradictory feelings in the young man. He longed for the former landscape, which was now impossible to imagine amid these ruins. Our hero was immediately overcome with sadness, but along with it came the joy of realizing that in this new world, he could remain himself. As they approached the city, they began to see hungry, exhausted people sitting on the side of the road. Park Yu saw piles of bodies piled up in the alleys. Members of the cleanup crews burned these bodies right on the spot. The National Crisis Management Agency still existed, and was even functioning in some way. The woman said that complaints and reports of crimes should be submitted at another window. The visitor said he wanted to meet with Director Lee Sang-hoon. The young man handed over his ID. The woman replied that the director was currently dealing with the aftermath of the disaster. The protagonist asked her to tell him that Park Yu was looking for him. They had studied together at military school. The Korean National Crisis Management Agency, abbreviated as the National Committee, is responsible for managing the country and its recovery. Currently, the institution is both the administrative and military center of the country. Key positions there are held by graduates of the former Hunter Academy. The head of the National Committee is former Hunter Lee Sang-hoon. The woman asked her acquaintance, Director Lee Sang-hoon, to wait a moment to the side. Our hero understood that the manager did not want to see him, and the feeling was mutual. But this was done so that the staff would believe that he was really acquainted with the manager. That way he could get inside faster. A man in military uniform approached the protagonist and said he would like to talk. He explained that the fighting on the front lines was becoming increasingly difficult, and they were short of people, especially those with combat experience. Park Yu replied that he refused. He had already been removed from service. Our hero only had a vague idea of the situation they were in. Given the nature of the war they were fighting, the quality of soldiers had become more important than their quantity. They had stopped recruiting just anyone. Now they were looking for courageous, promising fighters. However, Park Yu had no intention of signing up. He did not want to die on the front lines. His interlocutor said he had heard that the young man was a hunter. Park Yu asked who had sent him. Manager Lee Sang-hoon? The soldier replied that he had been sent by Commissioner Kim Ta-ram. Park Yu was surprised. Was this man now on the National Committee? He had not expected to hear this name. Park Yu remembered the past. Once, on a hike, he told Kim Ta-ram that she shouldn't care about other people's opinions. The end justifies the means, and that says it all. He added that, at least in today's world, it really works. The woman greeted the protagonist and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Kim Ta-ram added that she knew him too well, so she would get straight to the point. They needed hunters like him. Park Yu said he had to ask the classic question, why him? But admitted that it didn't make sense. Kim Ta-ram noticed that Park Yu was trying his best to avoid military service. Park Yu reminded her that they had agreed that she would no longer work for the government. Kim Ta-ram asked him to answer. Do old promises mean anything in this world? There was an insurmountable gap between desire and reality. The difference between them made this clear. Park Gyu said that this was precisely why he left. He never wanted to do this again. Kim Ta-ram replied that manager Lee Sang-hoon had also sent a request. The commissioner noted that the manager was not offended by Park Gyu. At least now he was definitely not in a position to be. Park Gyu thought that the world had changed as soon as Lee Sang-hoon took a higher position. Kim Ta-ram reminded him of the situation they were in. Did Park Gyu know what was happening on the front lines every day? The protagonist replied that he did know. He simply couldn't not know. That was the whole problem. The commissioner said that Chairman Che Panho's group would be hunting monsters. They needed help, so they sent a request here. But they themselves had no help. Kim Ta-ram added that she wanted Park Gyu to put on a show there. He wouldn't be on the front lines as long as she was alive. Many pressing issues were discussed in the chat. For example, what would happen to industrialists if the end of the world came? Someone wrote that they had found the chairman of the industrial group's bunker, a whole closed ecosystem with its own golf course. Park Gyu thought that with trillions in the bank, he could do just that. Abandon the company and social status to which he had devoted his entire life in order to protect himself and his family. The world had fallen, and it was a rational choice. Most of the rich did just that. However, there are always exceptions to the rule. Papung Group scheduled a meeting with our hero. A month had passed since his conversation with the commissioner. The company's new headquarters was designed by a British architect known throughout the world, but the construction was not destined to be completed. War broke out. As a result, our hero had to freeze all the way up to the 55th floor in the construction elevator. Park Gyu stopped in front of the entrance to the conference room. Previously, only the best of the best, the cream of the crop, were allowed to enter here. He entered and looked around. He realized that nothing had changed. A man entered the room, but the chairman of the conglomerate, Che Panho, did not even turn around. The man wore a badge with his employee ID on his chest. But what was the point of it if there was no electricity? Were they even being paid? A man approached our hero and said he had heard that Park Gyu was once a hunter. What was his rank? Park Gyu replied that he was a D rank. He had been on several expeditions, but he was not a captain. He had no information about the rifts and had never traveled outside of Korea. Our hero answered whatever came to mind, just so he wouldn't end up somewhere on the front lines. The old records were gone anyway. The man made some notes and said he was ready. The young men were asked to wait a moment. Park Gyu thought that Kim Ta-ram had already prepared everything. For the place she had come up with, only a minimal selection process was required. A girl approached our hero. She had just heard that this man was a hunter. Park Gyu decided that this was another destiny following its path. The girl said that a whole horde of zombies had appeared in the industrial complex operating on Papung. They tried to gather people, but they weren't professionals, so they asked the committee for help. Most of the people defending the complex had died. The girl said that it was all pointless. Even now, people were sacrificing themselves for the good of the company. What can be achieved in a fallen world through loyalty to the company? They are simply insane. The girl added that her father, like many others, was still there. She asks the hunter for help. Her father's name is Chi Chang-soo. He is a representative of the company and the subcontractor to whom the team will be sent. She heard that he is still alive. She promised to repay him in full for his help and asked him to save her father. The official with the documents in his hands told Hunter Park Gyu to follow him. Park Gyu took her father's business card from the girl and said in advance that he could not promise anything. He added that hunters are not gods. Unfortunately, it is impossible to explain this to ordinary people. The Korean economy is structured in such a way that without waterways, it would simply collapse. Although some companies are holding on, the outcome is already a foregone conclusion. Papung is no exception. The weapons at the Papung factory were mind-blowing. Everything from modernized third-generation tanks to, well, you get the idea. That's what happens when the head of an industrial conglomerate is serious about putting together his own army. The officer said that the hunter had arrived just in time. His name is Park Sang-min. He is currently serving on the National Committee and is also a former hunter. He will be a consultant at the upcoming meeting. Park Gyu thought that this man was still young, but already a member of the National Committee. The young man had heard somewhere that former hunters were treated with special attention. The speaker, leaning over the map, reported that there were more than 1,000 zombies on the complex's territory. In addition, the operation had been postponed for a whole month. Information had been received that the zombies' lifespan was limited. They needed something to feed on. They could only last a month. Park Sang-min noted that at the moment, most of the zombies were either already dead or on the verge of death. Without the support of the zombies, the necromancers did not pose a serious threat. They could be crushed by an armored personnel carrier. Everyone present looked at the chairman of the Papung group, Jae-pan-ho. What did he think about this? The chairman replied that if the issue could be resolved quickly, he saw no reason to do otherwise. Park Kyu thought that Park Sang-min had spoken confidently about the zombies and proposed a well-thought-out strategy. Even he was ready to believe it, especially these old men. Park Sang-min asked what the hunter sent by the National Committee had to say about this. The protagonist expressed the opinion that this was all a big mistake. First, zombies do not die of hunger, but go into suspended animation. They hardly move, and their metabolism almost completely stops. However, if they still cannot find food, they will indeed die. But fresh human flesh is constantly being delivered to the complex. Therefore, a different strategy is needed. On the other hand, our hero didn't care if the wrong strategy buried them all. However, this could become his responsibility. So he decided to draw a clear line. All for the sake of his quiet, peaceful life in seclusion. Park Gyu also disapproved of the proposal to use the transporter. Zombies have an exceptionally good sense of smell. If they use the transporter, zombies will flock to them. Park Gyu added that he did not understand why all combat resources should be deployed at once. The hunter suggested using a small squad. Consultant Park Sang-min asked the representative of the National Committee to shut up immediately. The protagonist said he understood. Park Sang-min had read all the beginner's booklets for a reason. However, the outcome of the battle depends 90% on planning. If the plan is bad from the start, there can be no question of success. Park Sang-min declared that he would no longer tolerate this. Why did this hunter think he could treat a member of the National Committee this way? Park Gyu replied that he did not need the approval of such people. He was addressing those whose words carried weight here. Park Gyu saw a badge with the name Chi Chang-su on the chest of one of those present. Approaching this man, the protagonist said that his daughter had asked for help. When he gave the signal, the man had to run away quickly. Park Sang-moon finally persuaded his superiors to agree to his crazy plan. Now he was shouting into his radio that there were too many zombies, and that they had also come running here from the neighboring complex. The zombies had even overturned a tank. Park Sang-moon reported that the zombies were breaking through the machine guns. He ordered the military to get flamethrowers and everything else they had. Park Sang-moon looked up in surprise and fear. What was that? They asked the military advisor, who had said that necromancers were not a threat, but these were monsters, enemies of humanity. Park Gyu said it was time to run away. Humanity was not capable of defeating them. The commissioner thanked Park Gyu for his help. She expressed hope that after such an incident, the chairman would calm his ambitions at least a little. Kim Tae-ram noticed that he wanted to meet with Park Gyu. The young man asked what he wanted. Why did our hero decide to meet with him again? It was clear to everyone that they were looking for a replacement for Park Sang-min. There was no reason to go there. But looking back, we can assume that curiosity got the better of him. Anyone would want to see the conglomerate fall apart. The chairman said he was flattered that the hunter had decided to come. The chairman added that he had done some digging into the young man's past, and that people like him were rare. Park Gyu said that the past was in the past. The chairman replied that this was what united them. Jae-pan-ho remarked that even Lee Sang-hoon, who is now almost a legend, was no match for the young man, according to rumors. Jae-pan-ho said that Park Gyu was on the same team as Kang Han-min and Na Hyo-in, the rescuers of the present day. The chairman promised to provide everything necessary if the hunter could bring them both back to the sky. Park Gyu got up from the table and said that he could only wish him luck, and then he took his leave. Jae-pan-ho said that he was an illegitimate child and had no chance of inheriting the company. However, he went against the odds. Now everyone believes that the world is beyond saving, that it's all meaningless. But he is going to go against the odds again, and this time not for himself. The chairman said he must not give up. Jae-pan-ho asked for help in at least coming up with a plan, how to defeat these monsters. Park Gyu thought about how foolish people sometimes end up in charge. He was an entrepreneur to the core, and his excessive stupidity completely destroyed our hero's phlegmatic nature. The young man said he would give him a hint. The drone camera captured the necromancer. He changes dead people, but it's impossible to always win. A notification came from the forum. There was a message about the fall of another conglomerate, the Papung Group. However, its story is not over yet. In an era when managers abandoned all their employees to hide behind high walls, one entrepreneur will continue to work. He will lead his workers toward their goal through thick and thin. Park Yu saw a woman feeding stray cats and advised her to stop feeding them because it could be dangerous. The woman looked at the young man silently, turned around, and walked away. Park Yu thought that most dangerous situations arise because of the human factor. Human errors can be easily prevented. The case with the cat lady was also one of them in a way. It's hard to believe now, but when the Chinese government was still in power, South Korea sent a group of hunters to hold back the monsters coming from China. Monsters emerged from rifts. The rifts first appeared in India. The country fell instantly. Its neighbors soon followed. From India to Southeast Asia, from there to China. Korea was next in line. During the mission in China, our hero managed to catch a huge rat. Thanks to this, scientists discovered strange mutations occurring in animals near the rifts. This was called the mutation phenomenon. Park Yu once again told the woman that nothing good would come of it. These cats would eat her. The woman replied that the young man should not worry about her. Every time our hero crossed paths with this woman while searching for resources, they had the same conversation. However, she refused to listen to him. Park Yu, the protagonist, decided that this woman was no longer a child and should be able to think for herself. He made very cute cats out of wool felt. Park Yu hoped that nothing bad would happen. The radio crackled, and Commissioner Kim Ta-rum came on the line. The commissioner apologized and said she wanted to ask for something else. Park Yu reminded her that they had agreed on just one assignment, and that would be it. Kim Ta-ram said that this was an urgent situation, and that it would definitely be the last time. The commissioner added that this matter also concerned Park Yu. He lived near the Air Force base, next to a residential complex. Mutants had spread there. The protagonist immediately understood what kind of request it would be. Stray cats had mutated and attacked residents. They didn't even know how many people had been injured. The survivors were afraid to go outside. Park Yu apologized and said that he no longer hunts. He has neither the skills, nor the equipment, nor the desire. Kim Ta-ram promised to send an expert and asked for whatever help he could provide. The expert arrived at the meeting on a motorcycle. He was a freelance hunter. The young man extended his hand and introduced himself as Park Sung-hyun. Park Yu greeted him and said that he was a former hunter and would help. Park Sung-hyun said he was pleased to meet a hunter from the legendary 13th class. The freelance hunter said that he had attended the same school, but in the 12th class. He did not expect to see Park Yu here. The protagonist said he would prefer to avoid the subject as much as possible. Park Yu looked at the guest's equipment and asked what it was. Park Sung-hyun replied that it was exactly what Park Yu thought it was. On his way here, he surveyed the surroundings. Mutants attacked him. They already know the taste of human flesh. But cats are cats. A few shots, and they scattered. Park Yu thought that this guy hunted mutants alone. So he's not a coward, and not everyone can do that. This Park Sung-hyun was definitely an A rank, no less. If this man were on the protagonist's team, that's exactly how he would have rated him. The hunt had begun. Park Sung-hyun said that he could have handled this task himself. He cornered them and was about to finish them off with explosives, but someone intervened. A strange woman grabbed his arm and prevented him from doing so. Because of this, they would have to keep looking for places where mutant cats could be hiding. The woman walked around the neighborhood and called out to the cats, urging them to come to her. She said she had brought them food. At that moment, armed hunters watched the woman from around the corner. Park Yu thought, this woman fed the local cats. If she was looking for them, they would surely show up. That's exactly what happened. The wild cats came when she called them, and the woman was very happy. The hunters came out of ambush and opened fire on the wild animals. The cats were trapped and had nowhere to retreat. The woman screamed loudly in despair, demanding that they stop shooting. The wild animals lunged at the shooters, but did not manage to reach their target. The shooting was intense, and none of the animals had a chance of surviving the massacre. The woman was puzzled. Why were the hunters doing this? They shouldn't touch her animals. Park Sung-hyun said that enough was enough and threw an explosive device at the cats. The woman tried to protect them and stood between the cats and the flying explosive. There was an explosion. At the last moment, the woman remembered all the moments of her life that connected her to these cute animals. Park Sung-hyun coldly watched what was happening. Park Yu said that this guy would stop at nothing. In this world, you have to clearly distinguish between your desires and reality. The fall of a company is somewhat similar to a plane crash. Even without a driving force, the object still flies by inertia. At one point, it falls sharply, crashing to the ground with a bang. Watching the plane fly overhead, the protagonist thought that this was not the first time he had seen this. The time had come sooner than he had expected. People are such that they cannot do without entertainment. There is nothing wrong with that. Entertainment is a cure for fatigue. For our hero, the main source of meaning was the forum, "Long live the apocalypse." The food the young man had prepared for himself seemed extremely delicious to him. The forum had long since lost its original meaning. It was too late to prepare for the coming end of the world. Besides, the most terrible event was long gone. In a world where everyone lives in constant solitude, Long Live the Apocalypse has become a community where people simply talk about their lives and seek at least some peace of mind. In essence, this forum is no different from the online communities that existed in the past. You can write posts, comments, and messages. You can rate other people's posts. Posts that receive a large number of positive ratings are placed in a separate section. Best on the forum right now. Skeleton recently made it into this section. Park Gyu wrote a post about his meeting with Chairman Japan Ho. It was witty, but restrained. Apparently, people are very interested in the details of celebrities' lives. Even this post attracted a lot of attention. Around the same time, someone posted news that caused a real stir throughout the community. It was about a lottery, the 7th lottery of hope. Tickets were distributed to everyone who wanted them, like rations. The organizer was the National Committee. Participants drew a ticket once every 3 days in a specially designated place. The lottery brightened up the gray everyday life, bringing something other than hard work into it. It became incredibly popular. The 2nd to 5th places were awarded additional rations or some essential items. For a person well prepared for the end of the world, this was of little use. However, the prize for 1st place was a settlement voucher, a residential complex capable of providing itself with food and electricity. It was protected accordingly. It was so technically sophisticated that it resembled the secret shelters of conglomerate bosses. Active discussions flared up on the forum. Soon, the opinion of the forum's inhabitants began to change. People dreamed more and more intensely, and finally, the winner was announced. His nickname was Everyone started calling him M9 because it was shorter. Once, our hero ran into him at a no-name organizational meeting. This man was quietly and calmly grilling meat. The community reacted very strongly to his post. There were a huge number of comments filled with admiration and envy. Success must have completely blinded him. He began to behave strangely. This man changed dramatically and began to look down on everyone with contempt. M9 gloated, and the forum's reaction was not long in coming. However, the protagonist did not really believe it. Even basic maintenance depended entirely on rough labor. Where did the Energy Committee get the funds for such a complex? And to distribute places through a lottery, no less. Our hero decided to contact Kim Ta-ram by radio. The commissioner was surprised. What happened? After all, it was the first time Park Gyu had contacted her himself. The young man said he wanted to ask about hope. Was there any chance that this residential complex would actually be built? Kim Ta-ram replied that hope was essentially just a mirage. Looking at a passing airplane, the commissioner added that they were moving to Jeju. They would definitely be done by next spring. Seoul had no chance. The commissioner asked Park Gyu not to tell anyone about this. The information is classified. Park Gyu thought that reality did not care about other people's dreams. They decided to leave the capital. Our hero, of course, was not in Seoul, but the feelings were still strange. Life in the bunker had its nuances. It was impossible to tell whether it was day or night. The food was monotonous, and the experiences were always the same. However, the mere understanding that Seoul was nearby helped them cope. Kim Ta-ram asked not to spread the word. One of the participants had won the lottery of hope again. Park Gyu decided not to write about it anymore. Park Gyu thought that if he did write about it, he would definitely become famous. However, our hero had the patience of a saint. Therefore, people were not destined to find out about it. A growing kit appeared on the trunk of the bicycle. This was what Park Gyu had been looking for so long. Cigarettes were offered as payment. This is something that smokers value more than gold, a very popular currency in post-apocalyptic conditions. The merchant checked the contents of the package and was satisfied. He said everything was fine. The merchant added that human greed knows no bounds. Since when did people start lining up? Did they really hope to win the jackpot by working for lottery tickets? They began to gather in groups and act as if they were better than the rest. The employee announced that the distribution was over for today. The committee had reduced the quota for each region. Those present were angry. After all, they had been standing there for several hours. Everyone understood that there were still supplies in the back of the car. The people were furious and rushed after the car, which had suddenly pulled away. They demanded that the trunk be opened. The car must not leave. Park Gyu thought that there is a life without hope. and a life in which hope is the only thing that exists. Our hero himself did not know which of the two options was better, and did not even want to think about it. Park Gyu wrote a letter of resignation and said he had had enough of hunting. Selfishness and nihilism are two words that capture the essence of survivalists. The boss said he understood that it had not been easy for the hunter all this time. But doesn't he understand the situation they are all in now? We need to think about those whose trust the young man is betraying. Maybe he should take a break and then come back? The leader promised to think of something. With his track record, they are willing to meet him halfway. He just needs to hold on a little longer. Park Gyu turned around and asked his interlocutor if he believed the situation would change. Ever since that day, any soldier who has been on the battlefield understands how it will end. Kyung-min shouldn't even think about interfering. Kyung-min said he understood everything, and added that it looked like it was raining outside, so he should take an umbrella with him. Park Gyu thanked him and said he would try not to die. Since our hero left his comrades, he has been living this way. He built a bunker and survived. Therefore, his opinion has not changed. People will die. That is inevitable. It was a disarming despair. All that surrounded him was primal horror and helplessness. The ultimate feeling that there is no hope left has not gone away. Therefore, all his efforts are just selfless attempts to live another day. The first fault in Korea opened in Paju. A local earthquake somewhere near the fault most likely signifies just that, the appearance of a large specimen. The destructive power of large specimens is akin to a full-fledged natural disaster. Fighting them is useless. Their only weakness is the Earth's environment. Large specimens begin to rot and decay as soon as they leave the rift. The faster they move, the faster the process goes. The best option is to avoid contact with them, hiding as if from a tornado. It is better to know about the weather in advance. The National Committee was in touch. Panic and madness reigned at headquarters. The situation here turned out to be even worse than our hero had expected. Park Gyu accidentally ran into a man who had information about the supposed root of the creature, the kraken. This is the most common type of large creature. As a rule, they resemble giant octopuses. However, they transform as soon as they detect a threat. The main danger is the beam of death that the creature emits when it is in combat mode. This beam pierces everything in its path. There is no hiding or escaping it. It will always catch up with you. It destroys all living organisms in its path. Recently, the kraken appeared in the Tokyo area. It disintegrated in Nagano Prefecture, but not before destroying 50,000 people. Its presumed route passed near our hero's bunker. He could have died if he hadn't read this post. Park Gyu was supposed to go to Jeju Island. However, his plans changed. Park Gyu heard Kim Ta-ram say that it would be better to evacuate because of the kraken's appearance. It may pass near Park Gyu's bunker, so there is no time to waste. Park Gyu returned to the bunker to quickly gather essential items. Our hero decided to help the chat participants and posted a warning that the monster was close. However, there were few views of this post. Why is no one responding? The young man thought that in any case, his conscience was clear, and it was time to leave. Sue got in touch and said they hadn't seen each other in a long time. What was Skeleton doing? The young man said that her appearance was very timely. Park Gyu asked if they had a jeep. The girl should tell her mother to pick him up. They needed to evacuate immediately. Sue replied that the car had broken down and the engine wasn't working. Sue asked if they couldn't just hide in the building. Park Gyu thought that the building where the sniper and the girl were located was in the north, and the kraken was moving in that direction. Park Gyu thought that it was too late to save them. These were no longer looters. The situation was much more serious. Park Gyu decided that his own life was more important, and told them to try to get as far south as possible. The young man asked them to hurry and take care of themselves. Sue replied that she understood. Park Gyu thought that in a world that had come to an end, emotions were a luxury. The young man contacted the girl again and said he would be there in half an hour. They had to get ready in that time. Wild mutant dogs had recently appeared in the area between Park Gyu and the sniper. However, our hero had no time to spare. Park Gyu decided that in that case, he would fight his way through, and armed himself as best he could. The young man sped away in his car, with the mutants in pursuit. He fired back as he drove. The vehicle shook violently, making it very difficult to aim. However, the young man continued driving, and the number of mutants gradually decreased. New ones arrived to take their place. In the hunting squad, soldiers are divided into 3 categories. Support, working with heavy weapons and styla, are the shooters. The second category is communications, which are between the rear and the front, and those who fight under the cover of the shooters, together with the tactical and strategic support of the communications specialists, are the vanguard. These are the ones who engage in direct combat with the monsters. This is exactly what our hero was doing. However, now the young man understood that no help would come to him. At such a moment, only one thing is important: to think quickly and shoot even faster. Park Yu understood that he had to maintain his speed while shooting at the mutants trying to jump on him. Both actions were equally important. Ahead, he saw the building where the girls were. On the roof of the neighboring building, he noticed a lone mutant dog standing. It was definitely the leader of the pack. Park Yu continued to race at high speed, shooting the approaching dogs. Where did they all come from? Our hero decided that the pack leader was definitely up to something. However, he couldn't reach it with his pistol at such a distance. Park Yu thought that things were not going very well. What were the chances that this alpha male was trying to corner him like prey? The pack leader howled loudly. The young man realized that this was how he gave orders to the others. At every fork in the road, he controlled which way the car would turn. The young man was willing to bet that the pack leader was trying to drive him into a dead end. However, Park Yu decided that he would not give up so easily. The chase and shooting continued. Somehow, our hero almost reached his destination. However, the car's body was seriously damaged. He was also running out of ammunition. The car was in terrible condition. It was impossible to continue. Before the dogs attacked again, he needed to put as much distance between them as possible. Suddenly, the radio crackled, and the girls came on the line. Rebecca reported that they could see Skeleton. The sniper added that she would cover them. Park Yu realized that he was now within her range. He said over the radio that he needed Rebecca's help. Wielding his axe, the protagonist rushed at the dogs. He noted that he had to finish the job in 3 minutes. The girl opened fire, each shot hitting its target while Park Yu swung his axe. After a while, the attackers were finished off. The leader of the pack, watching from above, did not go anywhere. A little later, Sue and Rebecca appeared. The people got into the car, and Park Yu said they needed to get out of there immediately. A flash appeared on the horizon, beyond the mountains. Sue perked up and, pointing in that direction, said it was very beautiful. It was the remains of the kraken, slowly disintegrating from the sun's rays somewhere in the distance. Park Yu told the girls to stop. He wanted to take a photo as a memento of the dawn in which the monster burned. At that moment, someone else was also photographing the young people from the roof of a neighboring building. The girl asked what he was photographing, wondering if they weren't interested in admiring it themselves. The young man replied that it wasn't him who would be in the photo, but something much more interesting. Park Yu said that it would be a photo to remember that they had come all this way. They were able to see the sunrise associated with the monster. After all, good memories are necessary. The protagonist posted the photo of the girls on the forum and finally got a normal reaction. He captioned the photo as "Captured Memories with a Foreign Friend." Thanks to this, he received a decent number of views and several comments. However, Defender posted about the confirmation of the Kraken's destruction, and his post became the best again. This time, it was not a person, but a monster. Park Yu looked at the photo and tensed up. This couldn't be. He realized that he and Defender were in the same place at the same time. Defender addressed Skeleton in the chat, showed him the photo of the young man, and asked, "Is that him?" Park Yu thought that Defender had previously hinted that he lived near Kwangyo. It must be a coincidence that their paths crossed during the evacuation. He decided to deny everything. Defender said that Skeleton was very funny. He saw everything, but the guy still denied it. Thanks to his warning, he was able to survive, so he suggested they become friends. Park Yu realized that Defender had read his post. Rebecca got in touch. Park Yu asked what had happened. The girl said that many people were walking along the road not far from there. It was necessary to be careful. There were more and more uninvited guests, and that was to be expected. Zlato was the name of the leader of the pack of wild dogs that our hero had encountered. Due to the recent skirmish, the pack had noticeably thinned out and weakened. Now these dogs could not prevent the refugees from moving towards the bunker. However, the real problem was not the migrants, but where exactly they had stopped. They stopped right in front of the generator's exhaust vent in the bunker. Of all the possible places, they chose this one. But this is where the heart that keeps the bunker running is located. The diesel generator, the heart of Skeleton. It occupies an entire underground floor, generates a huge amount of energy, and emits a lot of exhaust fumes. A house with smoke coming from the chimney on the roof meant that someone was cooking inside. If the generator was running and fumes began to escape, the settlers would know where the bunker was. If the generator is turned off, the heart of the bunker will stop, and this place will cease to be a home. In the hot weather preceding summer, the food in the refrigerator will thaw and spoil. Well-thought-out plans for the future will most likely be ruined. Judging by the level of the migrants' weapons, they are not yet raiders. Park Gyu decided to try to settle everything peacefully. The young man approached the people and said that this was private property. He had a firearm in his hands. Park Gyu politely asked them to leave the place. One of the women replied that it no longer mattered whose land it was. The elder asked her to calm down. The man told the young man not to worry. They were from the team of first explorers. They even had a pioneer license. The government placed residents in the largest cities for recovery and sent those who were not needed to the suburbs as part of the pioneer squad. When the opportunity to place the population in cities disappeared, people were sent to the suburbs under the pretext of pioneering. But they weren't raiders yet. Park Gyu said he would give these people 3 days and asked them to pack their things and leave. The group's elders said they were authorized by the state. Park Gyu pointed his machine gun forward and said that they had come here because that state no longer existed. But 3 days passed, and even the next day, there was no sign of them leaving. Park Gyu learned from the elder that they could not leave without orders from headquarters. The man explained that if they left the territory, their families would no longer receive food rations. So they had to stay here for a while. The woman asked for mercy. Everyone here is an unfortunate soul, abandoned by their families because of their age and rejected by the state. We have no bad intentions. We will be quiet neighbors, she added. The shelter was still dark, hot, and damp. The protagonist felt annoyed. He thought, maybe he should just kill them all. However, he realized that this was too much. If they weren't raiders, he didn't want to destroy them. But what were the options? Park Gyu turned to the community for advice and described the problem in a post. Soon, he received a private message from Defender. He said that these people were future raiders. When their supplies ran out, who would they destroy first? If Skeleton wanted to survive, he had to attack first. It was a typical answer, and the hero agreed with it to some extent. Park Gyu met a man who guessed that Skeleton was about 40 years old. So, his impression of him was different. The interlocutor explained that time spent in online communities creates a new personality. This was one of the rare, normal users, Kyle Dose. He said he had found something interesting on the nearest mountain, and the hero went out to see. Under a tree stood a large white cylinder of unknown origin. Park Gyu said it was some kind of capsule. In fact, it was an egg. A photo of the cylinder appeared on the forum with the question, "Does anyone know what this is?" The answer came, "It's a monster egg." Seeing the post, the hero immediately had a crazy idea. If the pioneer squad couldn't leave without orders, he just needed to find a reason to make them do it. The reason was found, and it was incredibly frightening. To cross the city faster, the young man contacted the National Committee by radio. The skeleton's identification number was confirmed. The guard at the checkpoint knew that the young man was acquainted with Commissioner Kim Daram. He was directed to a safe road controlled by the state. The visit to the committee had paid off. The destination specified by Kyle Dose was Paju. This was where the first rift in South Korea had opened. The capsule appeared on a remote road outside the city. The area near the rift is guarded by elite hunters and military personnel. They did not expect the capsule to appear. Park Gyu said he wanted to see the egg right away. The appearance of the capsule meant that the destruction of the area had already begun. The territory would soon become uninhabitable. Park Gyu stepped forward with an axe in his hands. Kyle Dose asked, "Isn't the egg too dangerous?" The hero told him to step back for a second. Park Gyu added that if he died, the guy should take his car and leave. However, our hero hoped it wouldn't come to that. He moved closer to the egg. He thought that nothing in this world was completely reliable. With enough force to break through the shell, he swung his axe. But just before touching the surface, Park Gyu stopped the movement with all his might. Kyle Dose asked, "What was that?" Park Gyu replied that it was a reflective barrier. It distorts dimensions, reflecting and directing any attack back at the attacker. This is one of the reasons why humans cannot defeat monsters. Park Gyu said that as long as the egg doesn't feel threatened, they have nothing to worry about. The interlocutor asked, "Could something uncontrollable hatch?" Park Gyu replied that in that case it would die. Kyle Dose acknowledged that the skeleton was not one to be trifled with. Park Gyu placed the cylindrical egg in the trunk of the truck. The young man said that he had just met Skeleton, and that this person was not at all what he had imagined. Park Gyu asked what he had expected. The young man replied that in the community, Skeleton seemed like a strange old man. The guy said that Skeleton always added strange tags, engaged in low-level trolling, and had fun when someone posted something inappropriate. Park Gyu said he had a lot to do and was leaving. Park Gyu thought that since the beginning of the apocalypse, this was his first meeting with someone from online in real life. It felt like meeting an old friend. On the way back, the hero left the capsule on the nearest highway. not far from the shelter. The pioneers found the capsule and realized that it was something unusual. It even glowed. The elder contacted headquarters and reported that an unknown object had been found near their area. The order was given to leave immediately. A drone confirmed that it was a monster egg. The egg could be active, so it was necessary not to provoke it and evacuate immediately. Headquarters said there was no time for questions. It was an order, not a request. They had to leave immediately. Park Gyu thought it was a flawless performance. Thanks to the egg, his territory was restored. A month later, everything was back to normal. Our hero did a great job. The pioneer squadron had not been seen here since that day. Kim Da-ram periodically made annoying requests to the young man. It seemed like they were preparing to leave for Jeju Island because it had become very quiet. Meanwhile, Defender left another comment about the current situation in Seoul. Protests against resettlement were growing in the capital. The National Committee guaranteed the safety of the people. They must ensure this. Park Gyu thought, are only their lives important? Why then is the government resettling? Kim Da-ram asked the director to move away from the window. It was dangerous. A stone might fly in. The director asked if Park Gyu was still alive. He was a former hunter, now the director of the National Crisis Management Committee, Lee Sang-ho. Lee Sang-ho said to contact the young man and find out how long he was going to hide. The legendary hunter, the professor, wanted to know. Many years ago, the first rift appeared. Countries around the world expressed concern about this phenomenon. But without exception, they all showed hypocrisy, trying to use the anomaly for their own purposes. Soon, a large expedition set out to study the rift. However, this only accelerated the appearance of monsters, and humanity suffered enormous losses. Then everyone realized the seriousness of the situation and began training military units, hunters. Park Gyu was part of the 13th class of the Guard at the Hunter Training Institute. The cadets noted that Park Gyu had been in first place for the third year in a row. He thinks only about destroying monsters and even trains in his sleep. Such a lifestyle could destroy him someday. The radio crackled, and Kim Da-ram was on the line. Park Gyu asked if she was trying to get help to suppress the protests in Seoul. A male voice said, "The capsule is on 13th Road. Did Park Gyu leave it there?" Lee Sang-ho was talking to the hero. Park Gyu wondered how Lee Sang-ho could have known that. He was his former classmate from hunting school. Lee Sang-ho said that if the capsule suddenly appeared in a place that had not yet been destroyed, it meant that someone had left it there. Why would Park Gyu do that? What would happen if the capsule opened and a monster appeared? This capsule is a temporary portal. Lee Sang-ho suggested getting straight to the point. The young man needed to be sent to Jeju Island. The director added that there was an opening for an instructor there, and he would recommend Park Gyu. Park Gyu said he didn't want that. He was fine here. Lee Sang-ho said that there was nothing they could do. They had no talent. Park Gyu replied that he would not go anywhere, and that they should look for another instructor. Lee Sang-ho said that the whole city would soon be in danger. Park Gyu had to survive. 1 year and 11 months have passed since the explosion. Park Gyu planted seeds in an abandoned field. Now there is quite a lot of rice growing there. Old man Kim said that with rice in a hoe, you can survive even in the hardest times. Every grain should be cherished. Thanks to old man Kim's advice, the hero will be able to eat fresh rice for a while. Recently, there have been rumors in the community that Defender is a girl. Looking at her shadow, the hero also assumed that she might be a woman. It's easy to kill a person with a gun, but it's hard to move and cut up the body. Can she handle it alone? Park Gyu thought that this was not true. It was just a coincidence that the photo turned out that way. He remembered his school days. There was a guy who always sat in the front row and asked clear and direct questions. Lee Sang-ho. This young man had always been competitive. The radio hissed again. Park Gyu thought that this time it must be Kim Da-ram. He was informed that the director had died. Park Gyu wondered why it was so sudden. The caller replied that he had made the decision himself. The director had left a will. Someone had to take responsibility for what was happening in the ruined world. The voice on the radio asked if Park Gyu would come to the funeral. He thought that honest and righteous people don't live long. The altar was set up at the military hospital, where Lee Sang-ho was now lying. To get to Seoul, Park Gyu would have to take the road with the capsule. Yesterday, a security squad was sent there. Among them were the Awakened. Park Gyu thought that of all the places, they decided to send the Awakened ones here. He took 2 battle axes, one of the few things he had taken after his retirement. The fact that the young man took these axes did not mean anything yet, but anything was possible. Park Gyu decided that he had to say goodbye to Lee Sang-ho. For the last time as a soldier, he gathered his weapons and set off. To avoid the road with the troops, he took a detour along the nearest trail. A man on a motorcycle blocked the road. He said he couldn't go any further. It was Park Seung-hyun, a freelance hunter working for the National Committee. Park Gyu said he was going to Seoul. Park Seung-hyun replied that the young man should follow him. There were people who controlled the situation. Blue-eyed hunters with the roaring tiger emblem on their chests were true professionals. This was a new type of hunter that had appeared about 6 years ago. The phenomenon first appeared when about a third of humanity was destroyed by monsters, the awakened. That's what they called people with powers similar to monsters. After research, scientists found a way to artificially induce these powers, and the government actively recruited such people as hunters. As a result, the old-school hunters were pushed out of the battlefield. One of the awakened asked Park Seung-hyun who this guy was. The young man replied that he was a former hunter. The awakened one was surprised. Why was a former hunter riding on a dark path instead of a normal road? He wasn't a criminal. Park Gyu asked what class he was from. The awakened one replied that this guy was hopeless. And what class was he from? Park Gyu said he was from the 13th. The awakened one noted that classes up to the 18th were not considered senior, except for a few. Nevertheless, this guy was training to be a hunter, so he should know how dangerous the capsules are. Why didn't he just go home? Park Gyu pointed at the capsule and asked if he could drive through if he dealt with it. The awakened laughed. What was this guy doing here? Park Gyu, axe in hand, headed for the capsule. According to old military doctrine, there are few ways to defeat monsters alone. Right now, the hero could only use one, close combat. Park Gyu approached and began striking the capsule with his axe. The awakened ones were surprised. Was he really going to awaken the monster? After all the blows, the capsule opened, and Park Gyu did indeed awaken the monster. The monster's head resembled an ancient statue. It was a necromancer. Without giving the monster time to recover, the protagonist attacked it with axes. The monster couldn't use its force field at close range, but spikes emerged from its damaged body parts and attacked. The young man thought that if he took a risk and got closer, all that would be left would be to finish off the monster. The monster was destroyed. Park Gyu looked back and asked the awakened ones why they were standing there like they were rooted to the spot. The barricades could be removed. The awakened ones couldn't believe it. Was this really possible? He did it alone, without firearms. Was he human? Park Seung-hyun said he would drive Park Gyu to his destination. The hero then traveled by car. Park Gyu said that there was no need for that. There was no need to drive him personally. Park Seung-hyun replied that he wanted to. Park Gyu shut them up. That's what they deserve. The abilities of the awakened are ranked. The difference between the ranks is enormous. From 1st to 4th rank are supernatural abilities, perception, and foresight. From 5th to 9th rank are force fields and telekinesis, which involve direct physical force. These abilities can be used in combat. The rarest abilities are 10th rank and above. They are beyond humanity, an insurmountable gap, like the difference between species. Park Seung-hyun felt relieved when Park Gyu put these guys in their place. Park Gyu said he could have done it himself. Park Seung-hyun replied that it was possible, but he didn't do it. If the hero had been hurt, he would have been in big trouble. When he was alone, such things did not bother him. But now, if something happened to him, his family would suffer. In any case, Park Seung-hyun thanked the young man. He hadn't felt this good in a long time. Park Seung-hyun warned that with the death of Lee Sang-ho, the position of the old hunters had worsened. Caution was needed. Park Gyu said that it didn't concern him. Park Seung-hyun added that when people shift responsibility onto others, you never know what to expect from them. Especially in a world where nobility is not held in high regard. Park Gyu arrived at the altar to honor the memory of Lee Sang-ho. He wondered why the funeral was being held in such a place. It was difficult to get there. The commissioner said that the leadership had named the plan to move to Jeju in honor of the director. There was no turning back. The girl asked Park Gyu if he knew why this plan was so important. The intensity of the faults is proportional to the population. There are far fewer faults on Jeju Island, and geographically it is easier to defend. They are probably planning to concentrate all the country's resources there to secure the nation's future. However, the downside of this plan is that everyone who is not selected will be abandoned. Lee Sang-ho would not have been able to handle it alone. Why did the responsibility fall on him? From the outset, the plan was to abandon millions of people in Seoul alone. To calm the people, someone had to be made the scapegoat. Kim Ta-ram added that this role apparently fell to the youngest person involved in the plan. Kim Ta-ram asked if Park Gyu knew that Lee Sang-ho had come to her wedding and given only 30,000 won. Park Gyu clarified. Wasn't that the minimum at the time? The young man added that it was very much in Lee Sang-ho's spirit. Kim Ta-ram agreed. The commissioner said that shortly before the director's death, someone had come to see him. On the day the plan was completed. It happened right before his conversation with Park Gyu. In the end, someone had to do it, and that someone was clearly not from the top, and definitely not from the bottom. Someone removed from the present, but looking firmly toward the future. Weighing the lives of millions of people and the future of all humanity, he chose balance. At the end of the conversation, this person said that this was exactly what Lee Sang-ho should do. He is doing what even the professor could not do. Lee Sang-ho asked his interlocutor if they really believed that Cheonju could have a future. The director repeated, "Does Han Min really think so?" His interlocutor replied that they would soon find out. Park Yu wondered how Han Min could be involved in Lee Sang-ho's plan. Kim Ta-ram suggested that Han Min had said something else before leaving. Old hunters are not needed on the island. Kim Ta-ram lowered her eyes and asked her interlocutor if there was a free room in the bunker. The young man looked at her in surprise. The world was about to collapse again. Park Yu recalled scenes from the past, how he had entered the ward with the recovering hunters. The hunters stood up and greeted the captain. The young man said he saw only wounded people here. He added that these people must leave his team. The captain noted that an incompetent ally was more dangerous on the battlefield than a serious enemy. He had seen people die senselessly because of weaklings like these hunters, who were incapable of fighting. He didn't want to see that anymore. Leaving the ward, the captain told the hunters to decide for themselves and leave voluntarily. Kim Ta-ram burst into tears and said she couldn't take it anymore. After those words, she could no longer hold back. Her colleague supported her and suggested they leave together. If they continued to remain under his command, they might go mad. Kim Ta-ram refused and added that she was staying. It hurt her to admit it, but she was indeed falling behind because of her injuries. Standing outside the door, the captain heard the girl add that she would clench her fists and endure everything. And she would do everything to one day say those words to him. At that time, Kim Ta-ram was a person with the same strong willpower as our hero. Now in conversation, the girl added that she didn't need much space in the bunker. Only for her son, her only child. After all, Park Yu could afford it, couldn't he? Park Yu thought that Kim Ta-ram was no longer the same person. Kim Ta-ram asked Park Yu to help her. She wanted to send some money along with her son, just so he would allow the boy to live in the bunker. Soon the capital would be filled with raiders, and she couldn't leave her own child in such a place. The girl added that if something happened to her son, she would not be able to survive it. Park Yu believed he had to refuse. In such a situation, it would not end with ordinary raiders. If the armed forces intervened and a civil war began, it could drag on for a long time. A bunker is not a kindergarten. At that moment, an unknown young man entered the hospital reception area. The young man approached the reception desk and said he was a subordinate of Director Lee Sang-ho, 18th grade, Hong Jong-ho. Park Yu heard this and became interested in the conversation. The young man asked the receptionist if they had any extra medicine. His younger sister was seriously ill. The receptionist was surprised. Did the young man really think that there could be any extra medicine at a time like this? The woman added that this place was only for members of the National Committee, not just anyone. Was the young man an authorized person? The protagonist approached the reception desk and said that he was Park Yu, a classmate of Lee Sang-ho. Park Yu added that he was a private who had come to pay his respects to his commander. So he needed to be given medicine. Hong Jong-ho thanked Park Yu for his help and bowed to him. Park Yu noted that if the young man was from the 18th class, he was unlikely to be close to his seniors or juniors. Was he really acquainted with Lee Sang-ho? Hong Jong-ho admitted that he did not know him. It was just that of all his superiors, that name was the easiest to remember. So he thought that if he mentioned it, he would definitely be given medicine. The 18th class, after him, the main force of hunters consisted of the awakened. This meant that those who did not possess abilities no longer had a future as hunters. They were rarely sent to the front lines against monsters, then given all the dirty work in the reserve units until they were completely discarded. The younger ones were awakened with superpowers, and the older ones were simply fighters with extensive combat experience. The 18th class was stuck in the middle, and they were nicknamed the Cursed Stream. Park Yu said that it was difficult to find normal medicines now, except for painkillers and antipyretics. Hong Jong-ho agreed, and added that this was why he had no choice but to come to the Central Hospital of the National Committee. As he said goodbye, Hong Jong-ho thanked Park Yu once again and advised him to take care of himself. After a while, Hong Jong-ho approached his sister and said he was back. It didn't work, but he got the medicine. To find information about the members of the National Committee, he would have to dig deeper. The young man added that he was unable to attend Director Lee Sang-ho's funeral. However, it didn't matter. His sister had no idea what had happened to him. He had just met the skeleton. Behind Hong Jong-ho, Park Gyu suddenly appeared. He pointed a gun at the young man's head and said that he already knew a lot, so the conversation would be quick. Park Gyu ordered the young man to raise his hands and called him Defender. Defender spun around sharply and knocked the gun out of Park Gyu's hands. Now the gun was in Defender's hands. He said that if he wanted to talk, he should put the gun away first. Wasn't that right? The next moment, Park Gyu knocked the gun out of Defender's hands. Park Gyu rushed after the gun, and Defender ended up behind our hero. The gun flew to the side, and hand-to-hand combat began. The young men continued their confrontation. The fight became more and more fierce, and each of the opponents demonstrated their skills. In the end, Defender found himself sitting on the ground. He was forced to admit that Skeleton was indeed strong. Park Gyu stood in front of his opponent with a pistol in his hand. Defender got up, took a knife from behind his back, and asked if Skeleton really wanted to end it all right there. Then, he suggested, let it be a duel. In the back of the bus, behind Defender, was his sister. Defender thought that his sister might get hurt if Skeleton accidentally fired his gun. She would be in the line of fire. Defender threw the knife on the ground, raised his hands, and said he was just joking. Defender suggested settling all differences through conversation. Park Gyu thought this was to be expected. He needed protection. Defender asked when Skeleton began to suspect him. Park Gyu replied that he had been suspicious from the very beginning. When you reach the level of team captain, you start to notice a lot of things. Defender is from the cursed 18th stream. He knows what kind of work that stream did abroad. If he has no abilities, he is useless. What can he do at all? Defender recalled his work. Personally, he did it well, but it wasn't easy for everyone. Hong Jong-ho told his colleague that everyone had their own merits, so they could carve their call signs on the heads of their victims. Skeleton replied that only the awakened ones always participated in battles with monsters on the front lines. The 18th stream simply cleaned up after them so that the people would not see. They were called the Killer Squad. Defender said that such rumors had indeed been circulating. Hong Jong-ho added that it was hard to believe that Skeleton had understood everything from the beginning. Park Gyu noted that there was other evidence. The young man added that he had visited one of the places Defender had been to. He had the chance to study the body that the killer had disposed of. His physique, gait, leading hand, even traits and habits that Defender himself was unaware of. Then, when Hong Jong-ho said at the reception desk that he was a subordinate of Director Lee Sang-ho from the 18th class, everything became clear. He was Defender. Hong Jong-ho laughed in response. Park Gyu was surprised. What was so funny? Hong Jong-ho replied that he thought only the 18th class was creepy. It turns out that all hunters are like that. However, Skeleton's deduction was still flawed. Park Gyu wondered where he had gone wrong. Defender said that he did indeed leave traces out of habit and let others know of his presence. Hong Jong-ho added that he wasn't exactly Defender. At that moment, a girl approached the young man. Hong Jong-ho suggested that Park Gyu meet his sister. Hong Jong-ho said that Defender was a duo. Park Gyu thought that those who believed Defender was the girl were partially right. Hong Jong-ho explained that he usually does the hard work while his sister writes posts or makes decisions remotely. Online, his sister is a real pro, but in reality, she is as helpless as a hamster. Park Gyu wondered why Hong Jong-ho was telling him this. Isn't this a strategically important secret between brother and sister? Why reveal it? Hong Jong-ho asked, "What difference does it make? Do you need a reason if it's all for fun?" The brother and sister smiled, clearly pleased with themselves. Hong Jong-ho said they weren't bad people. Didn't Park Gyu think so too? Park Gyu thought they were being too frivolous, doing whatever they wanted without thinking about the consequences. Hong Jong-ho asked if Skeleton still wanted a second round. Park Gyu said he didn't need it. It was a waste of time. The hero turned around and went home. Hong Jong-ho called out to the Skeleton and thanked him for the medicine, adding that they would see each other again. Park Gyu asked in surprise why they would meet again. However, the moment of their next meeting came even sooner than the protagonist expected. An incoming message from user Defender appeared on the laptop screen. Defender asked if the Skeleton had any extra ammunition, preferably a lot. He was willing to trade it for supplies. Park Gyu asked if it was his sister. The answer was yes. Skeleton replied that he had no ammunition. Defender said he was lying. Did he really want to die? Park Gyu thought that the girl was behaving completely differently than she did in real life. Skeleton repeated that he had nothing and there was no point in begging him. Defender asked if she would increase activity at his posts. Skeleton agreed and asked where they would meet. The meeting was set for an abandoned mansion near a theme park in the Gwangyo area. Park Gyu thought that the mansion was tall and easy to defend, but the area was too open. Perhaps that was why they decided to eliminate any threats rather than hide. Park Gyu arrived at the appointed time at the designated location. A body was hanging from a nearby tree. It was immediately clear that it had been there for too long. Hong Jong-ho appeared at the doorstep and greeted the skeleton. He asked if it had been difficult to find the place. Park Gyu asked what kind of body was hanging there. Hong Jong-ho replied that it was not a pleasant story. As Hong Jong-ho spoke, his profile suspiciously resembled the body hanging in the moonlight. Park Gyu said he brought everything, but asked why there was so much. Park Gyu added that Hong Jong-ho usually uses knives. Was it really for his sister? Hong Jong-ho suggested keeping quiet, waiting and listening. Park Gyu became alert and heard a child crying. The child was calling for help. Park Gyu asked, "Is that a child crying?" Hong Jong-ho confirmed it. The owner of the house added that a gang of thugs had gathered at the amusement park. Park Gyu was surprised. Had they taken the child hostage? Hong Jong-ho confirmed this. When someone hears a child crying, they go to help. They kill men immediately. They capture the women and rape them. They leave the children behind so that they can continue to beg for help. Park Gyu cursed them out. He was outraged. Hong Jong-ho said he felt the same way. Defender added that he was going to destroy them all. Park Gyu looked at his companion and was surprised. For someone talking about destruction, he had a very cheerful expression on his face. Hong Jong-ho asked if his sister had said anything other than about the bullets. Park Gyu was surprised. What was he talking about? Hong Jong-ho suggested that his sister had told him after all. Park Gyu thought that Defender was an unpredictable opponent and grabbed the knife behind his back just in case. The protagonist wondered, was this guy going to fight him now? Hong Jong-ho asked if the skeleton had brought anything to eat. A box of cookies appeared on the table, the same ones the protagonist had brought with him to replenish his calories on the way. Hong Jong-ho said the cookies were very tasty. Could the skeleton cook too? Park Gyu thought, do these two even know what caution is? What if the cookies are poisoned? He decided not to drink their tea. A message from Defender appeared on his laptop. The tea is not poisoned. It's just very tasty tea. Park Gyu looked at the girl and asked if she couldn't say that in words. A message appeared on the screen saying that some things cannot be expressed in words. Hong Jong-ho said that his sister prefers to write rather than speak. He added that the supplies had been replenished, and it was time to get ready. Park Gyu noted to himself that the tea was indeed very delicious. Park Gyu said that if the criminals are carrying hostages, there must be quite a few of them. How does Defender plan to deal with them? Hong Jong-ho replied that he would deal with the children first. When the pleas died down, the villains would come to find out what was going on. This way, they could gradually reduce the number of enemies and then simply finish off the rest. Hong Jong-ho added that his sister would take care of the children. She was a drone expert. She would drop bricks from above. It would cost nothing and leave no traces. Park Gyu was outraged. Were they really going to kill the children? Hong Jong-ho noted that if they didn't do this, everything would become much more complicated. Besides, these children were not his relatives. His sister was his only family. Besides, if they don't take these children in and raise them, they won't last long. The girl added that in this world, it had become more difficult for children to grow up without parents. Time was not on their side. Park Gyu thought he had to accept this. Defender is a duo. When faced with multiple enemies, this method is the best choice. However, the way they solve problems made him uneasy. Park Gyu said he had another way. It was more troublesome, but the chances of success were higher and the risk was lower. The girl launched the drone, directed it toward the amusement park, and controlled it from her home. The criminals noticed the drone flying above their heads and decided to destroy it by opening fire. Park Gyu decided to lure the enemies away from their target, which is why he needed the drone. The armed criminals went after the drone to destroy it. Park Gyu and Hong Jong-ho were already nearby, hiding in a shelter. When the main group of criminals left the base, the young men decided to act quickly and quietly. They dealt with the guards at the rear without making a sound, using only cold weapons. After that, the protagonist entered the room where the children were. One of the boys stood up and asked if it was his turn now. Park Gyu decided to choose one of the children as bait. The protagonist said that the criminals who had gone after the drone would return soon. Now, he would need support. Hong Jong-ho expressed confidence that Skeleton would trust him with this. Park Gyu replied that he trusted Defender's skills. The armed criminals shot down the drone after all. Now, all that remained was to wait for them to return to base. The villains, armed with machine guns, returned to the base and were shocked by what they saw. One of the boys was standing outside. There was no one else around. The villains cursed. The guards couldn't even keep track of the children properly. The leader of the criminals asked what the child was doing there. Why wasn't he asleep, but wandering around at night? The villain approached the child and grabbed him by the chest. At that moment, Park Gyu and Hong Jong-ho who were standing behind the criminal, quietly dealt with his accomplices using cold weapons. Soon, all the gangsters were finished off. The boy was frightened, crouched down, and covered his face with his hands. Hong Jong-ho approached the child, put his hand on his shoulder, and offered to take him on a roller coaster ride. Park Gyu thought that if they hadn't used the children as human shields, it would have been an easy fight. Two experienced killers and innocent bait broke through the gang of stupid thugs. In any case, the result was expected. All the villains were cold-bloodedly destroyed. As always in such cases, photos were taken, which would later be posted on the forum. The brother and sister spent some time choosing which photo to upload to the internet. The sister settled on the one that looked best without filters. Park Gyu told the boy that it was all over, and they could go wherever they wanted. Hong Jong-ho noticed that the skeleton was very cold-blooded. Wasn't he trying to protect these children? He was supposed to take care of them. Park Gyu replied that now it was every man for himself. And anyway, he was more humane than those who wanted to destroy the children. Wasn't that so? Hong Jong-ho heard these words, took out a knife, and asked if the skeleton really wanted to continue their fight. The young people stared intently into each other's eyes. The girl's gaze was also cold and determined. The child asked them not to fight. He bowed and thanked them for saving him. Hong Jong-ho hid the knife behind his back. The child turned and walked away from his rescuers. After all, it was the best decision. Hong Jong-ho said that if the child hadn't intervened, they could have had a good fight. Does the skeleton agree? Park Gyu asked if he really disliked the idea of destroying children so much. Was it a sore subject for him? Hong Jong-ho replied that it was just a pretense of virtue. Defender said that the skeleton was so unwilling to be bad that he was putting everyone around him in danger. He had seen enough of this. It made him sick. Park Gyu thought that at that moment, Hong Jong-ho showed extreme indignation when he spoke and looked at him. However, that feeling was clearly not directed at him. Was he talking about the body hanging from the tree? Even after their deaths, the brother and sister left it there to rot. That was the object of his hatred. Park Gyu said he wasn't a pretender. But even if he were, he had no reason to pretend to be Defender. Park Gyu really didn't consider himself that kind of person. He remembered a scene from his past life. The professor team had called for a rescue squad. The captain had been injured. The liaison reported that their team captain, Park Gyu, had fallen into the rift. The team tried to contact the captain. Could he hear them? If he could, he should respond. But the captain showed no signs of life. Nothing could be checked while Park Gyu was down there. His arm and leg were definitely broken. They needed to confirm as soon as possible whether he was alive or not, before they lost contact. It was too dangerous to check, so the search party was called off. Park Gyu showed no signs of life. One of the team members reminded him that the professor himself had said that there was no place for the incompetent on the battlefield. Now that judgment applied to him as well. He would have to follow his own precepts. Now he was useless. After a while, Park Gyu came to and tried to get up. A month later, he managed to escape from this hell. However, there was no longer a place for him on the battlefield. After everything that had happened, our hero's goals in life became simple. To survive no matter what, even if alone, even if he was powerless and couldn't change anything. Park Gyu, sitting in his bunker, looked at the incoming message and thought it was time to accept reality and just start taking care of himself. His time was up. However, sometimes something reminded the protagonist that he was not yet completely helpless. But that didn't change the tragic reality. Park Gyu decided that his life was his only priority. He simply chose the safest path possible. The Defender brother and sister laughed together in response. Park Gyu asked the two of them to take other people's words seriously for once. Hong Jong-ho apologized and added that he understood this way of thinking. He believed they were similar. Hong Jong-ho said that safety was the most important thing for him and his sister. Anyone who got in their way would not be allowed to live for a second. Park Gyu noted that it was an unpleasant feeling of camaraderie. Defender destroys enemies without hesitation, enjoys it, and even publishes the results. The protagonist believed that he also kills mercilessly. He is right. He is a hypocrite. The methods are different, but the essence is the same. Both are killers who care only about their own safety. Hong Jong-ho offered the young man something to take. Had he forgotten the day the kraken appeared? He and his sister were only saved thanks to the skeleton's post. Hong Jong-ho said he wanted to thank him properly, so he kept writing messages. However, the skeleton did not respond. Park Gyu thought it was more like obsession. Hong Jong-ho was sure that the skeleton was not afraid of him. Hong Jong-ho held out a sheet of paper from his notebook and said that after everything that had happened, he was indebted to the skeleton. so he decided to repay him in this way. The piece of paper from the notebook had the words, "Call ticket," written on it. Hong Jong-ho added that if any problems arose, the skeleton could contact him and he would come to the rescue, but only once, no matter where the skeleton was. The girl asked the skeleton to reply to her messages on the forum. Park Gyu thought that these two were impulsive and straightforward, but they wouldn't lie. The young man considered the elimination of the dangerous element Defender a great victory. After that day, according to the agreement, Defender began leaving comments under all of Skeleton's posts. Park Gyu thought they had clearly gone too far. Chat participants wondered, why is Defender declaring his love for Skeleton? Is this a new type of threat? As a result, Skeleton's reputation deteriorated. But the young man didn't even want to think about it. A few days passed. The protagonist received a message from Kim Taram. She thanked him for coming to pay his respects to the director. Kim Taram said that it was a very unexpected request, but she would like to meet. Park Gyu asked if she would be alone. At the entrance to his bunker, our hero saw an SUV pull up. Kim Taram did indeed get out of the car alone. Last time, she asked if he had room in the bunker. Could she have come here to leave him a child? Park Gyu calmed down after making sure that the commissioner was indeed alone. Kim Taram said she just wanted to see where the sergeant lived. Park Gyu wondered what she was really up to. Park Gyu suggested that Kim Taram come inside and look around, since she had come all this way. The woman was surprised. Did someone really live here? It looked as if he had simply wallpapered an old storage room. Why was it so damp and smelly? The toilet standing right in the middle of the room was also surprising. Park Gyu thought, did the commissioner come here to scold him like a mother? Kim Taram said that this might be the last time. The National Committee ended up splitting into the Legion and Congress factions. It turned out that the troops on the front lines were not included in the plan to move to Jeju Island. In response, the Legion faction, which was on the front line, turned around and headed towards Seoul. The woman added that a civil war would soon begin. Kim Taram announced that she was joining the rebels. She resigned and became an ordinary retired woman. But she couldn't stand by and watch such injustice. Kim Taram noted that she used to be a member of the legendary team of hunters, the Professor's team. Taram said that when she saw Park Gyu again, she thought, is it only the senior members who are immune to the passage of time? However, looking at him in the sunlight, she realized that he had aged a little too. The retired woman said that they might not see each other again, and advised him to take care of himself and live well. The military helicopter landed on the roof of a skyscraper. A representative of the administration was already there to meet the passenger. The helicopter pilot reported to Ms. Okotnitsa that they had arrived in Seoul. At that moment, there was an explosion nearby, and the helicopter shook from the shockwave. The pilot even cried out in surprise. The passenger said that the pilot was flying poorly. She almost got motion sickness. The girl, a representative of the administration, suggested that Ms. Okotnitsa had suffered a lot on the way and offered to take her to the restroom. The passenger said she wanted to see the report first. Okotnitsa said that Han Min had told her there was someone here she would be happy to see. Among the documents was a photograph of the protagonist. The girl with the bicycle saw Skeleton and was delighted to see him. He had finally come out of the bunker. Park Gyu greeted the girl and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Sue brought a weapon in a basket and said that her mother had asked her to deliver this gift. Park Gyu was surprised. Why did she bring a javelin? Sue thought it might come in handy. Recently, bombings had become more frequent in the north. Park Gyu thanked her and suggested they eat something before returning. 2 years and 2 months ago, a nuclear bomb fell on Seoul. As a result, just as Kim Taram had predicted, civil war broke out in the city. Park Gyu asked the girl how her mother was doing. Sue replied that she had taught her how to shoot a gun. Park Gyu said that the girl should be careful, otherwise she might provoke the rebels around Seoul, but he was sure that she would manage. Until now, the National Committee had been the force holding back the armed groups. It consisted of former high-ranking officials and hunters, better known as the National Assembly faction. They ruled the devastated country in the early days after the disaster. However, everything collapsed when it was revealed that key figures in this faction had shamefully fled Seoul and flown to Jeju Island, taking only their assistants and relatives with them. The military faction, enraged by this betrayal, moved on Seoul. Initially, it seemed that the military had the upper hand. However, the National Assembly faction sent hunters from Jeju Island and restored its power. The two forces divided Seoul. Thus began the civil war. Perhaps they are already preparing for negotiations, but it is unlikely to help. Park Gyu asked the girl to let him know if anything happened to the military base. After all, if it was in danger, so were they. Sue asked how many large white cylinders would be considered dangerous. They were quite far from the house. There were many of them on the vacant lot where a new city was to be built. Park Gyu realized that this was the result of the rift's influence. The danger was getting closer. Park Gyu asked the girl to tell her mother not to go near those cylinders under any circumstances. They were very dangerous. Old hunters, like our hero, are primitive forces that fight only with tactical thinking and skills. You can't go into battle against so many enemies alone. All that matters is the strength of the squad. It doesn't matter how deeply they are mired in war. The young man arrived at the country's National Crisis Management Committee. If the hunters from the committee understand how dangerous the situation is, they will have to help. The guard stopped the young man and said he couldn't go any further without permission. Park Gyu showed his ID and said he was a retired hunter. He had come to report on the colony of monster capsules. The guards were interested in this information. Park Gyu was allowed inside and proceeded to the officer on duty. The protagonist did not want to ask for help if it could be avoided. However, there was no other option now. The officer on duty asked what had brought the young man there. Park Gyu showed him the photos and said he had discovered a colony of monster capsules. He had information about their location and evidence. Park Gyu added that if the problem was not solved, there could be huge losses, and asked to be connected to the person responsible for fighting monsters. Park Gyu heard the sound of automatic weapons firing. The young man was surprised. What was going on here? Our hero looked back and saw soldiers standing nearby, pointing their weapons at him. One of them ordered the retired hunter to come with them. The soldier said that they had received orders from their superiors to take the hunter in for a brief interrogation. As a result, the protagonist found himself in an interrogation room. Park Gyu thought that as soon as they confirmed his identity, they would leave him alone and let him go. The door opened, and a woman appeared in the doorway. She said, "It turns out Park Gyu is still alive." The woman added that she did not think the sergeant would show up in person. The hunter said that they hadn't seen Sergeant Park Gyu in a long time. Park Gyu was very surprised when he realized that he was standing in front of Woo Min-hee, Kim Ta-ram's former classmate, and his hub from the academy. Woo Min-hee noticed that the sergeant looked healthy. The woman added that some of them were in the same condition as her. Park Gyu thought that there were only about 20 people like her in the whole world. Hunters of level 10 and above were awakened, savior-level hunters. Park Gyu asked if Woo Min-hee had been transferred here for work. The woman confirmed that Sergeant Han Min had given her the job. Woo Min-hee remembered that they weren't supposed to talk about Sergeant Han Min in front of Park Gyu. It was said on purpose. The young man thought that her disgusting character hadn't changed at all. Park Gyu reported that he had discovered a colony of capsules in the southeastern part of Gwangju and showed a photo. Woo Min-hee noted that it was quite far from Paju. But if it was true, then Seoul would not be far behind. However, as Park Gyu already knew, the country was in a state of civil war. It would take some time to assemble a squad. Park Gyu asked why Woo Min-hee didn't take care of it herself. The woman narrowed her eyes and asked what she would get out of it. Park Gyu thought he was ready to take on the job if she did him one favor. She could be useful to him in some ways. The woman said she would let him know when everything was ready. Park Gyu, already sitting in the car, thought that she wanted to make him a mercenary, just like Kim Ta-ram. The young man noticed a bright light flashing behind the trees. What could it be? Such a glow appears before a monster is summoned from an egg. The protagonist decided to test his hypothesis and got out of the car. Park Gyu noticed that the plants and soil had been altered. These were signs of long-term contamination. Everything pointed to an abnormal phenomenon. Park Gyu realized that it was indeed a monster summoning. If a small creature appeared, he would try to deal with it himself, with the exception of one species. Park Gyu arrived at the appointed place and saw that the monster was the dancer. Park Gyu was disappointed. Why, of all possible types, did it have to be the dancer? It was a melee reaper that destroyed everything within its reach. Going after it with 2 axes was suicide, no matter how experienced the hunter was. Special hunter equipment is required. It can only be obtained through the National Committee, where hunters cooperate with the country's armed forces. However, the main person there now is not Kim Ta-ram, but Woo Min-hee. You don't want to cross paths with her. At that moment, a message arrived on the computer. It came from a source the protagonist certainly did not expect. Our hero received a personal message from a user named 180 centimeters. The user wrote that he had a message from the master for skeleton. John Lennon wants to see him. Park Gyu thought that a ghost from the past had come back to life. John Lennon was a hunter and an active user of the Long Live the Apocalypse forum. Park Gyu was surprised. John Lennon had reappeared. 180 centimeters. said that he wanted to introduce Skeleton to John Lennon. John Lennon was looking forward to the meeting. Park Gyu was surprised. Was John Lennon now an important figure? When they had met before, John Lennon had seemed much more superficial than he did online. This man had an amazing ability to gather people around him. He united many people and used them to make himself look better. Park Gyu thought that at the same time, it was a very dangerous talent. Technically, John Lennon was still a hunter. Did he still have his equipment? Park Gyu asked his interlocutor about this. A few minutes later, our hero received an answer. The photo showed an arsenal of automatic weapons. His interlocutor asked what exactly interested Skeleton. In the end, a meeting was arranged. The location sent to our hero turned out to be a slum in northern Seoul. Park Gyu was surprised. Could John Lennon really be in a place like this? In any case, the protagonist realized that someone had been following him for a long time. A man wearing glasses approached from behind and said that he was the one who had contacted Skeleton on behalf of John Lennon. Park Gyu followed this man, and they approached a building whose doors were locked with many locks. The young men went down to the basement of the building. Park Gyu wondered, could John Lennon really be here? Park Gyu descended for a long time and wondered why there was so much free space under the small house. Park Gyu asked the guide who he was. He replied that he served John Lennon. What was their relationship? The man with glasses said he was his follower. The guide announced that they had arrived and suggested that he put on a protective suit. Park Gyu was very surprised. Why wear a radiation protective suit? The guide replied that there had been an incident during testing of a semi-permanent atomic battery. It was capable of generating energy comparable to that of a small power plant. During the process, there had been an accident and a radiation leak. Park Gyu thought that in today's world, no one needed that much energy. What was going on here? The owner of the dungeon greeted the guests and said that they hadn't seen the skeleton in a long time. Or perhaps it would be better to say, the legendary hunter nicknamed the Professor. John Lennon said that he first saw the skeleton on the battlefield in Seoul. He added that he was a novice at the time and could only watch from afar. However, the Professor made a lasting impression on him. When he met the Professor again at a meeting, he didn't even recognize him. Who would have thought it was the same person? Only after some time did John realize that Skeleton was indeed the legendary Professor, his idol. He added that when the world turned its back on the Professor, and the people from the Long Live the Apocalypse movement began throwing stones at him, Skeleton did not do the same. The owner of the dungeon said that since then he had been waiting for the day when he could take revenge on this ignorant herd. John Lennon added that this was why he wanted to show the skeleton something. After these words, monitors flashed on the walls. Park Gyu realized that he was looking at multiple screens. Could this be a surveillance system? Park Gyu shouted, "What is John Lennon doing here?" The owner of the dungeon replied that it was his creation. He had created his own community, fail.net. It was a new web space for survivors. Here, he could do whatever he wanted, decide who would become popular, who would be banned, and even change fonts and nickname colors. The guide added that failed.net works around Long Live the Apocalypse, which is barely holding on. Anyone can access it without satellite equipment. The guide explained that, unfortunately, the system consumes a huge amount of energy. The owner was injured while testing a new nuclear battery. But even so, he is devoting himself entirely to creating and supporting the new community. Park Gyu thought that John Lennon was now a real hero. It was simply inconceivable. John Lennon asked if Skeleton understood the power of the internet community in the post-apocalypse. Fail.net now has about 10,000 users. He recently found a way to hack into Long Live the Apocalypse. Did the young man understand what that meant? Now they can organize an attack on Long Live the Apocalypse. Park Gyu was extremely upset. What did he expect? John Lennon ordered his secretary Kim to check out one participant, the one who had recently been writing angry posts when he was feeling down. Park Gyu thought that despite his madness, this man had truly amazing talent. How was he able to build such a system at this time? And on top of that, gather people with a similar mindset around him. John Lennon coughed up blood, but immediately said that he was fine. This man went all the way, no matter what. Not everyone is capable of such a thing. His life was hanging by a thread, and yet achieving his goal was the only way for him to escape reality and pain. Park Gyu turned to the owner of the dungeon and said he had one very important question. If he joined Fail.net, would he also have a colorful nickname? To which he heard, "Impossible. That feature is only for admins." Leaving the dungeon, the protagonist felt a slight disappointment. John Lennon thanked him for his visit and gave the young man what he had asked for. It was an MK7 harpoon. One shot, one target. The protagonist knew how to use such a weapon. He had already had a similar one during his service. It was called a hunter's spear. Now that the hero had hunting equipment, he was ready to go hunting and fight monsters. The monsters possessed a special power, a reflective field. It was capable of reflecting any physical attack within its radius. Each species had its own field radius. The power and nature of their abilities varied depending on the species. They were constantly evolving in response to human resistance. Another of their abilities was detonation. It caused a spontaneous explosion of any explosives in the area of impact. That is why conventional firearms were practically useless against them. As a solution, a binary charge was developed. Two components, completely safe separately, were combined a moment before firing. Park Gyu, using his hunting skills, managed to get as close as possible to the monster. His weapon was at the ready. However, the monster was quite cunning and managed to defend itself against the hero's attack. It is always difficult to get close to such creatures. Park Gyu prepared his hunting spear and took aim. The projectile hit its target, and there was a powerful explosion. Without waiting for the fire to die down, the hero rushed at the monster with his axes in his hands. Park Gyu approached and swung his axes. Every movement was precise. He was truly a professional at his craft. Having dealt with the monster, Park Gyu decided that he was lucky. There was only one of them here. Whenever these creatures disappeared, only one thought remained in the hero's mind. How pleasant it was to do what he did best. He still longed for the battlefield. Now, with a sense of accomplishment, he decided to devote his time to the forum, Long Live the Apocalypse. Lately, the forum had been overwhelmed by chaos due to a wave of spam comments from John Lennon and his friends at fail.net. Watching this garbage in the chat, the young man thought that the world had become wider. Park Gyu received a private message from a user named Defender. He didn't want to talk to him and asked if it was his sister. The reply said it was his brother. Hong Jong-ho wondered why everyone in the community was only interested in skeletons. Park Gyu thought that since then everything had been going well for the brother and sister. They both secretly made fun of people. Defender said he had an important question. Did Skeleton remember instructor Chang Gi-yeon? Park Gyu, of course, remembered this instructor. The protagonist thought that he couldn't forget this thug even if he wanted to. Defender said that Chang Gi-yeon had disappeared. They say he was kidnapped. Park Gyu was, of course, surprised. Chang Gi-yeon was a first-generation hunter, one of those who witnessed the appearance of the rift in Fangju. He was a mentor to the old-school hunters. He was the man who christened our hero Professor. Could he really have been kidnapped? Defender noticed that someone had filmed him being taken away by people in military uniforms with a drone. This photo even appeared on the forum. Defender said that if they decided to capture a first-generation hunter, then something very serious was happening. That's why, Defender added, he contacted Skeleton. Extreme caution was necessary. Park Gyu thought, the kidnapping of instructor Chang Gi-yeon, who had a certain status in the army, was not something just anyone could do. It seemed that a new external force had appeared. Their organization must surpass all existing structures. The radio hissed again. Someone was trying to get in touch. Hunter Woo Min-hee was on the line and said she would like to meet briefly. Park Gyu was surprised. What did she want? He had no business with her. Woo Min-hee asked if he was no longer interested in those capsules. The woman added that she knew where Park Gyu was and would send her people to get him. The people who arrived in black cars said they were acting on the orders of their boss, Woo. One of them suggested that the hero put on a blindfold for his own safety. He also had to hand over his weapon. Park Gyu thought, if they were going to the National Committee, he wouldn't need a blindfold. Where were they taking him? When the car stopped, the young man got out and felt smooth concrete under his feet. He realized he was inside a building. He heard the echo of footsteps. They were leading him down a corridor. Park Gyu heard a child somewhere calling for his mother and saying that he wanted to go home, that he couldn't take it anymore. The hero was surprised. Were there really children here? What kind of place was this? The protagonist was finally allowed to take off his mask. The room was bright and clean. Woo Min-hee was sitting at the table opposite him. The woman apologized for the inconvenience, but said that this place required the strictest secrecy, so she hoped he would understand. Park Gyu asked why he had been brought here and what kind of place it was. Woo Min-hee replied that there was no need to worry. This place could give a retired hunter a new chance. The woman noted that Park Gyu had always dreamed of becoming awakened. The reaction was instantaneous. Park Gyu jumped up from his seat, grabbed his interlocutor by the throat, and pinned her against the wall. Woo Min-hee didn't even blink and calmly told Park Gyu to at least admit it to himself. It was inevitable anyway. Armed security guards burst into the room and pointed their guns at the hero. The guards ordered Park Gyu to release Ms. Woo. The woman said there was no need to be nervous. He had already been through this 3 times before. She added that in the past, they couldn't awaken those who didn't have an innate gift. Park Gyu knew this very well. Woo Min-hee said that since then, they had developed something, a method of awakening even those who did not have natural talent. The woman asked if it ever made him angry to see those who had been part of the gray masses at school, having gained power, start to act like heroes. Park Gyu imagined he awakens, gains knowledge and skills, returns to the battlefield. He was still holding the woman by the throat. Woo Min-hee added that in that case, they would be the ones who would be useless. If the guy wanted to change his life, all he needed was consent. Park Gyu asked if that meant they had offered this to Jang Gi-yeon too? To become another guinea pig? Woo Min-hee replied that the young man had guessed correctly. She was just about to reintroduce them. However, Jang Gi-yeon didn't look his best right now. After returning from the rift, this was already the 3rd awakening test. Jang Gi-yeon said that others were risking their lives for the sake of one experiment. When Park Gyu was studying at the academy, he once said that he wanted to take the test again. Jang Gi-yeon was against it. Had the cadet gone mad? Park Gyu insisted. He wanted to try again. If it didn't work this time, then he would accept it. After that, he felt calmer. He realized that he would not succeed and could finally give up. Park Gyu believed that a hunter who had lost his strength had no right to stand on the battlefield. However, instructor Chang Gi-yeon said that there must be some way, and he would find a solution, whatever it took. The instructor asked Park Gyu to promise that he would never say, "It's over." One of the armed guards ordered Park Gyu to release director Woo Min-hee. Park Gyu turned his attention to the guards and knocked one of them out with a punch to the jaw. The next guard dropped his gun after receiving a kick to the chin. Park Gyu grabbed the gun and thought that was the last one. Woo Min-hee screamed loudly, demanding that the fight stop. At that moment, a powerful explosion rocked the building. The building shook, and cracks appeared in the walls. Park Gyu was forced to duck. The young man thought that this was the power of the awakened highest rank, Shockwave. Woo Min-hee told Park Gyu to at least listen to her until the end. Park Gyu was stunned. How could she do that? Park Gyu said that instructor Chang Gi-yeon was also her mentor. The woman replied that this was precisely why Park Gyu should listen to her. He wanted it himself. The recording began, and Woo Min-hee asked if Jang Ki-young had reviewed all the safety materials. The instructor asked, "What are the chances of success?" Woo Min-hee replied that there were no guarantees. The exact mechanism of awakening remained a mystery. For now, they were just collecting data and testing theories. If the experiment failed, euthanasia would be performed. Jang Gi-yeon agreed without hesitation. After watching the video, Woo Min-hee asked if Park Gyu would still be interested in how she could have done such a thing. She added that they had always done it this way. The woman recalled how she was told that they needed more people with abilities, and that she had to help. Woo Min-hee asked if he really wanted her to look for gifted people. Her interlocutor replied that that was exactly what he wanted. After all, they were saviors. They had a duty to give everyone a chance to meet this world face to face. The interlocutor added that this was the true salvation. Woo Min-hee told our hero that he probably already understood. This was the place where the awakened were selected and sent to Cheonju. That is why there were so many desperate souls here. There are many like instructor Jang Ki-young. Parents flock here, willing to sell their children for the chance to get to Cheonju. If Park Gyu hadn't left then, everything could have been different. Park Gyu asked how instructor Chang was doing now. Woo Min-hee replied that he was barely alive. He still showed signs of life, but he didn't eat or sleep, only repeating actions frozen in his subconscious. Park Gyu asked what would happen to the instructor next. The woman said that if he did not regain consciousness, he would be declared dead and euthanized. He cannot be allowed to wander around like a ghost. Park Gyu entered instructor Chang Gi-yeon's room. Once, back in the academy, Chang Gi-yeon showed his student a drawing and said it was a battle axe with a jet accelerator that increased its destructive power. Park Gyu said at the time that it sounded pretty crazy. The instructor gave the hero a graduation gift and revealed his secret technique at the same time. They were battle axes. He told Second Lieutenant Park that the monsters had discovered a new ability. Now that he had received his rank, the young man should be called Second Lieutenant. However, the young man must never forget that as long as he does not give up, a solution will be found. Therefore, Park Gyu must become a hunter worthy of the new era. Such is the role of the professor. Park Gyu stood in front of the instructor. Jang Gi-yeon did not react to the young man in any way. Park Gyu crouched down near the table and took the pencil from Jang Gi-yeon's hands. Next to the drawing of a battle axe with a jet accelerator, Park Gyu wrote that his student, the professor, had been here. Woo Min-hee said that the instructor remained a hero until the very end, unlike the one who abandoned everything to save his own life. Woo Min-hee asked again if Park Gyu would agree to undergo the experiment to continue the instructor's work. Perhaps success would atone for his past sins? Park Gyu responded by raising his hand and showing the woman his middle finger. With his words, he sent Woo Min-hee away for a long time. Our hero really wanted to become a user of abilities, but not in this way. Park Gyu declared that he refused to do what they wanted. Woo Min-hee said it was because of his inferiority complex. Park Gyu replied that she could think whatever she wanted. In the pouring rain, Hong Jong-ho moved around the amusement park and asked his sister where the man was. The girl, using a drone for surveillance, said he was somewhere around the corner, about 50 meters away. Literally a second later, his sister screamed that he was right in front of her brother. Hong Jong-ho did indeed see a bald man with a stick in his hand around the corner. Without hesitation, the young man pulled out a knife and lunged at the stranger. Hong Jong-ho stabbed his opponent with a sharp movement, and blood spurted everywhere. The girl screamed for her brother to immediately grab the body and move forward, toward the building. Hong Jong-ho managed to hide the body in a secluded spot and tried to keep quiet. Armed men entered the room. They were all carrying sticks and wearing identical clothing. The oldest one carefully searched the room for strangers. Commotion broke out in the Long Live the Apocalypse community. Everyone was curious about who these people in strange clothes were. Maybe they were some kind of crazy cultists from China. Someone asked if anyone had ever heard of the Converging Rivers cult. The followers of this cult consider monsters to be messengers of God and worship them. They are very cruel and make human sacrifices. Park Gyu remembered that he had often confronted them when he was in China. They were fanatical people, ready for anything. To achieve their goal, these sectarians were willing to sacrifice even their own lives. Their terrorist acts killed many hunters. Park Gyu believed that he had eradicated them back then. Defender sent another message. Could Skeleton help them? Park Gyu asked if he only worked on call. The girl wrote that she was contacting him on a personal request. This was not something she and her brother could handle on their own. Park Gyu asked what had happened. The girl replied that a lot of people had appeared in the amusement park. Something seemed to be wrong with these people. Perhaps they were the ones mentioned on the forums. Maybe these people are the Converging Rivers cultists. When Hong Jong-ho first saw them, he said he would deal with it himself. The young man really did take action on his own, using his own methods. The girl wrote that her brother had gone to deal with them alone. However, there were too many of them, and Hong Jong-ho barely managed to escape. Later, the brother himself joined the correspondence. He reported that there was an awakened one among the cultists. Skeleton asked what level? Third? Hong Jong-ho replied that if that were the case, he wouldn't even bring it up. Defender added that he was at least a 5th-level combat type. Defender also noted that they would not be able to cope on their own. They might have to leave the area for a while. It was already known that there were many awakened ones among the cultists. However, they had never exceeded the 3rd level before. The protagonist thought, if that high-level awakened one gathered a large group of cultists and captured his territory, it would be extremely difficult to fight alone. It would be nice if there were other hunters who could help, but who could he ask? One of them died, and the other left the area. The 3rd hunter was more dangerous than the enemy. Park Gyu thought that his social networks were a complete mess. The protagonist caught himself and remembered that there was one person who was incredibly reliable when it came to cooperation. Skeleton reported that he had already left. Defender had to gather everything he needed and wait for him. Our hero's SUV arrived at its destination. It was already quite dark. The brother and sister stepped outside and saw that Skeleton had not come alone. Next to Park Gyu stood Rebecca, a female sniper. Park Gyu said that their temporary group would be called Team Skeleton. He instructed Hong Jong-ho to take care of the minor issues and let him deal with the main ones. Hong Jong-ho objected, saying he was going to sacrifice himself. Hadn't Park Gyu said he hated such actions? Park Gyu reminded him that he always chose the safer option. The awakened cultist demonstrated his superpowers to his comrades. Hong Jong-ho was surprised. Was such a thing possible? Skeleton explained that the awakened could use the same abilities as monsters. Park Gyu stepped into the line of fire and opened fire on the cultist with his pistol. The awakened one put his hand forward and using his unique abilities stopped the bullets flying at him. An energy barrier formed in front of the awakened one, preventing the bullets from moving forward. The members of Team Skeleton were extremely surprised. Park Gyu approached his opponent from the side and took out a cold weapon, a battle axe. The awakened one repelled the attack, blocking the hero's blow. However, he still received a wound. The cultist was amazed. After all, he had used a reflective barrier. Park Gyu realized that these were feints. The reflective barrier redirects any physical attack within its range back at the attacker. In other words, if Park Gyu did not aim for a direct hit, the reflected attack would not be able to hit him. Park Gyu said that it might seem like monsters and awakened beings have infinite power, but even they have their limits. The number of times they can use their abilities is limited. They need time to recover after reaching their limit. You have to make them use up their energy, and while they are recovering, get close and destroy them. He added that this is how old-school hunters fight. The young man continued to fire his pistol. The awakened one realized that he was not coping and was beginning to lose the fight. The bullets hit the barrier and flew off to the sides without hitting the hero. The awakened one was losing strength. Park Gyu grabbed his axe and struck his opponent again. The awakened flew to the side and realized that his comrades were distracted and would not be able to help. There was no point in counting on them now. Hong Jong-ho was not standing idly by. He was stabbing the cultists with a dagger, while Rebecca was firing accurately with a sniper rifle. Bleeding profusely, the awakened one thought that nothing would hit him anyway. He just needed to maintain the barrier. Park Gyu held an axe in one hand and a pistol in the other, continuing to fire at the enemy. The awakened one put his hand forward, deflected the bullet, and said that this guy was about to die. The bullet flew past the protagonist's temple, grazing his hair. This was another level of intimidation. The opponent deliberately missed by just a few millimeters. Our hero did the same thing every time the enemy figured out his first feints. The awakened one did not understand who was in front of him. Was he even human? Park Gyu continued to strike with his axe. The awakened one realized that every time he tried to use a powerful skill, his opponent's feints forced him to put up a barrier. And before he could react, his opponent closed the distance and attacked. This was no hunter, but a true monster. Exhausted, the awakened one fell to his knees. He thought that at this rate, he would lose consciousness from blood loss. He realized that he could only use the barrier once. Even if his opponent shot at him, there was a risk that the bullets would bounce back. The awakened one decided to take the blows himself to conserve his strength and then counterattack. Park Gyu fired his pistol and simultaneously approached his opponent, taking the fire upon himself. The awakened one suffered gunshot wounds. Park Gyu leaped forward with a powerful jump and threw himself at his bleeding opponent. The awakened one was surprised. Why did this guy have nothing in his hands? As he jumped, our hero threw the axe high above his opponent's head. The awakened man looked up and saw the flying axe. He was frightened and covered his head with his hands. Park Gyu said that his barrier did not affect gravity, and pulling another axe from behind his back, swung it for a strike. The blade of the axe ran through the awakened man's body from head to toe. The instructor once said that if there were 100 more people like Park Gyu in this world, the old-school hunters would never have been driven from the battlefield. Park Gyu had 2 axes in his hands. The awakened one lost his balance and fell, bleeding profusely. The protagonist's face showed satisfaction and a sense of accomplishment. The cultists saw that their leader had been destroyed, became frightened, and began to retreat. Hong Jong-ho asked if they would pursue them. Park Gyu replied that their leader was lost, and with him, their will to fight. There was no need. Park Gyu asked Hong Jong-ho what he had learned from watching him. He pointed to one of the destroyed cultists and said that this guy was not a Lord Protector. He didn't really understand how his abilities worked, either a candidate or a self-proclaimed Lord Protector. Each denomination is slightly different, but regardless of the group, it is not easy to rise to the rank of Lord Protector. Park Gyu added that they probably sent someone like this guy because he has little interest in this area. They most likely have no reinforcements. Park Gyu suggested cleaning up the place a little and leaving. Hong Jong-ho thought, did he really try to fight Skeleton? If he had made even the slightest mistake, he would have died for sure. Are all true old-school hunters like this? Hong Jong-ho looked into the next room and saw many containers. He immediately reported this to Park Gyu. The protagonist relayed the coordinates, and soon a black car arrived at the location. Hunter Woo Min-hee got out of the car. He didn't have to wait long. The woman noted that even though Park Gyu acted as if he never wanted to see her, they still met. She asked what could have made the senior officer turn to her in this way. Woo Min-hee asked about the young man next to him. Park Gyu explained that he was a junior who had been helping him. The protagonist noticed that Hong Jong-ho looked frightened. It was his first time seeing an awakened 10th level. Park Gyu suggested that the woman take a look at the capsules collected by the cult members. There were several other places like this. The reason for the appearance of the capsules around the capital was the Converging Rivers cult. Park Gyu noted that the rift would only intensify if the cult was left unchecked. Wasn't that reason enough for the military to intervene? Woo Min-hee asked, should she really trust unreliable information from some civilian? The protagonist knew that Woo Min-hee had a difficult personality. She was fickle, lacked a sense of responsibility, and enjoyed causing pain. Park Gyu asked, is Min-hee really unable to help? He needs a woman to protect his everyday life. The protagonist understood that sooner or later, everything would come to an end. Until that day came, he wanted to enjoy life. Woo Min-hee asked if this was really Park Gyu in front of her. The young man was surprised at what she meant. Min-hee noted that he had never asked for a favor before. The woman said that he was egocentric and didn't listen to anyone, notorious for his character. Park Gyu objected that it wasn't that bad. Park Gyu wondered why he deserved to be condemned. Min-hee noted that they were short on manpower. They needed to find out who was behind the cult, but they had no information and not enough soldiers. Someone was pulling the strings of the cultists. The woman wrote something on a piece of paper and handed it to the protagonist. She added that the cultists had established themselves in Seoul too quickly, and she thought someone was helping them behind the scenes. The woman told Park Gyu that they should work together. Min-hee showed him the piece of paper and explained that it was a personal line of communication through which Park Gyu could contact her directly. Even if they dealt with the cult now, it would only be a temporary measure. The rift would spread anyway. Sooner or later, her help will no longer be needed. Min-hee added that they would use each other. Min-hee noted that Park Gyu couldn't afford to change his mind. She added that she would take care of the capsules right away. It would be considered an advance payment. The woman felt unwell. Park Gyu asked what was wrong with her. Min-hee replied that everything was fine and that she would call back later. After tidying up, Hong Jong-ho said that this was the last box. Rebecca asked what he was going to do now. The young man replied that he already had one place in mind. Earlier, he had looked at several others, just in case something like this happened. Hong Jong-ho suggested that his sister put her laptop and satellite equipment on her lap. Park Gyu apologized for ruining the moment, but asked if they were really going to leave it there. He pointed to the body hanging from the tree. Hong Jong-ho said it was none of his business, but he didn't want to seem ungrateful. Park Gyu asked who it was. Hong Jong-ho replied that it was their father, but he deserved to die, so he destroyed him. Did Park Gyu have a problem with that? Park Gyu said it was all a lie. Hanging someone was not his style. There were no visible wounds on the body. His sister suggested that her brother simply tell the whole truth. She added that enough time had passed. Hong Jong-ho said that their father did it himself, but it was good that it happened. He was a rag and didn't deserve to live. Park Gyu said he was sorry. The father told his son that today was Children's Day, but he had something to take care of. There was no one else in the company who could replace him. He promised that the next time they came here, his son could play as much as he wanted. Their father was a trusting, kind man. Even if someone betrayed him, he laughed it off. In other words, their father was a weakling. His hobby was working late and overtime, giving loans that were never repaid. Despite his many mistakes, he never learned his lesson. Hong Jong-ho added that on the very first day of the war, his father began doing incredible things. He let strangers into the house. Hong Jong-ho asked his father, "Are you out of your mind? What were you thinking when you did that?" The man replied that he understood his son's concerns, but that this was an acquaintance of his and could be trusted. The more people around, the safer it was. Hong Jong-ho asked why his father was constantly worried about the family's safety. He added that his father was an infantryman and had even served abroad. He could be trusted to protect the family. His father said he disagreed. Even if it meant suffering, he would not allow his son to act alone. Jong-ho remained silent, having done nothing to deserve it. The man added, "It's all because I'm a terrible father." At first, everything was fine. They worked together on repairs and gathering supplies. These people even helped them repel an attack by raiders. Hong Jong-ho added that this cooperation did not last long. These people had a small child. A conflict arose, and they committed an act of violence against his sister and mother. There were other victims as well. The owner of the house was also attacked. One of the instigators looked at the girl and said she was still breathing. She was the complete opposite of her father. The woman with the child in her arms said that these men were simply disgusting. Hong Jong-ho noted that people are often like that. Even when they show kindness, they only value their own lives. In such a world, only the strongest survive. He added that he paid them back in kind. He destroyed every single one of them, including the child. Hong Jong-ho said he was curious what his father thought about it as he watched what was happening. However, his father just burst into tears. The young man added that he did not talk to him and left him there because he did not want to know what was going on in his head. The young man treated Ta-jong's wounds and did everything he could for his mother's body. Only after a short rest did he remember his father, but he couldn't find him anywhere. Jong-ho went outside to look for him. He found his father dead, hanging from a tree overlooking the amusement park. Hong Jong-ho finished the story and said it was a boring one. If Park Gyu isn't curious anymore, we can move on. Park Gyu said that Jong-ho would regret it if he left him there. Hong Jong-ho asked, "What do you suggest we do? Cremate him?" The old man did it himself and chose this way out instead of taking responsibility. The young man added that his father had not received forgiveness. Park Gyu asked why Defender wouldn't take him with him. He'll be able to forgive him when he calms down and time passes. Hong Jong-ho was tired of the conversation. He said he liked it, but it wasn't enough. It had nothing to do with him. How would Skeleton feel if he interfered in his family affairs? Park Gyu replied that he didn't know. The protagonist added that he had no parents. Hong Jong-ho shouted that it was unfair, that Park Gyu was playing dirty. Park Gyu replied that even he knew it was wrong. Rebecca sat silently in the car and drew with her finger on the glass. It so happened that the Defender's new house was about 4 kilometers from the protagonist's property. When they arrived, Hong Jong-ho said that the house might look shabby, but it had a good basement. He said he would call Skeleton when they settled in. In any case, he needed time to think. Defender brought his father's body with him. Jong-ho asked why Ta-jong was just standing aside. The girl replied that it didn't matter. Sue was happy to see everyone and said she welcomed Skeleton home. The monitor screen showed the outskirts of the city. The area was clearly visible. The operator on duty said that this place was not even part of Seoul. Didn't they have more important things to take care of? Woo Min-hee told the operator on duty that she was responsible for fighting monsters. The officer had orders to follow. Min-hee fulfilled her part of the deal and quickly dealt with the capsules. Park Gyu was very pleased to finally be rid of these headaches. The radio hissed again, and Ta-jong came on the line. She said her brother had a question for Skeleton. Hong Jong-ho called Skeleton his brother-in-law and suggested throwing a housewarming party. Park Gyu didn't understand what the two were talking about. The sky was high and the leaves were changing color. Autumn was already on the doorstep. According to satellite data, the cold weather was expected earlier than usual. Next came the most popular songs. The first piece was Rachmaninoff's Piano Concerto No. 2. The host announced that this request came from Mr. Ho Yeon Lee from Sokcho. The composition will be played right now. It was a relaxing radio program that our hero was listening to. It was a propaganda broadcast by the Legion. Lately, they had become quite restless, even since the Jeonju Armed Forces, led by Min-hee, began supporting the NCOC. There was disagreement within the Legion about how to defend their cause. Park Gyu wondered how Kim Ta-ram was doing. The radio hissed again. The young man guessed that it must be Defender's brother and sister. Our hero had exchanged contact information with them during their last meeting. Park Gyu said that a week had already passed since they had been there. Ta-jong noted that it had been difficult for the two of them, and they had to ask Skeleton for help. The girl added that her brother wanted to say something. Park Gyu suggested that Hong Jong-ho probably wanted to thank him. In fact, our hero did not do it for gratitude, but he would not refuse it. Hong Jong-ho again called the protagonist his brother-in-law. Hong Jong-ho shouted into the walkie-talkie that he was proposing a housewarming party. Despite the fact that the brother and sister became famous for their killer skills, the Defenders are still somewhat famous in society. This is because they are extremely good at attracting attention. When they met, Park Gyu asked why Hong Jong-ho called him his brother-in-law. Ta-jong blushed with embarrassment and said that her brother was very hasty because they had not even met each other's families yet. Park Gyu was surprised at what she was talking about. Neither of them had parents. Hong Jong-ho suggested they stop discussing it. The girl said that Park Gyu could stay with them and have some tea. Ta-jong added that she had brought tea with her. "Do you remember, Park Gyu, how I know how to brew tea?" she asked. Park Gyu said that he also had tea at home. As a result, the protagonist agreed to drink only 1 cup of tea. The brother and sister were satisfied. Defender's new home is a covered casino located under the house. Hong Jong-ho pointed out that the basement was quite nice. Park Gyu noted that this did not help them survive. But at least it was in a good location, so the two of them would not have to kill so many people. Park Gyu was against Ta-jong writing anything about him on the forum. The girl replied that he needed something special if he wanted people to read his post. She was trying to help if Skeleton was so unpopular. Park Gyu was surprised. Can destroying his reputation really help him? Ta-jong pointed out that if Park Gyu didn't publish content, people would forget about him. Park Gyu asked, "Do these two remember Anon 337? He was a user who posted videos of himself making toys for his children. Those two destroyed him." Hong Jong-ho said he remembers him. Park Gyu wants to know why they did it. Park Gyu replied that it didn't matter now. He was more interested in what had happened to his children. In his videos, this user said he was making toys for his children, but only his body was found in his bunker. Defender replied that perhaps this was because the raiders searched his house, but could not find any traces of children anywhere. Park Gyu asked if they had seen any children in his bunker. The answer was no. Hong Jong-ho said there were no children there at all. When they saw this man, he did not even react to their words. Hong Jong-ho suggested that he was another lunatic. They did not expect to find a bunker in such a place. Her brothers suggested taking a photo and leaving. He told his sister to take anything she thought might be useful. Taejong saw a stuffed toy and said that this man was a member of the forum. Hong Jong-ho said that this guy was unlucky. Of all the people in this country, he had to run into them. His sister suggested that something was wrong with this bunker. Taejong said she didn't see any signs that the toys had ever been played with. The girl added that the bunker was also very small. She had never seen a single child in this man's videos. Hong Jong-ho said they left everything as it was and left. The young man added that he just didn't understand the parents. Park Gyu said that he had been thinking about it for some time, but these two were really weak when it came to anything related to family. Hong Jong-ho was surprised. Why does Park Gyu always come back to family? Taejong said that there were some positive reactions. The girl added anxiously that the reporter had published a new post. Apparently, a truce will be announced on election day. Some NCOC members have already made their promises. Park Gyu asked Jong-ho why he called him his brother-in-law. Taejong told the two to come over and look at the screen. It's a really interesting post. The main point of the post was that the NCOC members' terms were coming to an end. They need to make a strong impression to win votes for re-election. That is why they are working with the forces in Jeonju, which already support the NCOC. Their attempt is very significant. The post reported that the evacuation fleet was heading for Jeonju Island, 2,000 people as a trial run. Park Gyu thought that Jeonju Island was currently the place where most of the country's armed forces and supplies were concentrated. It was practically paradise. And such a place was accepting even more people? Park Gyu asked, "Is this legal?" Jong-ho couldn't believe it. Does Park Gyu still believe in their government? Had Park Gyu forgotten about the guy who won the lottery? He called himself M9. He was the only one who still protested against the cancellation of Hope. He had spent most of his supplies celebrating his win. Most likely, he wouldn't make it through the winter. Park Gyu said that blindly believing in something is certainly foolish. But not caring about anything is just as unreasonable. Park Gyu thought he had just come up with a good idea. Fail.net. The protagonist returned to his bunker and immediately contacted John Lennon. Our hero was told that the person who posted this really has connections with the government. However, the authenticity of the post's content cannot be guaranteed. Park Gyu said that the admin gave him a secure account at his request. He plans to use it to get some leaked info from his government contact. Hong Jong-ho asked if Park Gyu really intended to use this as his nickname. Park Gyu said he needed to hide his identity. This is his online persona. Her name is Nyeonggim. She is 11 years old and enjoys trolling. That should be enough to convince anyone that he is not a grown man. Hong Jong-ho asked in surprise why Park Gyu becomes like this when it comes to anything related to the internet. Park Gyu thought that the only thing left for him to do now was to throw out an irresistible bait. He was definitely revealing confidential information, but if he wanted to attract the government's attention, the 10th level awakening was his only option. Park Gyu wrote in his new account that for some reason he had started to glow. Could it be the awakening? Along with various comments, a message from Red Mask appeared. He said he was an employee of the admissions committee at the Guard Academy and suggested going to the link to chat. Park Gyu thought they had taken the bait. Park Gyu thought that Red Mask sounded very familiar. Could it really be Woo Min-hee? Hong Jong-ho asked in surprise. Isn't she the same 10th level as before? What would happen if Park Gyu got caught? Park Gyu said that he wouldn't be caught because his game was flawless. He would continue with the plan and ask her to tell him everything. The Academy believed that the reason Professor was able to become a first-class hunter was because of his ability to adapt. As one of the guard hunters, the Professor was the first to uncover the mechanism of mutations. He was also the first to identify and defeat new types of monsters, including the Dancer, Pyromancer, Artilleryman, and several others. The ability to adapt to an ever-changing battlefield, filled with various species and unpredictable situations. For his incredible actions on the battlefield, the hunter will be named the first S-rank hunter in the country's history. This adaptability is also evident outside the battlefield. Right now, the Professor does not exist in this place. Instead, there is Nyeonggim Kim, an 11-year-old child. What's more, Nyeonggim is an incredibly nasty child. The employee said that women are not allowed here. The woman with the child demanded to see the director. The woman asked director Woo Min-hee if her second child could take the test to get to Jeonju Island. The woman added that she was constantly told that her son was too young, but he was smart and developing quickly for his age. The woman did not understand why he was not allowed to go, but she was always told no. Could the principal put in a good word for him? Woo Min-hee told the woman to talk to those in charge of the process. They would know better what to do. Woo Min-hee asked her assistant Eugene why she wasn't working properly. The girl apologized, saying they didn't have enough staff. Due to the bad weather, more and more people were coming in. Eugene added that it was impossible to cope with the current situation with the available staff. Eugene said that another request for reinforcements had come from the island, and signs of an emission had been detected in the Paju fault. Min-hee said that she would deal with the fault herself, and that Eugene should focus on her duties. Woo Min-hee lamented that she would have to deal with this for a long time. She needed to take a break. Woo Min-hee was intrigued by a post in which the author said that he had started to glow. Could this be the awakening? Everything was described in detail. Woo Min-hee thought that this user couldn't possibly know unless he had experienced it himself. Moreover, if such precursors to awakening had appeared, it meant that the awakened person was of a fairly high level. If he was lucky, he could reach level 10 or even higher. High-level awakened individuals, especially those above the 10th level, are like superweapons. Min-hee thought that it was impossible to know how the situation might change in the future. Such talents definitely needed to be recruited. Min-hee, under the nickname Red Mask, asked the person to briefly introduce themselves. Ningam entered the chat and greeted her, writing a word with mistakes. Min-hee wondered why he spoke that way. He was an 11-year-old boy, 2 meters tall, weighing 120 kilograms, 28 centimeters. Min-hee blushed with excitement. She even forgot that she was talking to an elementary school student. Min-hee said that she was the one who could send Nyongim to Jeonju Island. Red Mask added that she was going to go there by ship and already had a schedule. She would leave immediately after the vote. Park Gyu realized that Min-hee was talking about the evacuation fleet. Min-hee thought she could tell him something. It was also in the other side's interest to remain silent. She said it was better not to sail on the evacuation fleet. The ship was too small, not to mention the fact that it could sink during the voyage. Park Gyu remembered meeting Kim Ta-ram in his bunker, when she was surprised to see a toilet in the middle of the room. Min-hee said that the old politicians would be so busy that they might simply forget. It would be better to fly to the island by plane. If Nyongim wanted to, she could send good people after him. Park Gyu said that they now had proof. The evacuation fleet was a lie. They would transport their valuable awakened candidates by plane. Park Gyu said he wanted to take a screenshot and post it on fail.net. He needed help editing it. Red Mask asked in surprise why Nyongim's location wasn't being tracked. Park Gyu thought that Min-hee was beginning to suspect him. Red Mask asked who he was. If Nyongim confessed, she would forgive him. Park Gyu wrote a few childish phrases, mimicked his interlocutor, and interrupted the chat. This was supposed to convince her that some student was playing a prank on her. Jong-ho understood that Park Gyu was playing his part. But was it necessary to tease her at the end? Park Gyu replied that he had gotten too into the role. Defender returned home and sent an edited version. Park Gyu posted on fail.net under the nickname Ningim. A few days later, there were over 10,000 comments under the post. It was amazing. Even excluding the responses from the government bot, it still meant that most users had seen the post. Park Gyu felt a strange sensation in his chest. John Lennon sent a message saying it was cool. The protagonist had always thought this person was an attention seeker, but all his inexplicable actions and pathetic motivations led to this result. Now the protagonist had a different attitude towards this person. Park Gyu noticed that a female journalist in the chat really wanted to meet with Nyong. The young man had strange suspicions. The radio hissed, and Woo Min-hee was on the line. She asked if Park Gyu was even online. Had the sergeant ever heard of a person with the nickname Nyong-im? Park Gyu asked his interlocutor what the internet was. The young man immediately thought he had overplayed his hand. Fortunately, Min-hee did not mean that. The woman said she would send a driver for him. Seoul, where the protagonist had come at Min-hee's request, did not look lively at all despite the truce. There were few people on the streets, and those who were there looked openly hostile at the official car. Perhaps this was how the public viewed what the National Assembly called the restoration of Seoul. Park Gyu asked why Min-hee was looking at him like that if she had already called him. The director asked if Park Gyu really knew nothing about the internet. Park Gyu replied that he was well aware of it. It's what you do on a computer. Min-hee was surprised. Park Gyu talks just like an old man. How old is he anyway? Park Gyu asked what she was interested in. Woo Min-hee replied that she was interested in election campaigning. One of the candidates wants to take credit for removing the capsule. Park Gyu said that there are capsules everywhere, so how can removing one be considered campaigning? Min-hee replied that this place was special. It was the National Assembly building, the legislative body of the Republic of Korea. Park Gyu thought that it was indeed symbolic. No wonder the members of the National Assembly were so excited. Park Gyu met a man who asked if he was really the hunter from the National Assembly. He had heard about this hunter from Director Wu. The man introduced himself as Park Sang-min, a member of the National Assembly. The young men looked at each other and remembered. Park Sang-min was a former hunter who became a member of the National Assembly on the party list. He participated as a military advisor in Operation Papun to recapture the industrial complex. In fact, he was a hunter who had barely obtained his license. Park Gyu pointed out the impracticality of the operation plan he had drawn up. However, Park Sang-min ignored his words and insisted on carrying out the plan. This led to a complete failure, with huge losses and a retreat. The Papun group was unable to cope with the damage and subsequently fell apart. Park Gyu heard that this man barely survived. Park Gyu said that if he was not suitable, he could be sent back. Park Sang-min had only about a dozen supporters, most of them middle-aged and elderly women. Park Gyu noticed that Park Sang-min was particularly ingratiating to one of the women. The protagonist also met Hunter Baek Seung-hyun here. He did not expect to meet our hero here. The young men greeted each other and asked how things were going. Baek Seung-hyun said that there were also freelance hunters here. Their skills are top-notch, but now they are just getting by with odd jobs. What else is there for the old guard to do? Park Sang-min said that the briefing was about to begin and asked everyone to gather. Park Sang-min explained that he and Hunter Park Gyu would go to the capsule and carry it out of the meeting building. The rest would have to film the process on video. There was nothing complicated about it. Park Gyu said that Park Sun-min was underestimating the capsule, but it was a simplified portal from which monsters were summoned. What would San-min do if the capsule opened during transport? San-min replied that in that case, Hunter Park Gyu would have to deal with it. He had heard that this man could handle small creatures. Park Gyu replied that it depends on the type. If it's the dancer type? San-min interrupted and said that it's all for the sake of the people. Park Gyu was surprised that this man was saying this now. San-min repeated, "It's all for the sake of the people." Park Gyu was surprised. "How is this for the people?" "It's all for the election of the deputy." San-min agreed. "This is for the people." Hunter Baek Seung-hyun said he would not do it. He would not go there empty-handed without equipment. Does the deputy really want them all to die there? Park Gyu thought that Seung-hyun was deliberately speaking loudly, unlike usual. He probably wanted his supporters to hear it. One of the freelance hunters asked what would happen if Seung-hyun heard them now. The Papun group has fallen apart, and this deputy lost touch with them long ago. Is he really going to campaign with these old ladies? One of the freelancers approached the deputy and said that their hunter would not be doing this job. San-min said that in that case, they should just leave. Sun-hyun announced that the job was done, and they were leaving. Park Gyu had always thought that Sun-hyun's methods were very effective, sometimes to the point of being unpleasant. Sung-hyun asked if Park Gyu had a walkie-talkie and offered to exchange call signs. Park Gyu noted that this man was resourceful and had connections with other hunters. Sung-hyun added that his call sign was Taram. Park Gyu was surprised because that was Kim Taram's radio. But why did Kim Taram's thing end up with these freelancers? Sun-hyun asked if Kim Ta-ram and Park Gyu had once been close. Park Gyu asked if they knew anything about Kim Ta-ram. Sun-hyun, walking away, said that he had heard that she had joined the Legion faction. They say she backed the wrong horse there, made the wrong bet. Sang-min told the hunter that he was indeed wrong in the situation with Chairman Japung-ho. He was not a real hunter and could not recognize such an outstanding person as Park Gyu. Park Gyu replied that he was not that outstanding and was not going to take all the responsibility upon himself. San-min could tell the director that he was quitting. San-min took Park Gyu by the hand and said, "It's for the people. Can't you do it for the people, Mr. Hunter? Could he at least go inside the meeting building?" One of the women in the support group asked San-min to come over. San-min replied that the capsule could be left there and suggested going inside for just 10 minutes, just to make his mother feel better. He would tell Director Wu that the hunter was 120% satisfied. The woman called out to San-min again. San-min added that he knew that members of the National Assembly were not popular, but there was nothing they could do about it. According to the Constitution, they were responsible for legislation and oversight of the executive branch. But the executive branch, including the president, had all fled. What could they do, left alone? They did not decide to hold elections either. Park Gyu, listening to his companion, thought that these 10 minutes were dragging on very slowly. The protagonist noticed suspicious marks on the floor. Park Gyu crouched down and examined them closely. They were undoubtedly left by a small creature like a spider. Could the capsule have been opened? San-min asked, "Is there anything there?" Park Yu declared that today was a nightmare and added that he was giving Sandman 3 seconds. Sandman had to immediately drop the gun on the floor. At that moment, the deputy actually took out the gun and pointed it at the hunter. Sandman apologized and said he would have to do as he was told. The next moment, Park Yu grabbed Sandman by the arm and threw him to the floor. A second later, Sandman was lying on the floor, and Park Yu was holding the barrel of the gun to his head. Sandman asked in fear, "Was the hunter really going to kill him?" Park Yu asked if there was any other way. Sandman said that, as Park Seong-hyun had mentioned, he had indeed been kicked out. But couldn't the deceased Sandman still be useful? A former member of the National Assembly found shot dead in the assembly building. That's a very convenient card to play, isn't it? Park Yu thought that this guy didn't become a member of the National Assembly for nothing. He reads the situation better than expected. The hunter told the deputy to get up and walk forward with his hands up. In one of the rooms of the building, the roof had been broken through, and there was a huge spider inside. Park Yu illuminated the dark room and realized what was going on. There was a spider web all around. Above his head was a small spider-like creature. Although it resembled a spider, it only had 6 legs. It spun a web, building a maze, and laid eggs, creating servants. The spider-like creature that completed the maze and commanded the servants was almost as dangerous as a medium-sized creature. Until that moment, if you got close to it, it was easy to deal with. It was the weakest of the small creatures. Of course, it will tear an untrained person apart with ease. Sandman said he understood why the hunter was angry. The deputy added that there was nothing he could do. The hunter saw his mother outside. She looks stern, but in reality she is even worse. Sandman noted that his entire life since birth had been subject to his mother's will. Friends, school, work, even the choice of a wife. Everything was decided for him. He never made a single decision on his own. This operation was the first time in his life that he had gone against his mother and insisted on his own way. He couldn't afford to fail. Park Yu said that this time, too, he should have listened to his mother. The young men entered the room with the broken roof and saw the capsule standing there. Sanmin said that at least once in his life he wanted to do something on his own. He wanted to achieve success with pride and show his mother that the son she raised alone was not just a weakling. He wanted to be a son she could be proud of. The hunter understood him too. Sanmin asked him to help him just this once. Park Yu said he understood the circumstances, but why do it and risk your life? Sanmin wondered, is it really so difficult for the hunter to at least pretend to listen? Park Yu looked at the corner and thought that there were a lot of cobwebs near that spot. The spider type is on that side. Suddenly, a small creature jumped from above onto the deputy's shoulder. The young man screamed loudly in fear. Park Yu reacted instantly and destroyed the monster with several shots. It was a spider-type servant. Park Yu thought that the spider type only created minions after completing the maze. Suddenly, the gun slipped from the hunter's hands and flew away. The next second, there was an explosive impact. Park Yu realized that the detonation effect, a spider-type ability, had been used. Park Yu looked up and saw a huge spider and many minions next to it. Sanmin asked in fear, "Where did all these spiders come from?" Park Yu suggested that this was a type that did not build nests, but carried eggs inside its body, giving birth to offspring. It was definitely a mutant. According to conventional theory, monsters have no intelligence. They act according to several patterns to achieve their goals. This is the reason why humanity has been pushed back by such simple creatures. The breaks, adapting to human tactics, constantly create new species. When the army intervened, the necromancer type appeared. When defensive lines were erected in front of the rifts, the kraken type appeared. When hunters using cold weapons appeared, the dancer type appeared. As if mocking humanity's desperate struggle, a malicious new species appeared each time. That's why the school always taught, avoid fighting unknown types whenever possible. Sanmin thought that he had come here not to destroy monsters, but to deal with one person. Leave him here and run away. That's all. Park Yu noted that the deputy said he should understand the desire to be a son to be proud of. The hunter added that he had no parents. Park Yu recalled his childhood and said that his parents had been killed by monsters. What touched our hero's heart? Perhaps it was not just this banal plea. Park Yu took out his axe and moved toward the monster. He told the deputy that he could run away, die, or do whatever he wanted. Park Yu just wanted to understand why they were doing all this. This creature must be destroyed. Park Yu rushed at the huge spider monster. The deputy was frightened. What was he doing? As he approached the monster, the protagonist destroyed the smaller creatures, the minions, with his axe. Park Gyu realized that it was not necessary to destroy all these spiders. The main thing was to break through and engage in close combat with the main creature. Park Gyu thought that his time was limited, until his strength and concentration ran out. He had to use everything to the maximum. Dodging the monster's spikes, he continued to strike with his axes, cutting off various parts of his opponent's body. It wasn't difficult to dodge. The monster's movements were slow, but the attacks of the spiders from all sides were troublesome. The most dangerous phenomenon was erosion. There were no changes in the landscape yet, but the web covering the battlefield was enough to pose a threat. The longer it goes on, the worse it is for our hero. We need to make a decisive move and end this. It is simply impossible to fend off everything. We need to repel only those attacks that can reach their target. We need to concentrate. At some point after another blow, the monster defended itself with its horn. How is that possible? Does it have intelligence? Park Gyu thought that the fight was very energy-consuming. This won't work. It's not profitable. He needs to lure the monster into a narrow place. Choosing another location, the hunter noticed that the deputy was still there. But why hadn't he run away? Sanmin said he had tried to do so, but the exit had already been taken over by spiders. Sanmin thought that if these spiderlings were everywhere, sticking with Park Gyu seemed like the only safe option. Sanmin asked, "Should everything be fine now?" The deputy suggested that the monsters wouldn't be able to get here. They should try to find another way out. Park Gyu abruptly pushed the deputy to the floor and blocked the spider's attack, which he had planned on Sanmin. The door opened, and hordes of spiders poured in. Sanmin was frightened, waved his arms, and dropped the smartphone he was using to light up the area. Park Gyu, defending himself from the monster, asked what the deputy was doing. Park Gyu told Sanmin to turn on the flashlight and run away. During the retreat, our hero continued to swing his axe and destroy the servants who were constantly attacking people. At one point, Sangmin dropped his smartphone again. Park Gyu managed to catch the smartphone in midair and returned it to the deputy. The hunter said that if Sanmin did that again, he would have to leave him there. The young people stopped in front of the stairs. Sanmin suggested that they might have gotten away from the spiders. Park Gyu said he wasn't sure. These monsters see the world not with light, but with their senses and clairvoyance. The corridor is narrow, so they are slow, but if they hesitate, the spiders will catch up with them immediately. Spiderlings are sedentary creatures. If you stray too far from their territory, they will retreat and return. Sanmin suggested that they were now safe. Park Gyu said that this was not the case. It was simply inconvenient to fight there. He wanted to lure them outside and deal with them there. Sanmin was terribly frightened and told the hunter that there was danger behind them. Sure enough, a huge monster appeared above our hero's head. Park Gyu managed to dodge in time and avoided the spider's attack. Park Gyu thought, this creature is attacking him with its horns again. Close-range attacks are exhausting enough, and now there are spiderlings with their coordinated attack. He had to find a way to take at least one of them out. Park Gyu told Sanmin to run away immediately. The deputy thought it was complete madness. The spiderling released a multitude of small minions. Was the hunter really going to deal with them with his bare hands? Were all the hunters from the academy this crazy? Park Gyu said they needed to find a narrow passageway to trap the spiderlings there. Sanmin suggested using the place where there was a fire door for an emergency exit. The deputy thought that the hunter would distract the monsters, and he would be able to escape from this nightmare. Now was not the time to think about merit. He had to save himself at any cost. While the protagonist was dealing with the monster, Sanmin ran to the emergency exit door and was about to open it. However, the deputy stopped and thought for a moment. If he returned empty-handed, his mother would start scolding him again. What would change? Park Gyu asked why the deputy was standing there like a statue. He assumed that Sanmin would run away at the first opportunity. Sanmin replied that he had planned to do the same. Park Gyu illuminated the area and said that it was a phenomenon of landscape change caused by spiderlings. Sanmin looked at his smartphone screen and said that the battery was almost dead. All his life, people had helped him, and now he couldn't even choose where to die. Sanmin told the hunter that he couldn't do anything in this meat grinder. Park Gyu grabbed the servant by the arm and told the deputy to hold him by the neck. A huge monster suddenly appeared in the doorway. Park Gyu used his axes against it. The hunter said he couldn't cover the deputy in this mess. Getting inside was easy, but getting out was a real problem. However, it seemed that even the vaunted spiderlings were on their last legs. The deputy was surprised. Did the hunter still hope to get out of here? Park Gyu naturally did not give up and continued to destroy the constantly arriving spiders. The huge monster was finished off. Park Gyu noticed that he had used up a lot of energy and needed to return and catch his breath. Sanmin thought that he was looking at a real hunter. He had read that some hunters could deal with small creatures on their own, but seeing it with his own eyes was still hard to believe. Park Gyu said that ordinary monsters were mindless. They destroy people only because they interfere with their movement or goals. Monsters do not cooperate with each other or develop strategies. They are hardly capable of improvisation on an individual level. These weaknesses must be exploited in battle. Sanmin said that Park Gyu was better than any active hunter he had heard or read about. But why did Park Gyu retire? Park Gyu asked what would happen if there were a monster with intelligence, armed with incredible strength and possessing intelligence equal to or superior to that of humans. Sanmin was surprised. Do such creatures really exist? Park Gyu replied that he himself did not know. The deputy noted that there might still be spiderlings in the conference room. Could he go in there? Park Gyu noted that the servants freeze as soon as their monster dies. The spiderlings are destroyed, so there should be no problem. The men entered the conference room and saw the capsule. Park Gyu noticed that there was a phenomenon of erosion, changes in the environment caused by monsters and rifts. The more monsters or capsules there are nearby, the faster it progresses. Eroded areas become similar to the world on the other side of the rifts. So monsters in this place are not limited by their activity time. In other words, they do not disappear on their own. Park Gyu was about to leave, but he saw that Sanmin had slung the capsule over his shoulder. The hunter was surprised. What was the deputy doing? Sanmin replied that he was carrying the capsule. Park Gyu said that he had saved the deputy, by the way. It was necessary to drop the capsule and return. Sanmin said he would do so. Park Gyu was surprised. Did the deputy really want to die? Sanmin replied that when he saw Park Gyu fighting, he felt he had to fight back. Sanmin said he liked it here. Even though it started at his mother's behest, that no longer mattered. He was proud of this place and his mission. In this regard, he, Park Sanmin, on behalf of the people, will drive out the villains who violate the sacred order with his own hands and feet, right from this holy hall of parliament. Sanmin asked the hunter to capture this historic moment on video. Park Gyu said that his phone battery was dead. Sangmin threw his smartphone to the hunter and said that his battery was also almost dead. But it should be enough for such a video. Sangmin asked, "The hunter didn't come here for support in the election, did he?" He added to the camera that his election campaign was starting right now. Park Gyu continued to film the deputy. The protagonist thought that what was truly frightening about this apocalypse was not the destruction itself, but how the human souls suffered in this chaos. Sanmin, with the capsule on his back, made his way out of the conference room and was already approaching the exit of the building. Filming continued. The deputy said that this was his, Sanmin's, true beginning. From now on, he would walk on his own 2 feet, not by the inertia imposed by his mother. Sanmin added that he would walk as a son who chooses his own path. The deputy said that they had almost arrived, as Hangang seemed to be in sight. At that moment, there was a flash in the capsule. Sanmin asked the hunter to film it in close-up. After a while, Park Gyu showed the video to the woman and said it was the last thing she would see of her son. The woman did not believe it. She said that couldn't be true. After all, it was the hunter who destroyed him, and was now trying to cover it up. Park Gyu pushed the woman away, and she fell to the floor. The smartphone slipped out of her hands. The hunter told her to watch her language. If she didn't believe him, she could go and see for herself. The woman cried and said that her son couldn't have died a hero. Everyone hated him. Park Gyu thought that he had seen the end of the world more than once. But the form of that end was different for everyone. For some, the collapse was ugly, while for others, it was noble and beautiful. Several misfortunes and accidents came together, and that man, like the flagship of a ship, was impaled on the monster's horn. Now this 8-legged man, together with his loyal advisors in the Parliament Hall, endlessly repeats votes and failures. This monster recreates the chaos before the war. The Christmas season has returned. Park Gyu counted 7 toys on the Christmas tree. Park Gyu thought his friends from the forum were real jokers. Unlike last year, his tree is decorated with many toys. As befits a top user, Defender already has his 4th Christmas tree. Park Gyu also left his name in the corner in small letters. Sue said on the radio that they had received supplies from Skeleton. But what was in the box? Park Gyu said that the time had come and the box could be opened. The box contained apocalyptic satellite equipment. Park Gyu said he got it on the Fail.net trading board. Park Gyu asked, "Rebecca wanted to find her family, right? Now she can monitor North American forums, and maybe something will turn up." Park Gyu wished the girls a Merry Christmas. Winter had returned. Along with the blizzard came unprecedented cold. Most users had 3 years' worth of supplies. Even with a clear plan for consumption, they were beginning to run out. The situation with the rifts also left much to be desired. There were monsters and mutants everywhere. The legionnaires withdrew their troops from the rifts, and erosion is accelerating before our very eyes. Surviving the winter is becoming increasingly difficult, as it has been every year, and everyone knew what to expect. Pak Gyu thought that this winter would be a test not only for humans. Thanks to a surveillance camera, the protagonist saw a body lying in the snow. It was the body of a wild dog. Judging by its size, it was a mutant. Since the beginning of the war, a pack of mutants, wild dogs, had been living in the vicinity of the shelter. Their leader, nicknamed Gold, stood out in particular. He was so cunning that he could not be caught, despite numerous orders to destroy him. Looking at the location of the body, Park Gyu thought that it was outside their territory. Could they have wandered here in search of food? The hunter decided that the danger had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Armed with a flashlight and a firearm, the young man headed into the forest following the tracks. The trail was bloody. After a while, Park Gyu saw a wounded individual in front of him. He had to figure out what was going on quickly and return. Park Gyu was very surprised when he realized that it was Gold standing in front of him. Why was the leader of the pack in such a place? The mutant got up on his paws and tried to leave. Park Gyu saw the wounds and thought that he had been expelled from the pack. Gold turned away from the young man and, passing his shelter, walked down the slope. The place Gold was limping towards was the village where Old Man Kim once lived. Gold was so weak that he couldn't hold himself up and fell back into the snow. The mutant was very weak. His past life flashed before his eyes. Gold had once been a domestic dog, and he had had an owner. People had treated him kindly. There was always plenty of food. The mutant got back on his paws and tried to walk away. Park Gyu followed the dog. When the young man stepped outside the gate, he saw Gold lying in the snow. He was quietly making sounds that resembled a song. Dogs do not have human vocal cords. Only fading breath, clumsily imitating a melody. It was a painfully familiar melody. Happy birthday. Scientists say that mutants are too cunning to be tamed. Along with this statement, a woman flashed through his mind. She cared for stray cats. If it weren't for the intervention of some person mired in reality, perhaps some possibility could have become reality. Park Gyu asked the dog if he wanted to live. Curiosity got the better of him. Park Gyu brought Gold to one of the spare bunkers. The dog only growled once in pain during treatment, but otherwise showed no hostility. Park Gyu took some pieces of meat out of the freezer. After a while, the dog's food was ready. Gold received a pot of food and growled in response. Park Gyu was surprised. What was all this fuss about? He had to eat what he was given. As befits a wild animal, Gold recovered remarkably quickly. On the 3rd day of care, the young man took him, now able to walk slowly, to the mountains above the main bunker. Park Gyu pointed to a gazebo and said that this was now the dog's home. Gold growled again. Park Gyu said there were no traps here. The dog could relax. Had he been deceived his whole life? Gold calmed down and settled in the gazebo. Park Gyu wondered, to what extent does this animal understand human speech? Park Gyu told the dog that he would bring food soon, so the dog should sit there and hide. The faster his wounds healed, the more the young man worried that Gold might attack him. Highly intelligent mutant dogs are sometimes more dangerous than monsters. You can die from them if you don't deal with them first. Park Gyu tried to pet Gold, but the dog growled and swatted his hand away with his paw. Park Gyu understood that trust cannot be gained in an instant. Only patience and time are the only way. Suppressing his instinct to defend himself, the young man continued to care for the dog. One day, the radio crackled. A voice asked if there were any survivors nearby. The man asked for a response if anyone could hear him. He wanted some information. The voice on the radio said he had a small gift, gasoline. Park Gyu told Gold to sit quietly and not stick his head out. He needed to leave for a moment to take care of some business. The man on the radio showed our hero a photo and said it was found on fail.net. The man added that the person who gave him everything was their chairman. He shouldn't be wandering around the world like this. The photo showed zombies. The man added that he couldn't look at it calmly. The man added that he wanted to give the chairman a proper funeral. His name was Ji Chang-soo. He participated in the operation to capture the Paphos Industrial Zone as the owner of a subcontracting company. At the request of his daughter, Ji Yeon-hee, he once secretly pulled him out of that operation. A pack of zombies, presumably led by Chairman Je Hoon-ho, inhabits an abandoned city. To get there from Seoul, one must cross the territory of Gold's pack. The man said he didn't expect to find any survivors here. But he stumbled upon Park Gyu, a hunter living in seclusion. Heaven is on his side. Park Gyu said he would check just in case, but he was not going to help. The hunter added that he was not the same person he used to be, and circumstances had changed. The girl said that he was her father. She herself could see that it was madness and did not intend to involve the hunter in it. The girl showed the ring on her finger and said that she had been married, but her husband had died. The girl added that he was a good man, but very weak. The girl thanked him for showing her the way and said that she would leave a can of gasoline, as promised. The gasoline was synthetic, but perfectly usable. Suddenly, the girl's expression changed. She looked fearfully at something above her companion's head. A huge mutant dog was standing on a nearby container. It was Gold. Park Gyu told Gold to leave immediately. The young man added that the dog was not an enemy and would soon go away. Park Gyu said that the dog would not harm the girl. However, the girl picked up the machine gun. The man ran up and asked Yeon-hee, "What happened?" Park Gyu pushed the girl's machine gun aside and told her not to waste bullets. The girl thought in surprise, could this hunter have tamed such a monster? The protagonist tried to calm people down with his gaze, letting them know that this dog was safe. However, Gold stepped aside and howled loudly. After a while, a pack of wild mutant dogs appeared nearby. The mutants were aggressive and growled viciously. A huge mutant appeared in front of the hungry pack, significantly larger than Gold. Park Gyu looked through his binoculars and thought that this was the one who had driven Gold away and taken his place as leader. Judging by his appearance and size, even in top form, it would be impossible to defeat him. Gold stopped and looked indecisively at Park Gyu standing in the distance. On the other side, the new leader growled viciously at Gold. Gold fell on his back and tucked his paws under him, signaling his submission. Yeon-hee said, "Even a dog knows how to change its behavior depending on the situation." The girl looked back and said that her father seemed to be worse than this mutt. The man said that with the hunter Park Gyu on their side, it was like having an entire army of reinforcements. Park Gyu thought, if Gold had returned to the pack, it was only a matter of time before he joined Ji Hansu's group. Gold was a beast that could not be tamed, with a mind comparable to or even superior to that of a human. It was like a marauder targeting his home. Park Gyu asked if they were leaving right away. Mutants were serious opponents. Yeon-hee said they had weapons. The girl pointed to the machine gun on the roof of the container. Park Gyu thought that would be more than enough. The pack of mutants was considering their plan of attack. Park Gyu took aim with his sniper rifle and thought that the mutants were fair enemies. If you didn't have enough firepower, they were a real nightmare. The hunters took up convenient positions to repel the mutants' attack. However, with a good arsenal, this hunt would turn into a safari. Park Gyu took aim at one of the mutants. A shot rang out and the dog fell. The pack ran away. Changing positions, Park Gyu said he would be back soon. Everyone needed to be prepared. These creatures did not die from a single bullet. You had to aim for the cartilage under the jaw or the eyes to blow out the brain, or shoot through the gap between the shoulder blades to reach the heart. The monsters were already close by. Machine gun fire rang out. The shooter knew his job. The machine gun was large caliber, so one hit was enough. The expedition leader said that their shooter was an army veteran, and his skill would not let them down. Park Gyu noted that these were excellent shots. The shooter said that his firepower was up to par, so there was nothing to fear. At that moment, Gold appeared on the hill behind him. The dog took a huge leap and was already next to the machine gunner. The machine gunner managed to hide, closing the hatch behind him. The mutant ended up near the firearm. The next moment, something incredible happened. Gold bit through the barrel of the large caliber machine gun with his teeth, destroying the weapon. Gold howled again, and it was terrifying. Park Gyu understood where this was leading. A pack of wild mutant dogs surrounded the people, and the circle began to tighten. Park Gyu told everyone to stay calm and wait for his signal. However, the people were frightened and turned and began to run in different directions. They shouted that they shouldn't have come here. Park Gyu looked back and realized he was alone. He did not give up and began to fight back alone. All the mutants that approached the hero were shot with automatic weapons. The protagonist was quick and decisive, so the mutants couldn't get to him. Each dog that was closest to the hunter received its share of bullets and fell backward. Park Gyu threw his machine gun aside and grabbed his axe. Our hero was just as skilled with cold weapons. The dogs continued to fall as soon as they approached him. Another mutant was shot in the head with a shotgun at point-blank range. At one point, Park Gyu looked up and saw the huge leader of the pack above him. The young man had an axe in his hand. Gold appeared next to the leader. He looked silently at Park Gyu. Park Gyu thought that it wasn't a matter of bad luck. The mistake was that he had underestimated this dog. The young man realized that he could have handled one black beast, but Gold was in this pack. In addition, The dogs that had been hiding joined them. Ji Chang-soo's gang was attacked by mutant dogs. They were no help. Park Gyu looked at the leader again and thought that he was checkmated. Park Gyu had always known that he would die someday. Perhaps that moment had come. However, as long as he was still breathing, he would do what he did best. Park Gyu swung his axe and struck the nearest dog. At that moment, something unexpected happened. Gold sank his teeth into the leader's throat. Blood spurted everywhere. Thus, the leader was destroyed. Gold and Park Gyu walked together. They say that dogs and wolves are genetically almost identical. In that case, the difference between them is created by the presence of humans. Working as a team, Park Gyu and Gold took care of the whole pack. Without humans, dogs are just another form of wolves. Ji Chang-soo's adventures for the sake of his old master ended in vain. No one died, but the people themselves were broken. Ji Yan-hee approached the young man and asked if she could talk to him alone. The question was personal. The girl asked if the hunter was alone. The hunter was extremely surprised by this question. Yan-hee said she was asking seriously. They say that even a fleeting encounter is fate, and this was their second meeting. So it must mean something. The girl added that if it was someone like Park Gyu, she wouldn't have to become a widow a second time. Park Gyu was surprised. Was this a proposal? The girl took the ring off her finger. Yan-hee said that it was a serious proposal of marriage. She had already thought everything through and made up her mind. Yan-hee noted that the young man's age was also suitable. After all, he would soon be 35. Park Gyu thought he was a little older, but it was still just the beginning. Yan-hee asked if the hunter liked her. Park Gyu replied that the girl was more than attractive, but he had to refuse. The young man thought, even if times are hard now, such a union is not for him. Besides, her intentions were too obvious. Park Gyu said he wasn't ready for marriage yet. The young man thought he wasn't ready to live with someone side by side. Yan-hee said she understood and apologized for bringing up the subject. Park Gyu replied that these things happen. Park Gyu asked if they were leaving right away. How would they return? It seemed that her father had already given up. Yan-hee replied that she would stay for a few more days because she had one more thing to do. They work for the family of Chairman Park Cheol-ju. The hunter was surprised when he realized who was in front of him. Could it really be Park Gyu? Park Cheol-ju is the chairman of the Seokju Group, one of the two largest corporations in the country along with Pafon. He built a bunker, a photo of which was posted online and caused a storm of discussion among users. It even became a hot topic among users for a while. The presence of a hunter in the security detail of such a tycoon is not surprising at all. Kim Pilson, a graduate of the 13th Hunter Academy, said that it was indeed Park Gyu standing in front of him. He never imagined that he would meet an acquaintance, let alone a classmate. Park Gyu remembered that they didn't interact at the academy, but he remembered Kim Pilson's face forever. While studying at the academy, cadets sparred with each other, even with cold weapons in their hands. In sparring with cold weapons, Filsong held out against the protagonist's attacks for quite a long time. It took our hero almost 8 seconds to knock the weapon out of his hands. Filson wanted to spar again, but the instructor forbade it. Filson received disciplinary action for the violation. Filson said, "Who would have thought he would meet Park Gyu in such a place?" Filson asked if Park Gyu had set traps. Park Gyu did not deny it. Filson said that if Park Gyu had settled here, he must have already looked in the right direction. The hunter agreed that it was a good place. The height was good, and he could keep everything under control. The protagonist's main bunker was indeed there. Yeon-hee said they were just about to have dinner. Would Park Gyu like to join them? The young man declined. However, he had to change his mind. They were having a barbecue party. Park Gyu thought that he wasn't staying here for the steaks. Chairman Park Cheol-ju had been famous for his ideal shelter since the beginning of the war. But why would a man with such a safe home come to this remote place? He had to find out. He was definitely not here for the beef. Yeon-hee said that the hunter had an excellent appetite. Park Gyu did not argue. Park Gyu said he had a question. Yeon-hee said there had been shelling. The shells came from the Legionnaires. The shelter collapsed. Seokju's group lost almost all of its people. Wouldn't you want to run away anywhere after that? Park Gyu asked where to run away to. The girl showed a photo of Ogasawara Island on her smartphone. The chairman said that they had to escape from this hell and go to paradise. Park Gyu asked if Yeon-hee was with them too. The girl had just answered when the chairman appeared nearby. He asked what the young people were talking about so enthusiastically. The girl told the chairman that she was with Park Gyu, the hunter she had mentioned. The chairman said that he had wanted to ask her for a long time. Was she an INFP by any chance? Park Gyu was surprised. What is that? The chairman asked if she knew about MBTI. He, for example, was an ENFP. The chairman pointed to himself and said that he was a lively activist, a spark. That was his nature. Park Chul-ju told the young man to give him a minute and take the test. Park Yu flatly refused. The chairman smiled and said that the young man was definitely an INFP. When the chairman left, Yeon-hee said that he had been in this mood ever since the shelling. Park Yu asked when they were leaving. Yeon-hee replied that it would be in about 2 days. The next day arrived. A plane did indeed fly to the shelter, the Air Force base. Looking at the plane, the young man thought that it was a silver hull full of hope, ready to take him anywhere. To escape from hell and fly to paradise. The person in charge thanked the hunter Park Yu for coming. They were counting on him. Our hero had returned here for work. It all started with Ji Yeon-hee's conversations. The girl said that this hunter had destroyed dozens of mutants with just a rifle and an axe. Even in the movies, they don't show anything like that. Yeon-hee praised our hero, embellishing his exploits. And for these people, Park Yu became an increasingly unattainable legend. Park Pyeolsun said that Yeon-hee probably didn't know, but this hunter was simply the best, the only one who had defeated him in close combat. This man's words were the icing on the cake. An administration employee asked if the hunter could accompany him tomorrow to complete a transaction involving aircraft parts. Park Yu could have refused, but the pay was generous. Yes, synthetic fuel, even a doctor's examination. The branch manager asked the young man to accompany them to the meeting point with the Chinese. Pilsong said that only a few battalions had landed in Asan. The ship they arrived on was sunk by their submarine. China is now in ruins, so they settled here. Even Wu Ming-hee hadn't heard anything like this. Filson was well informed. Upon arrival at their destination, Filson made contact with the Chinese representative and spoke briefly in their language. The conversation went well. Filson smiled and said they had reached an agreement. After that conversation, an order was given to load the container into the car. Park Yu thought it was a bit large for spare parts for a light aircraft. The container lid accidentally fell off. Park Yu had to pretend he hadn't noticed anything. However, our hero examined everything carefully. If the spare part was handled carelessly, something bad could happen. After all, this thing looked eerily like a nuclear bomb. The medical examination also included a dental checkup. Our hero found himself in the underground complex of the airbase. The Sokju group uses this complex as a temporary shelter, and it even has a decent medical center. After the examination, the doctor reported that his muscles and bones were fine. All his teeth were in place. The doctor added that the hunter was as healthy as the chairman. The examination was conducted by Kim Seon-jun, the son-in-law of Chairman Park Cheol-ju. They say that before the apocalypse, he was a doctor at a university clinic. The doctor added that the blood test results would be ready in a day, and that he would report them before departure. Park Yu asked if Mr. Song-jun was flying with the chairman to Jeonju. The doctor suggested that Yeon-hee had let it slip. The girl clearly told our hero that the destination was Japan. This was not at all what Kim Seon-jun had said. The doctor replied that he was not flying. Park Yu noted that the doctor had fallen for his provocation. Park Yu remarked that the plane was impressive and asked who the pilot was. The doctor said that there was a separate pilot, although the chairman also had a pilot's license. Park Yu asked if the doctor's wife was staying behind. Seong-jun replied that she had been killed in the shelling along with their child. A nurse entered the office and said that the doctor was calling Kim Pil-sun. The doctor added that the test results would be ready tomorrow. If he needed a job, the hunter could contact Phil-song. They say his younger comrade is in charge there, and he could put in a good word for him. The doctor added that he couldn't remember the person's name, but that it was a woman, short, with a short haircut. Almost everyone confirmed these words. Kim Ta-ram. Park Yu thought that everyone here was a legionnaire. Park Yu remembered Filson's words that the Chinese ship was sunk by our submarine. Even Wu Min-hee from the parliamentary faction did not know about this. From the moment Filson said ours, the protagonist had a bad feeling. This younger colleague was definitely Kim Ta-ram. It was good that she was safe. However, the young man's bad feeling did not go away. Kim Ta-ram was his longtime partner. When they first met, the girl told her senior to remember her name. She was Kim Ta-ram, one of the few who approached him despite his bad reputation and became a true friend. Her flaw was that she was too fixated on debts and grudges. If she harbored resentment, she would never forgive. Park Yu remembered the words. There is no place for old people like them in Cheongju. Is there a place for Park Yu in the bunker? Park Yu decided to put everything he knew behind him. Kim Pil-sun and his men are actually legionnaires. Park Chul-ju, whom they are guarding, is half mad. Park Chul-ju thinks he is flying to Japan. In fact, the destination is Jeonju. On board the plane is an object suspiciously similar to a nuclear bomb. Kim Ta-ram said last time that she would join the rebels. Kim Tarum, who was expelled, is behind all this. She never forgets a grudge. Our hero had only a bad feeling. The chairman approached the young man and called out to him. He asked if the hunter had a gun. Could he sell it? Park Gyu was surprised. Why would the chairman need a gun? The man replied that it was for entertainment. Park Gyu was surprised. Did the chairman really not have a gun? Pak Cholju placed a gold bar in the young man's palm as payment. The chairman said that he was actually an ESTP. Park Gyu handed the man the pistol and asked if he knew how to use it. Cholju asked if the young man had heard of the Ogasawara Islands. It was a beautiful place, just like paradise. The chairman added that he had never found his paradise. More precisely, he thought he had found it, but those scoundrels ruined everything. Although even without them, the end would have been the same. The chairman added that he understood. A paradise that would collapse sooner or later was no longer paradise. Therefore, it was impossible to achieve paradise. The chairman hid the gun in his pocket and asked if the pursuit of paradise itself wasn't exciting. Cholju added that the hunter should find his paradise. Park Gyu checked what the MBTI type meant. It is a type that values real experience and acts accordingly. A realist, inclined to look at things from a broad perspective, relies on intuition and inspiration. Future-oriented values ideas has a vivid inner world. Park Gyu looked at his room and wondered what kind of paradise had a toilet in the center. Park Gyu recalled Kim Ta-ram's words from their last meeting. She warned that they might never see each other again, advised the young man to take care of himself, and wished him well. Perhaps that farewell was much harder than our hero realized at the time. Park Gyu picked up the radio, contacted Woo Min-hee, and told her everything. Min-hee said that if paradise couldn't be obtained, it would be destroyed. That was typical of Kim Ta-ram. The woman thanked him for the information. Without that call, she would never have known the truth. The protagonist asked, "Isn't Jeonju just a refuge?" The woman said she didn't quite understand what the sergeant was talking about. Park Gyu said, "Lee Sang-hoon's project." He gave his name to the plan to resettle in Cheonju, knowing that he could be blamed if something went wrong. Park Gyu noted that there must be a reason why he did it, or a reason why he had to do it. That explanation sounded logical. Lee Sang-hoon may have looked childish while competing at the academy, but in the end, he was a rational person. Our hero thought that a guy like that wouldn't risk his life for no reason. Park Gyu asked Min-hee what he was up to in Cheongju. The woman replied that he was closing the rifts. Park Gyu was surprised. Was that even possible? In India, they managed to close a rift of minimal intensity, but after losing most of the population, collapse was inevitable. Now, in Cheonju, Kang Han-min and Na Hyein are fighting to close the rifts. The smiling face of Lee Sang-hoon appeared before the protagonist's eyes, as if he had finally won. Woo Min-hee said that a massacre would soon break out in the area. Park Gyu should stay away. He could die. Our hero checked his arsenal and spent the whole night preparing his weapons. He tidied up the traps at the entrance to the bunker. As advised by Woo Min-hee, he would hide, but this was for safety's sake. The base was home to the 21st Pioneer Unit, led by Colonel Cho Seong-yun. The officer stated that the territory they were illegally occupying was part of a state development program. If they did not cooperate with the eviction, a search would begin. Park Gyu left the bunker and watched the events unfold from a distance with binoculars. Park Gyu was surprised. Was Woo Min-hee out of her mind? What was she doing? Our hero warned Min-hee that these people were legionnaires. Why did she send such a small group? She underestimated the situation. The colonel said that he had already warned the people at the base enough and was now taking action. They did not obey the eviction order, and the search began. At that moment, a shot rang out, and one of the soldiers was wounded in the leg. Filson, who was at the base, told these people to leave. Filson added that their chairman was flying to Japan. Why were they being hindered all the time? Filson added that they just want to take off. Can't they wait? The colonel said again that they were asking nicely for now. But it seemed that these people did not understand nicely. The armed forces colonel said that now they would have to show what they were capable of. Everyone involved was closely following the developments, including the protagonist. Suddenly there was an explosion behind the soldiers. The helicopter was gone. Pak Filsung asked, "Did you show what you are capable of?" The explosions continued, and the military's equipment was dwindling. Filsun got in touch and offered our hero to join the Legionnaires. They already have awakened ones, but they are fanatics and do not want to hunt monsters. There is a lot of work for hunters there. Park Gyu may not understand, but the world is not the same as it used to be. Filsun added that he could forgive Park Gyu for telling Woo Min-hee about them. Pilsong angrily told Park Gyu to come out and get a beating. The assistant reported that they even launched drones, but they couldn't find the hunter anywhere. It seems he escaped a long time ago. Pilsong said to connect him to Kim Taram. The assistant added that Colonel Kim Taram is busy right now. Filson ordered them to tell Kim Taram that Park Gyu had told everything about them. Filson said that Kim Taram had reported everything about him. He had built himself a bunker and was living in it. Does he really want to play hide and seek? Park Gyu thought that after the helicopter crashed, there was no longer any connection with Woo Min-hee. What could it be? Interference? Radio interception? Or maybe she herself is cutting off communication. Perhaps it was because she enjoyed the tragedy of those around her. She had a terrible mental disorder. Park Gyu thought that in any case, this was a battle he had provoked himself. It was the worst-case scenario, but strangely enough, our hero felt calm. Park Gyu replied on the radio that he was there. There was hope for Jeonju, left behind by his comrade. Pilsong might come and try to destroy it. Our hero decided that he had to protect this place. Pilsong ordered the soldiers to split into groups of 4. The opponent might have heavy weapons. Park Gyu's only trump card could be an ambush. He must not be given the chance to do so. The surveillance cameras installed everywhere helped the protagonist keep track of developments. Filson added that, judging by the terrain, he was somewhere near the hill. Everything had to be searched. The military reported that they had found something like a ventilation hatch. The hatch was hidden in a standard location. An order was given to blow tear gas into the hatch. Park Gyu approached the power distribution switch. As a result, the fan began to spin in the other direction, and the tear gas was sprayed outside. The military found themselves in the gas zone and were forced to retreat. Throwing a grenade also failed. The opening was too narrow. Park Gyu decided to take more active measures. Park Gyu opened access to a secret passage leading to a hidden exit through a spare bunker. The soldiers, looking at the ventilation holes, said that nothing would come of it. There were holes everywhere, like in a shower head, but it was impossible to break through them. Filson saw Park Gyu behind the soldiers. At that moment, he was aiming his firearm. All the soldiers were in the line of fire. Filson looked at the weapon in his opponent's hands and realized that they were doomed. Filson shouted for everyone to lie down on the ground immediately. At that moment, a shot was fired. The shell exploded near the soldiers. Everyone present suffered shrapnel wounds. Park Gyu grabbed an automatic rifle and opened fire. While the soldiers were trying to figure out what was happening, many of them were killed or wounded. Their bulletproof vests were useless. The shots were aimed at unprotected parts of the body. Filson made noise, trying to get closer. And so the opponents, pointing their weapons at each other, stood face to face. Park Gyu was able to hide from the enemy using a secret passage. Filson looked around and saw that many of his subordinates had been taken out. The attacker said that Park Gyu now had no way back. Did he understand that? Filson told the soldiers who had come to his aid that the enemy was somehow tracking their every move. They needed to be wary of traps and search the area thoroughly. After a while, one of the soldiers reported that he had found a tripwire and disabled it. A bug was also found and confiscated. A surveillance camera was found in a tree. Park Gyu looked at the screen and realized that the enemy was gradually finding his traps. The eyes and ears of the shelter were gradually disappearing. Finally, the soldiers informed the commander that they had found the bunker. Filson arrived at the location. An order was given to prepare a welding machine. The bunker gates were opened. Inside the bunker, the cameras were functioning, and Park Gyu was able to observe the invaders. Park Gyu watched the enemies approach closely and clutched a grenade tightly in his hand. At the right moment, the bunker with the attackers was blown up. It was a spare bunker. Filson, of course, did not expect to lose his men again. The soldier reported to the commander that another entrance to the bunker had been found. Pilsong asked how many there were in total. The soldier replied that he had been told that 9 bunkers had been found. Park Gyu thought that if you counted the one in the garage, there should be 13 in total. Of course, none of the visible entrances now led to where our hero was. Park Gyu wondered, what would Kim Filson do now? Would he find the real entrance? Filson contacted Colonel Kim Taram and said that this was no joke. Did she know how many people had already died? She had been burned once, but she still hadn't learned her lesson. Filson asked Kim Taram if she really wasn't going to protect her family. Pilson told the protagonist over the radio that they had never been close. It seemed that this guy had no friends at all. His younger comrade, knowing that he would be destroyed anyway, revealed the location of the entrance to the bunker. Was he now going to have to break down the door himself? Park Gyu thought that there was one girl, Kim Taram. Possessing natural talent, she was afraid of being judged by others and couldn't express herself. The sergeant said that she was wasting her great talent. Could Park Gyu talk to this girl? Once, during a combat mission, our hero told Kim Taram that other people's opinions would not change if she tried to curry favor with them. If she were worthless, then perhaps it would be worth groveling. However, she is capable of walking with him as an equal. She shouldn't let all kinds of losers look down on her. It's a problem with her behavior. Park Gyu told Kim Taram not to let others look down on her. Don't pay attention to other people's opinions. Good results justify everything, at least in this world. The girl, having overcome her emotional weaknesses, achieved impressive growth. On graduation day, Instructor Chang Kyung gave her the nickname Florus, which means flawless. The duo of Professor and Florus went through countless battles, earning countless merits. After many events, many people came and went from our hero's life. But he always thought that there was one person who would remain by his side until the end. For our hero, that person was Kim Taram. Pilson asked what Park Gyu now thought of his younger comrade, Kim Taram. Wasn't she really cool? Park Gyu said that there was no need to break down the door. It was already open. Pilson appeared at the entrance to the bunker, accompanied by armed soldiers. The commander ordered his subordinates to throw tear gas grenades. Park Gyu was ready for this. He had a gas mask on his face and a firearm in his hands. Park Gyu deliberately started coughing so that the enemy would think he was suffocating from the gas. Pilson ordered the soldiers to storm inside. Park Gyu, with a machine gun in his hands, was ready to welcome the guests. Several regrets flashed through our hero's mind. The attackers couldn't see anything because of the gas and fell into the enemy's line of fire. When the smoke cleared, Pilson saw his soldiers lying on the ground with their legs shot through. Park Gyu thought he had imagined this scene 1,000 times. The enemies, blinded by the smoke, could not see anything. Park Gyu was at home, so he knew his way around perfectly. For him, missing was not an option. Park Gyu thought, if he hadn't said those words to Kim Taram, if he hadn't given up his hunting career so abruptly, or at least, if his toilet hadn't been in the middle of the bunker, maybe she wouldn't have left to join the Legionnaires and would have stayed with him. Now these were just useless regrets. The attackers continued to throw grenades at the bunker. Pilson asked if it was possible to throw the grenade further. The soldier replied that it was impossible to throw it further. There was a steep slope in front of the stairs, and judging by the sounds, there were also sand barriers inside. Dynamite would be needed to break through all of that. Pilson sighed regretfully. The commander of the attackers turned to Park Gyu. He knew that they would ultimately win. Pilson asked his assistant how the preparations were going. The soldier replied that all that remained was to load the warhead. Suddenly, the soldiers were attracted by some sounds near the plane. They turned around. Park Gyu also monitored the situation outside with a periscope. The chairman was standing by the aircraft ladder with a pistol in his hand. The bodies of pilots and service personnel lay around him. Kim Seong-jun was kneeling in front of the chairman, who was holding a gun to his head. Sun-jun begged for mercy with tears in his eyes, but the chairman was unrelenting. Having done his job, Pak Chol-ju climbed the stairs and entered the plane. The nuclear warhead remained outside. Pilson shouted that the old man was crazy and had to be stopped immediately. The chairman closed the door behind him, started the engines, and taxied the plane onto the runway. Cars were already racing after the plane. Pak Chul-ju said that this was the first plane of the Sokju group, flying from Korea to Japan. The destination was paradise. The plane took off and began to gain altitude. The sky was cloudless and the sun was shining. Park Gyu watched the plane with the chairman on board. He felt incredible beauty in this sight. Maybe it was envy. The freedom to leave this cursed land, to fly away somewhere, that was the lure. At that moment, Pilsung was giving orders to his subordinates. Pilsung heard a roar above his head and looked up. Military planes were flying overhead. Where did they come from? Park Gyu understood everything, so Woo Min-hee had responded and decided to help him. Woo Min-hee shouted loudly into the radio, "Is Park Gyu alive?" Park Gyu was glad that the director had responded to his call. The protagonist replied that he was alive. Min-hee breathed a sigh of relief and said that there would be a bombing soon. If he's at the American base, then he can rest in peace. Park Gyu said not to bomb the runway. The warhead was still not loaded. Min-hee asked, "Is the sergeant safe? Is he being attacked?" Park Gyu told her to wait a moment. Pilsung appeared in the bunker and said that there were several layers of tripwires set up here. He added that Sergeant Kwon had previously suggested breaking through with shields, but then everyone here would have been killed. Pilsung looked at the exit and asked how the door was locked. He added that it was a well-equipped bunker, as befits the best graduate. Pilsung was very surprised and asked, "Why is the toilet in the middle of the room?" Park Gyu asked what was wrong with it. "Do you have a problem with it?" Park Gyu said that Pilson had wanted it that way from the beginning. Pilson replied that it was not so easy to forget. His rival said that it was about the humiliation he had experienced at that time. Last time, the instructor separated them. The second round would be now. Philson suggested that his opponent face him once more. Park Gyu understood the true desire that Philson had been suppressing all this time. Philson had a machete in his hands. The protagonist held axes in his hands. Silence reigned. The rivals waited tensely for the signal. When the watch on his wrist beeped, the fight began. Park Gyu attacked his opponent with an axe. Philson managed to block the blow. His opponent swung his machete, and Park Gyu staggered, losing his balance. Philson put his arm forward with the blade, almost reaching his opponent's neck. Park Gyu managed to block the blow at the last moment with his axe. The fight continued with increasing ferocity. Sparks from the contact of the metals flew in all directions. At one point, Philson knocked the axe out of Park Gyu's hand, and the weapon flew high into the air. Philson managed to scratch his opponent's shoulder, and blood spurted everywhere. However, at that very moment, Park Gyu plunged another axe into Philson's knee. Park Gyu released the axe, and it remained stuck in his opponent's leg. Park Gyu raised his hand and prepared to catch the axe as it swung back down. Our hero grabbed the axe, swung it immediately, and struck a blow. Philson's arm was severed and flew off to the side. Philson was on his knees, and Park Gyu held the axe in front of his head. The protagonist said, 30 seconds. Our hero added that it wasn't bad. Philson grew up. He took out a detonator. He had explosives on his belt. Philson declared that they would die together. Without hesitation, Park Gyu swung the axe again, and his opponent's head flew to the side. Woo Min-hee asked who won. Park Gyu apologized and replied that he had survived again. Park Gyu asked if Woo Min-hee could save him. The director replied that there was no need to worry. They had already begun the operation. At that moment, above, on Earth, the Air Force base and the surrounding area were already being bombed from the air. Min-hee told Park Gyu to hide somewhere until the danger had passed. She ordered everything that moved to be destroyed. When the explosions stopped and everything quieted down, our hero decided to go outside. Everything living around him had indeed been destroyed. Park Gyu sat down on a rock and lit a cigarette. None of the soldiers lying on the ground showed any signs of life. When would he finally deal with all this? Hong Jong-ho threw the body into the truck and said it was the last one. They say that those who have tasted meat eat it better. Defender was an expert at cleaning up bodies. Hong Jong-ho asked why Skeleton hadn't called him in time. His younger brother missed him. Hong Jong-ho hinted at the Defender's summoning card he had given his interlocutor at their last meeting. Park Gyu replied that it was a matter of war. The arrival of his brother and sister would not have changed anything. Getting into the car, Hong Jong-ho thanked Skeleton for the trophies and food. He and his sister would put them to good use. Park Gyu also thanked Defender, and added that he would not forget today's help. Hong Jong-ho told Skeleton to be sure to call him next time. Park Gyu looked up at the sky again and remembered the chairman. Despite leaving many scars, our hero did not regret showing Kim Taram his bunker. If not for that, Park Gyu would not have known that the faults on Jeonju Island were being closed. Unlike the vague goal of simply surviving as long as possible, living with the expectation that the future could be better. At least the protagonist wanted to see his comrades on the island close the rifts before they died. If this thin thread of hope is part of the path to finding paradise, then our hero finally found his paradise. Several months passed, and a message from a Japanese user appeared on the forum. Park Gyu thought he had seen this plane somewhere before. After the photo on the website finished loading, Park Gyu saw a person. It was Chairman Park Cheol-ju. Another tycoon in this chaos had finally found his paradise. Out of respect for his will, the protagonist broke the taboo and took the MBTI test. The result was INFP, just as Park Cheol-ju had said. A dreamy mediator, an introvert immersed in his inner world. The keywords did not inspire optimism at all. Park Gyu asked Tajun, who seemed to be interested in MBTI. The girl said that this was a typical loser. Park Gyu asked Woo Min-hee if this information was accurate. The answer was affirmative. Are they really building this? Hope. In his story, Park Gyu decided to go back in time a little, to the beginning of this winter. Park Gyu set up a camera to film and changed his image. Not much time had passed since the legendary incident with Nyong. Park Gyu, in his new image, began to perform songs on camera. Park Gyu changed poses, tirelessly repeating the same words. It was an evolution because Skeleton was performing live. The video quality was not very good. The young man was told that they could be disliked for no reason, so it was better to edit it and post only the audio. Lately, activity in the community has been sluggish. Could it be because of FailNet? Our hero's mentor and idol, John Lennon, created this site at the cost of a great sacrifice. Even though it's slow and the servers often crash, anyone with an internet connection can connect. Unlike Long Live the Apocalypse. Unexpectedly, Min-hee came on the radio and asked if Park Gyu was doing anything strange on the internet. Park Gyu replied that he doesn't use the internet at all. The young man added that he had learned something. The construction of Hope has been confirmed. Hope is a completely self-sufficient elite residential complex. At the beginning of the apocalypse, it was the grand prize in the Hope lottery. This community even had its own winner. However, when the administration fled to Cheongju, according to Kim Ta-ram, construction was completely cancelled. In the end, everything returned to normal. The winner, Emgu and Hope, sank into oblivion. Park Gyu asked Woo Min-hee once again if the construction of Hope was for sure. The woman replied that it was absolutely certain. They were indeed building it. The parliamentary faction announced the restoration of Seoul, but no one really believed it. In an attempt to hold elections, they stumbled upon this, the Hope Project, which was considered cancelled. The problem of attracting the awakened also played a role, and the Jeonju government could not just sit idly by, so they decided to intervene partially. Woo Min-hee added that if it weren't for the incident with Myung, things wouldn't have gone this far. Woo Min-hee said it was a small thing, but it was definitely not trivial. The project was under the auspices of the government of civil war-torn Seoul. Perhaps it really was a signal for the restoration of the capital. Time passed, and a post appeared in the community, a review of Hope. M9 was on the line. He showed the road connecting his hideout to Seoul. There are no looters in this area. The military is always on guard. M9 pointed to the house and told the haters to take a look. They couldn't have dreamed of such a thing. M9 said that Skeleton would no longer spread rumors he had heard from acquaintances. Construction was in full swing. M9 went inside the building and showed everyone his cozy home. Everyone present at the forum glued to their screens with interest and followed the report. Unexpectedly, the interior of Hope looked quite decent. Despite the tight construction schedule, it had everything you could need, and even some luxury touches. However, users were shocked by something else. The house was tilted at a terrifying angle. Now, Seoul residents were placing bets on when Hope would collapse. According to the results of a safety inspection, the building was on the verge of collapse, but the authorities decided that it was suitable for habitation. Emgu, who had been almost hounded by the community, instantly became a star. Each of his posts received at least 10 comments. Park Gyu also posted his videos, but they were not as popular. Suddenly, a message arrived from Defender. He was interested in what had happened to the bunker during the bombing. The situation in Seoul was deteriorating day by day. Many problems had accumulated, and one man's dream of elections had collapsed. The parliamentary faction and the legionnaires broke the truce and resumed the civil war. Emgu sat alone in his apartment and in the whole house. Park Gyu told him it was dangerous. Emgu replied that he knew that, but he had no other choice. 3 years had passed since the beginning of the apocalypse. Two armies, speaking the same language and wearing the same uniforms, pointed their weapons at each other and spewed flames of rage. The protracted civil war burned most of Seoul, creating millions of refugees. Amidst this chaos, a single photograph appeared in the community, a symbol of hope and faith in one person. Only one family moved into this ultra-modern residential complex. To this day, the building stands in the corner, leaning, serving as a beacon of hope. Park Gyu slept peacefully in his bed that night. The young man heard strange noises, and opening his eyes slightly, listened. A shadow stood behind our hero. A knife flashed in the stranger's hand. Park Gyu jumped up abruptly, took a gun from under his pillow, and pointed it at the man. There were many strangers, and each of them held a knife in their hand. Park Gyu opened his eyes wide and jumped out of bed. The young man thought he was having the same dream again. Ever since the day Kim Il-sung and his legionnaires attacked the bunker, our hero had been tormented by the same nightmare. With Min-hee's help, the young man dealt with everyone who knew the location of the main bunker. However, Kim Ta-ram was still among the legionnaires. Park Gyu thought it was time to make the decision he had been putting off. Our hero contacted Woo Min-hee. In Parliament? Following a tip from Parliament, Park Gyu ended up in Incheon. With the resumption of civil war in Seoul, most of the refugees flocked to Incheon. Several huge refugee camps were formed there. Formally, they were under the control of Parliament, but in reality, they were almost abandoned and created their own ecosystem. Park Gyu moved around in search of the right address. The young man decided he was in the right place. It was a street of freelance hunters. Park Gyu went to Woo Min-hee's lab, but he didn't manage to meet Min-hee herself. The assistant said that the director was away and asked if the young man was a former hunter from the old school. If so, he should be taken to the street of freelance hunters. Park Gyu thought that this street was a place only for hunters. However, there were old people and children there. The population was quite diverse. Park Gyu saw the young man as a child and recognized him as Baek Sung-hyun. But what was he doing here? Sung Hyun introduced our hero to his wife and daughter. Park Yu thought that his wife was very young, a little over 20 years old. However, she already had scars on her body and face. Baek Sung Hyun said that he had saved her from gangsters. After that, they started a relationship. Sung Hyun added that he was a lucky guy. Park Yu noticed that this guy was capable of amazing facial expressions. Park Yu showed him the address and asked him to take him there. Sung Hyun said it was very close by and agreed to show him. After a while, the young people arrived at the address. Sung Hyun said that the condition was better than he had expected. Now our hero had an unforgettable expression on his face. Sung Hyun said that the wiring needed to be tightened, the leaks repaired, and everything disinfected. And then it would be fine. It was not much work. Park Yu asked where the toilet was. Sung Hyun pointed in the direction and said that there was a public toilet there. Sung Hyun explained that things had improved with benefits and social support. They say that legionnaires are constantly poaching hunters from the old school. Park Yu asked how long such places had been around. Sung Hyun replied that it had been over a year. Park Yu was surprised. Wasn't it Woo Min-hee who organized it? Sung Hyun replied that Kim Ta-ram created this place. Had Park Yu heard of the freelance hunter system? It was all her doing. Retirees like him were being used for pennies. Times have changed from the old school to the awakened. But how could someone as ordinary as Kim Ta-ram stay afloat? Hyun's son advised him to burn everything Park Yu had. When he is desperately lacking in abilities, he finds himself in a desperate situation. People usually burn what they have accumulated in the past, most often old connections. She turned her comrades into day laborers and stuck them here. For her own survival, Kim Ta-ram stuck a straw into the past and sucked all the blood out of it. Park Yu never thought about it. No matter how many merits Flores accumulated, it was all as a partner to the professor, as his appendage. Flores without the professor. How could she survive in a parliament where the awakened ruled the roost? What did she have to change in herself to do that? Sung Hyun said he didn't steal Kim Ta-ram's walkie-talkie. She left it behind when she defected to the Legionnaires. And that's not surprising. She was afraid of being tracked down. She had made many enemies. Park Yu was surprised. Why didn't Park Sung Hyun tell him about this earlier, on that day in front of the parliament building? Sung Hyun asked if Park Yu would have believed him if he had told him then. Sung Hyun suggested that Park Yu was tired from his long journey and offered him a place to rest. He promised to help with the repairs. Someone was watching the young people from around the corner. This person decided that Park Yu looked weaker than he had expected. After a while, Sung Hyun said he was done and invited Park Yu to come in. The young man asked if it would be okay. Sung Hyun said that he had wired it up, the lights were now working, and they could charge their gadgets. There was no need to crowd around the public charging station. Park Yu thought he knew a little about Park Sung Hyun, but there was clearly something fishy going on. Sung Hyun asked if Park Yu was ready to fight. The protagonist asked what it was about. Sung Hyun replied that it was a mutant hunt. Park Yu asked if they had to kill several dozen mutants. Sung Hyun replied that it was just one. This mutant is called Red. It is a chimpanzee mutant. This mutant is awakened. The truck carrying the hunters was moving through the destroyed city. At first, our hero wanted to refuse. However, Sung Hyun said that Red had destroyed 3 teams of hunters. This mutant likes to grab people by the ankles, climb higher, and throw them down. One of his hunter friends died this way. He was thrown head first from the 10th floor. The mutant uses his detection abilities, maneuvering between the concrete jungle, not allowing anyone to take aim. They say there are already more than 100 victims. Park Yu was surprised. How did Sung Hyun decide to get involved in such a dangerous mission? Sung Hyun replied that if he brought back the carcass of this mutant, his family would be sent to Jeonju. Park Yu was surprised. Hadn't the refugee convoy been cancelled? Even if not, the sea route was still dangerous. Sung Hyun suggested looking around and asked how long this place could hold out. There was no guarantee that it would be better there, but this place was where Kim Ta-ram had been so eager to go. Sung Hyun asked Park Yu to help him just this once. Park Yu thought he would think positively. He had to check out this awakened mutant. If Sung Hyun died, the task would fall to him anyway. Park Yu decided that now was the time to think about this hastily assembled team of hunters. One of the hunters asked his colleague if he had heard that story. His colleague told him not to call him senpai. The hunter said that it was about the protein bars they were handing out. They say they are made from human flesh. It was Pan Chae-hyuk, the 15th graduate of the academy. He added that fish farms grind fish into feed for other fish. It's the same here. His colleague was Ha Tai-hoon, the 11th graduate. He suggested that Chae-hyuk had read it on fail.net. 90% of the information there is rumors. Park Gyu thought that these two were responsible for guarding the vehicles and covering the retreat. They don't get involved in combat, so there's no need to worry about them. Another hunter asked our hero if he was the professor, Kim Taram's direct superior. Not at all like she described him. It was Cheon Yunjai, the 18th graduate of the academy. Because of the appearance of the awakened, their class was cursed, and their lives went downhill even before graduation. They destroyed more people than monsters with their killer class. Yeonjae was a classmate of Defender. The hunter said that Kim Taram had described the professor as someone without blood or tears in his veins. Yeonjae added that Taram also said that the professor uses all his comrades and sacrifices them. Park Gyu remarked that they should have picked a fight before they set off. Yeonjae replied that he wasn't picking a fight, he just liked the professor's style. Sun Hyun told them to stop arguing. They had two goals, and both had to be accomplished. The first was to kill the mutant. The second was to take the soul and get out of there. So far, no one had even managed to accomplish the first goal. Park Gyu said there was one more condition: to carry the mutant's body away and get out of there unharmed. Pan Chae-hyuk said he would cover the cars outside the sensor zone. As soon as they took the body, they had to let him know. Park Gyu asked Sung Hyun if he had deliberately concealed this information. The hunter apologized, saying he was afraid Park Gyu would refuse if he told him the whole truth right away. Park Gyu wanted to break through and added that support should remain behind. However, Cheon Yeonjae told Park Gyu not to rush. He knew how to deal with the sensors himself. Yeonjae added that he would be the bait and take the lead. Yeonjae went ahead alone and told his senior to just watch him. Park Gyu asked if this guy would be okay. Yeonjae really did head toward the zombies alone, without any firearms. Sun Hyun said that winter was dragging on and there were more sleeping zombies. In order not to wake them up, they try to shoot as little as possible. Although it's worrying, they have to trust this guy and watch. Yeonjae's manners aren't very good, but his skills are top-notch. Yeonjae skillfully dealt with the zombies with only a knife in his hand. Sun Hyun said that this guy deals with zombies without stress, and even with a smile on his face. If instructor Chang Gi-yeon saw this, he would say that the tactic is mediocre, but it works. Park Gyu thought that this guy's movements were really effective. He minimizes energy expenditure and deals with the zombies that come at him first without much effort. His combat instincts are top-notch. Maybe it really will be easier than it seems. Yeonjae heard a noise, turned around, looked up, and was surprised to see a huge monkey flying at him from the roof of the neighboring building. Yeonjae told Park Gyu to get ready. This monkey turned out to be completely covered in armor. Chung Yeonjae was something of a decoy. Sun Hyun reminded him of Red's size. You couldn't even scratch him with a normal blade. Due to the characteristics of the mutant chimpanzee, which wields its paws, close combat would be difficult. That's why we need someone to shoot from ambush. The ambush must be outside the mutant's sensor range. As soon as Yeonjae lures the mutant out, they need to open fire. Sun Hyun, checking the rifle's sights, said it was no big deal. Yeonjae shouted for his colleagues to get ready. The monkey was already approaching him. The noise woke up zombies throughout the city, and they began to move. Two hunters waited outside the mutant's sensor range. Red shouted loudly, and as any monkey would, began beating his chest with his fists. Yeonjae thought that shots to the head would be necessary. The mutant lunged at the hunter, trying to grab his leg. Young was ready for this. Yeonjae dodged to the side, and Red missed, lunging forward. The hunter made a nimble jump and ended up behind the mutant. He even jumped up and swung his knife to strike, but the monkey's entire body was covered in armor. The blow landed on the armor, and the monkey was unharmed. It turned around and threw a punch. Park Gyu thought that this mutant had heightened senses, high intelligence, and synergistic reflexes. Yeonjae also managed to dodge the blow. Park Gyu noticed that Cheon Yeonjae was only holding on thanks to his combat instincts, and even that was difficult for him. Soon, he would reach the limit of his abilities. Park Gyu asked the sniper why he wasn't opening fire. It was time to shoot. Sun Hyun replied that the angle was not right. Park Gyu said that if he didn't shoot, Yeonjae could die. The sniper said he understood. Yeonjae held on as best he could, fending off the onslaught of the huge mutant. The hunter kept retreating. Park Gyu realized that Red had figured everything out, calculated the sniper's location, and was now using Yeonjae as a shield. Sun Hyun shouted for Yeonjae to move aside if possible. Yeonjae replied that he would try, but it was not entirely up to him. Yeonjae dodged the monkey and jumped to the side. A favorable moment arose. All the hunters waited for the situation to resolve itself. A shot rang out, but the bullet missed its target, and the mutant was unharmed. The monkey looked at the shooter and gave him the middle finger. It was clear that the bullet had hit the armor. It was unbelievable, but everyone saw the monkey laughing. It was actually laughing at the hunters. Yongjai understood that he needed to continue dodging the mutants' attacks. His colleagues had failed to achieve their goal, but there was less and less space left. The hunter turned around and tried to break away from his opponent, but it was difficult for him. Park Yu insisted that Sun Hyun not hesitate and continue shooting. Yongjai sprinted with all his might. He had to get away from the monkey. The mutant began to chase the hunter. Red jumped high once again. The jump was directed towards the hunter. Yongjai shouted at Sung Hyun to shoot faster as he ran away. Sung Hyun aimed continuously, but did not pull the trigger. The tension grew. The reason Park Sun Hyun didn't shoot was quite simple. The distance was too great. It wasn't easy to aim. At a distance of 150 meters, a person looks like an ant. From such a distance, it is extremely difficult to hit a target that freely uses the terrain and is armored. Park Gyu thought that even for him it would not be easy. Only a professional like Kim Ta-ram could do it. Sun Hyun understood that his shot would determine whether his family would move to Jeonju Island. His finger trembled on the trigger for a reason. Yongjai announced that their location had been revealed and that he would lure the mutant there. The target was 120 meters away. Yongjai tried to increase his speed, but the monkey kept up and was about to catch up with him. There were only 70 meters left to the target. Exhausted, Yongjai shouted at Sun Hyun not to hesitate and to shoot. If he didn't shoot, everyone would die. Sun Hyun lowered his rifle, breathing heavily. He said he couldn't do it, that nothing was working out for him. Park Yu thought that running away at the decisive moment was a habit of those who often failed. Sun Hyun took an American Switchblade kamikaze drone out of his backpack. This drone was kept as a last resort. It was not a bad decision. The zombies, awakened from hibernation, were converging here. However, instead of making unnecessary noise with a large number of shots, it was better to take care of it in one fell swoop and get out of there. However, such a toy was unlikely to work against this mutant. Sun Hyun thought that if he used it, Yongjai would surely die. Kim Ta-ram said that the professor had no blood or tears in his veins. He even uses the lives of his comrades. Park Yu thought that he himself understood how he looked from the outside. To fight the enemy of humanity, the first thing you have to throw away is your humanity. They were hunters, not individuals. They were just part of the team. On the battlefield, they were all pawns. Anyone could become a victim. Park Yu said that as a commander, he was no exception. Park Yu always told his people, each of them is just a cog in the wheel. He left his dying comrades behind. He often reprimanded those who fell short too harshly. Park Yu believed that if he could destroy monsters, if he could quench his hatred, he was ready for anything. That was what he lived for. That is why, when the day came, the team remembered his words. There is no place for the helpless on the battlefield. His harsh judgment now applied to himself. Kim Ta-ram said that they should act according to his own words. Now, in the current situation, Park Yu was useless. Park Yu did not blame anyone for abandoning him. However, the process that led to him being left behind negated everything he had lived for. At that moment, it was a little harder for the professor to bear. Park Yu thought that he was indeed a coward. He betrayed the expectations of many, locked himself away for his own salvation, and turned a blind eye to the misfortune of the person closest to him. Park Yu understood that he had indeed grown old and changed a lot. And yet, if anything remained unchanged, even in a hastily assembled team, Park Yu decided that there would be no more meaningless losses with the professor. Park Yu told Sun Hyun to give him the rifle. Park Yu warned Sun Hyun not to interfere with him, no matter what he did. At this time, Yeonji was still trying to escape pursuit, approaching the hunters. The distance was closing. The mutant jumped, trying to grab the man by the limb each time. Yeonji managed to slip away every time. He shouted that there were 60 meters left. It was high time to shoot. Red caught up with the man and reached out to grab him. Yeonji shouted, 45 meters! Had they fallen asleep there? The next moment, the monkey grabbed Yoonji by the leg and lifted him high into the air. The man screamed loudly. Sun Hyun was surprised. What was Park Yu doing? Why hadn't he fired yet? The mutant turned and ran with the man toward the tall building. There were still no shots. Yeonji continued to scream for help. The monkey was already climbing up the wall of the building. Sun Hyun indignantly asked what Park Yu was doing and why he wasn't shooting. The protagonist calmly told Sun Hyun to be quiet and not fidget. The next moment, a shot rang out. Flames and a bullet flew from the barrel of the rifle. The hot bullet flew toward its target. The monkey was climbing up the wall of the building, holding Yeonji's leg. The outside of the monkey's hand was not covered by armor. That was exactly where the bullet hit. The wrist was pierced. The monkey let go of the wall, screamed loudly, and began to fall down with the man. Yeonji and Red fell right onto the empty boxes and trash cans located there. The back of the palm was visible, but due to the high speed of movement, no one would even think about that part of the body. Sun Hyun was surprised. How did Park Gyu manage to do that? Park Gyu thought that Sun Hyun himself had said that monkeys like to grab people by the ankles, climb higher, and throw them head first. However, there are only a limited number of places where it can climb. Park Gyu added that if everything was calculated correctly, there was nothing complicated about it. Sun Hyun realized that Park Gyu was just waiting for the monkey to grab a person. The protagonist understood that the job was not yet done, and taking an axe, moved towards the mutant. The monkey appeared from the clouds of dust. Apart from its shot arm, there were no wounds on its body. There was anger and rage in the mutant's eyes. Park Gyu asked where it was looking. The next moment, our hero swung his axe and rushed at the monkey. At the same time, he told it to look at him. The axe blow hit the armor and the monkey was unharmed, but it lost its balance and staggered. Park Gyu swung and threw the axe straight at the monkey's head. Red managed to dodge, and the axe flew past. The huge mutant screamed loudly and attacked the man, trying to punch him. Park Gyu noticed that the mutant really did not understand the meaning of a feint. Behind the monkey, in close proximity, was Sun Hyun with a sniper rifle. A hunter is not an individual, but only part of a team. On the battlefield, everyone is a pawn. Park Gyu once said that he was no exception. A shot rang out. The cartridge case flew off to the side. The mutant stopped. Park Gyu looked at the wall. There was a bullet hole there. However, before hitting the wall, the bullet had pierced the mutant's head. Blood spurted from the monkey's mouth. Park Gyu thought that at such a distance, if you didn't calculate the trajectory of an armor-piercing bullet precisely, the shooter was indeed a lousy hunter. Sun Hyun had successfully completed the task. Park Gyu looked at Yeonji and asked if he was still alive. Yeonji sincerely told the professor to go away for a long time. Park Gyu realized that he was alive and in good health. Park Gyu was surprised. Hadn't Yeonji said that he was like that? Yeonji gave him a thumbs up in approval. Park Gyu thought that this guy had a colorful personality. Sun Hyun took the radio and reported that the laser was on the line. He reported that the target had been eliminated and the mission accomplished. They had one wounded and were requesting support for their return. Yeonji pointed at the mutant and asked if it was even possible to put him in the car. Park Gyu said he had an idea. The truck was returning to its base. Rifles were fired from the van at the zombies chasing it. The mutant was tied to the truck by his legs with a rope. His body was dragged behind the vehicle. Each shot from the rifle blew the zombie's head off. Yeonji, watching the scene indifferently, said it looked like some kind of cartoon. Park Gyu thought that perhaps it was because of this surreal spectacle that he felt as if he were in a dream. After the operation, some hunters even posed next to the mutant's body. When Park Gyu returned to the city, it felt like he had woken up from a dream. Contempt and poverty, hunger, anxiety and fear, despair, all of this was reality. A representative of the local administration thanked the hunters for their hard work and gave them a small gift: food, meat, rice, soft drinks, and alcoholic beverages. The representative noted that this could be considered a bonus. The hunters would receive their main reward later, after the final calculations. The hunters were delighted when they saw real rice. Yeonji said that he had been dreaming of rice porridge for a long time. The fresh beef was especially welcome. Park Gyu announced that it was mutant meat. Those present did not like this information. Park Gyu explained, "They take a bull, inject it with a mutagenic factor, inflate it to enormous proportions, and then slaughter it. Such a bull yields more meat than a normal one." This information was ignored, and the hunters decided to eat the meat anyway. A representative of the administration told the protagonist that director Woo Min-hee would like to give him something personally. Could the hunter come to her? Yeonji announced that everyone present, including civilians, was invited to eat. Today there would be meat. A huge line formed to receive food. There was not only meat, but also kimchi made from spring greens and herbs. Sun Hyun, who was standing at the food distribution point, said that rice would be distributed to everyone later according to the norm. Park Gyu looked at his plate. It turned out that everyone got 3 pieces of beef. Park Gyu approached the child and gave him his portion. The boy liked it, and his mother was touched. At his mother's request, the boy bowed and thanked the adult uncle. In the midst of the feast, Park Gyu left the room to get some fresh air. Sun Hyun approached him. His friend asked why Park Gyu always preferred solitude. Had he always lived alone? The protagonist confirmed this. Park Gyu said that there were many children and elderly people here. They all stayed for the sake of their families. Sun Hyun agreed that there were indeed many such people here. Take Pan Chae-hyuk, for example. He shoots at the S-class level. He injured his leg, but with such talent, he could survive anywhere. However, he stayed here for his mother. You wouldn't know it by looking at him, but he is an exemplary son. Park Gyu asked if Sun Hyun was going to Jeonju Island. Sung Hyun replied that of course he should go there. Such an opportunity should not be missed. A place on the ship had already been reserved, and they provided accommodation there. Sun Hyun declared that life like this would finally come to an end. Park Gyu wondered what family life was. It was definitely something that had to be protected at all costs for the sake of a better future. At the very least, it was not something that could be used and then discarded. Park Gyu thought that he did not belong here. At least, he was not some kind of noticeable detail. Park Gyu said that when he returned here after the battle, he suddenly realized that this place was also over. Looking into the mutant's eyes, our hero clearly saw his future. Legionnaires, Parliament, there's almost no difference. Wherever he goes, he will hunt such monsters everywhere. However, the more our hero thought about it, the more another thought arose. He even envied this monkey a little. It was smart, surely knowing that one day it would be destroyed. However, until the very last moment, it was happy. It lived where it wanted, how it wanted, and then it was gone. Our hero did not say that people here were wrong. However, how long can a fish live when taken out of the water? Even if it somehow adapts to the air, can it still be called a fish? Park Gyu understood that he needed others to survive. That was clear to him. But if it was a quantitative union, and a real qualitative connection was required, if it required something he had never done before, then what should he do in that case? Sun Hyun said that Park Gyu needed someone else who would listen to him well. Park Gyu must find someone for himself. Our hero often imagined the worst-case scenario and pondered it alone. Park Gyu himself understood how ridiculous his fears were. He understood that. However, the truth he had been avoiding all along hurt the most. Everything turned out to be harder than he thought. If he couldn't change, what would happen to him? He couldn't go on like this. He had to find a solution. The next day, the protagonist gathered himself and said he was leaving. Park Gyu told Yeonji that he would stay in touch through director Woo Min-hee. If anything serious came up, he would let her know. Yeonji admitted that she had enjoyed herself. Park Gyu decided that he needed to find a solution, but not necessarily here. Rushing headlong into a problem alone was not his style. Hong Tae-jun said that this was typical of INFPs. Yeonji said goodbye, saying that this guy was not called Professor for nothing. He also promised to visit the professor when his leg healed. Park Gyu told him not to bother coming to see him. He didn't know where he lived anyway. Sun Hyun came up and said he made it in time. It's good that Park Gyu hasn't left yet. The young man asked if he had any extra fuel. There was a motorcycle nearby. Park Gyu was surprised. What did this mean? Sun Hyun said that thanks to Park Gyu, he was going to Cheonju Island. He didn't want to let the professor leave empty-handed. He definitely wouldn't be taking this motorcycle to the island. Sun Hyun added that he had serviced the motorcycle completely, and it ran fine on synthetic fuel, so there was no need to worry. Park Gyu thanked him for the gift. Sun Hyun replied that Park Gyu was a savior to their family, and he was the one who should be thanked. Park Gyu thought this was an unexpected bonus, and he also decided to repay him in some way. The protagonist's gift was a suitcase with strange details. Sun Hyun asked what it was. Park Gyu explained that it was an apocalyptic satellite device. It was a gift from director Woo Min-hee, so that he wouldn't get bored alone. Park Gyu didn't know what to do with it. Park Gyu decided that Woo Min-hee wanted to frame him, but he wasn't going to give up so easily. Besides, this device would be useful to Park Sung-hyun in the future. With a satellite signal, you can connect from anywhere. Park Gyu assumed that Sung-hyun could fit into their forum, Long Live the Apocalypse, in the future. Sung-hyun noticed that when he was online, people hated him intensely. He didn't know why. They just say they want to destroy him. Thus, the protagonist's debut as a freelance hunter ended rather mundane. Park Gyu remembered that monkey again. After all, it was happy until the very end. Wasn't it? It lived where it wanted and how it wanted. If you live where you want and die how you want, isn't that happiness? In this day and age, there is nothing more difficult than talking about happiness with confidence. Only one thing was certain for our hero. When choosing his home, he was more cautious than ever. And if he had to choose a place to die, it would only be here, in his bunker. Park Gyu wondered, what kind of death could be happy? Could the word happiness even be used before the word death? He was sure of one thing. His home was only here. The radio crackled. His opponent noted with satisfaction that Park Gyu had finally returned. Defender's brother and sister were on the line. Park Gyu asked if anything had happened on the forum while he was away. Tajun said it would be better if Skeleton saw for himself. Park Gyu thought that he had committed a grave sin without realizing it. Long live the apocalypse. A satellite device linked to an account. With it, one could log into an existing user's account. It was a supported device, obtained somehow. Dontanum, who had disappeared, was now back. The contents of this user's account were even more terrifying and had a strange concept. Park Gyu realized that this was the work of Park Seong-hyun, thanks to the equipment he had received as a gift, and cursed loudly. Rebecca and Sue appeared behind him. The mother covered her daughter's ears with her hands so she wouldn't hear the rude language. Park Gyu apologized. Park Gyu entered Rebecca's building after a long time. Although the protagonist returned home due to the terrible conditions in Incheon, as long as Kim Tae-ram remains in the Legion, there will never be complete safety here. The skeleton account was under suspicion by Min Hee, possibly a journalist. So Park Gyu hurriedly took Rebecca's account and wrote a post. But in reality, only people like Sun Hyun wrote comments. The guys asked Park Gyu, "Why is this man saying strange things? Is it a hint that he wants to eat?" Park Gyu replied that the best cure for attention-seeking is to ignore it. It's just mental problems spilling out onto the internet. Sue asked Park Gyu, "Is it really dangerous there now? Is it because of the previous fight?" Sue suggested forming a team and added that she could already shoot. She had been talking about it with her mom for a long time. Park Gyu thought that when they first met, this girl was just above his waist. Time had flown by unnoticed. Even if the world collapsed, children would still grow up. Sue would also grow up someday. Sue said she could protect Skeleton. One day, the time would come when she would be taken seriously as a discussion partner. Park Gyu apologized and said that time had not yet come. Sil admitted that she had actually been watching Skeleton use the internet through her mother's accounts. He uses a strange style of speech and constantly makes spelling mistakes. People do nothing but post articles that no one is interested in, copy popular posts, and beg for comments. Everyone ignores Skeleton. Sue added that her mother did the same thing. She said she didn't like that Skeleton was doing strange things, and that he should stop using her account. The girl said with tears in her eyes that she didn't like it when Skeleton was insulted. Park Gyu asked if Rebecca wanted to explain herself. Rebecca said that she had translated his posts and posted them on a North American forum. Park Gyu became interested in the comments and leaned closer to the computer screen. Rebecca asked if there were any surprises in the content. The protagonist thanked Rebecca and added that he had found a way. He had to hide the bunker. Thanks to the comments, he remembered something. Now he understood how to escape from the clutches of the Legionnaires. The Defender brother and sister were riding their bikes along the set route. The protagonist used the Defender call right. Taejin, of course, was terribly surprised when she saw such a message. Hong Jong-ho asked if there would be a fight. Park Gyu replied that it would not be a fight, but a request. Taejin asked if she could also appear on call. Park Gyu said that was exactly what he wanted to talk about. Taejin must appear. Without her, the conversation would be impossible. Her sister was delighted. Without her, the young people would not be able to do anything. But what exactly was it about? Park Gyu announced at the meeting that they would be building. Taejin was surprised. What did that mean? Park Gyu repeated that it meant they were going to build. The entrance to the main bunker must be buried. After that, a fake bunker would be built nearby so that the invaders would confuse the entrance. Hong Jong-ho would take care of the construction, while Taejin would handle security and reconnaissance. If they were attacked while working, it would be a real disaster. The girl was surprised. Did Park Gyu really call them for such a trifling matter? He explained that it was not a trifling matter. The protagonist added that Taejin was an outstanding drone pilot. Only she could do this. The brother and sister were shocked by this proposal. They certainly hadn't expected this. At first, they expressed doubts about the timing and scale of the construction, but agreed after seeing the equipment and materials that had been prepared. Hong Jong-ho said that there was no need to use the Defender call right for this. The young people were provided with housing and meals for the duration of the work. With the help of A-class workers, construction progressed faster than expected. A month of intensive work passed. Almost everything was ready. Park Gyu said that everything looked good from the outside. However, the inside was still too empty. Overall, the bunker was complete. Park Gyu installed a toilet in the center of the bunker and said that now it looked like a real one. They would definitely not be found. The only information known to the attackers was the approximate location and the presence of a toilet in the center. That was the technical value of the central toilet. Traps for escape had also been recreated, so the attackers would most likely be satisfied with this and leave. But if someone does not give up their suspicions and continues the investigation, explosive devices have been set up for such people. After the explosion, even reinforcements would not be able to find them. The bunker would be completely buried. Park Gyu thought that this would prevent most problems, but but the main one still remained. Taejeon asked, "So the last thing the attackers will see is the toilet?" Her brother replied that it would be a tragedy. The main problem was that Kim Ta-ram, who had betrayed him, was still among the Legionnaires. However, if she came, the protagonist decided he would not hide. He would come out and meet her face to face to ask her personally why she had done such a thing. A man was playing golf on a large, well-maintained course. One of the migrants asked where Mr. Kim was. The column replied that no one knew. Another person suggested that Mr. Kim wanted to stay here. Did he really think it was all over because it had gotten a little warmer? Was he completely crazy? Did he want to freeze to death? A woman in the column said that before the war he had been a professional athlete. Someone asked what sport he had played. There was no answer. The man continued to play golf. He took a long time to aim, trying to get the ball into the hole. The ball rolled slowly and finally went in. The man was very happy and even shed a tear. Then he took out a gun and, with a smile on his face, put the barrel to his temple. A shot rang out. The man fell onto the neatly trimmed lawn of the golf course. The long, drawn-out winter had come to an end. Park Gyu spent a month with his brother and sister Defender, building a shelter. As usual, many events took place. The hero had his brother and sister by his side. The girl was especially helpful. Most problems were solved on their own, without the protagonist's intervention. Park Gyu patrolled the perimeter every day on his own, armed with a firearm. The only thing that stood out was the departure of a guy nicknamed Gold. Although he cooperated for the sake of revenge, he remained a wolf nonetheless. A wolf has a wolf's nature. Demanding that he give it up is too cruel. Nevertheless, due to an inexplicable feeling of loss, Park Gyu would occasionally check the old place while on patrol. Sometimes, the hero would find small tokens of affection left by Gold at this place. One day, Park Gyu heard a message on the radio. It was from Cheon-yeon-jae. He said he would visit soon. Park Gyu thought it was an unexpected visit. Someone was going to enter his territory. He hadn't told anyone about his location. But shortly after Yeon-jae's call, he appeared on the surveillance cameras. He was moving toward the bunker at a steady pace. Park Gyu decided that this meant he was confident in the route and knew where he was going. Perhaps this was an assignment from Woo Min-hee or an order from Kim Ta-ram. In any case, the entrance to the main bunker was closed. Only a fake passage was visible from the outside. Even if they found it and tried to break in, it would be enough to blow up the entire bunker. Yeon-jae stopped and said he had found it. Park Gyu was surprised. What exactly could this guy have found? The entrance to the disguised shelter or the main one? However, it turned out to be neither. Cheon-yeon-jae moved in a different direction. He asked if Park Gyu was here now. Yeon-jae reminded him that he had said he would find the professor. The protagonist realized that this guy was awakened. Once inside the bunker, Yeon-jae noted that among the weapons Park Gyu had brought with him were American ones. Then he guessed that this man lived near an American base. The land near the base had access to water, and only this hill controlled the surrounding area. The rest was easy to figure out for himself. Yeon-jae said that the bunker was very cozy, a real palace. The guest added that he liked it here, but he had some questions. Why was the toilet located in this particular place? Park Gyu asked why Cheon-yeon-jae had come here. He could get straight to the point without unnecessary conversation. Yeon-jae noticed that the host was grumpy, so he decided to get straight to the point. He said he would like to live here for a while. The answer was no. Park Gyu said that he would not allow it under any circumstances. Yeon-jae was surprised. Why not? The bunker was huge. Even if he settled in a corner, no one would notice. Park Gyu replied that he had not even accepted the advances of a young and beautiful girl, so why would he let this guy stay with him? Then Park Gyu asked why Yeon-jae hadn't told the academy. He added that Yeon-jae was apparently awakened, but had hidden it. The 18th issue was the last before the new school, so they had to treat them especially well. Yeon-jae said he had good intuition. It wasn't about the awakened ones. He just watched how things were going and understood where it would lead. Park Gyu wondered what Yeon-jae could see from such a high position. He replied, food waste. He bought a lot because it looked appetizing, but in reality, it was mediocre. He couldn't throw it away, so it remained as junk. If he were the same age as Park Gyu, or at least close to him in terms of graduation, he could have pushed his way through the celebration. In reality, there were dozens of third-level and lower-level mediocrities between them. Park Gyu asked if Yeon-jae knew anything about those at the lower levels. Yeon-jae replied that he wasn't there, so he couldn't say for sure. However, there was one girl he liked, but she died. And not on the battlefield, but somewhere inside the country. Park Gyu agreed that it was sad, but maybe it was just a coincidence. Yeon-jae replied that it was not a coincidence. He had seen many such cases, and he remembered all the pretty girls. The young man added that now they were all dead or missing. Park Gyu asked if Yeonjae understood everything. Then why didn't he build a bunker himself? He replied that he had thought about it, but hoped that the old hunters would still be useful. There were still few awakened ones capable of influencing the waves. However, it soon became clear that there would be no support. They had all been discarded at the same time. Yeonjae added that if even Park Gyu couldn't hold out, how could he? The guest asked if it was worth becoming pessimistic. He didn't want to be like that. Park Gyu ordered him to leave his house immediately. Then Yeonjae said that now he was speaking seriously. He had a request for the professor, for Park Gyu to visit the community of his classmates and simply join it. It didn't matter whether he was from the Legion or Parliament. They were all from the same school. If the country already considers them unnecessary, then they need to stick together. Yeonjae added that they all dreamed of the same thing, fighting monsters. Yeonjae asked Park Gyu to support them and contribute. After all, he was the coolest. There had to be at least one famous person, otherwise their prestige would completely fall. Park Gyu thought he didn't want to do it. The world was heading for certain doom. Why look back now? However, after thinking about it for a while, Park Gyu signed where necessary. Our hero noted that the guy's words, about how they once shared the same dream, touched him slightly. Park Gyu asked what kind of community it was and who was its leader. Yeonjae replied that he was the leader of this community. Park Gyu asked how many people were in this community. Yeonjae smiled and remarked that the professor was indeed perceptive. So far, there were only 2 of them. Park Gyu realized that he had gotten himself into trouble again. Park Gyu asked what kind of photos Yeonjae had been showing him. Yeonjae replied that they were photos created using artificial intelligence. Sora too had made them. Park Gyu was frankly angry. Yeonjae said that it was not a lie, but a goal. Everyone from Hunter Street would definitely join this community. Otherwise, why would he mention Park Gyu's name? Due to the situation in the parliamentary faction, no one dares to speak openly. But as soon as Park Gyu's name is mentioned, everyone will rush into battle. After all, everyone knows that the professor is a legend. Yeonjae said goodbye and said it was time for him to go. He had to check in on his classmates. He had plenty to do. Park Gyu asked if Yeonjae had planned all this from the beginning. The guest replied that the area here was very good. He didn't know when it would happen, but if the parliamentary faction fell, he would assemble a team of 3 hunters he could rely on. Wasn't it better to have his own people around him rather than strangers? Park Gyu said that this was very unexpected. The hero felt as if he had been slapped in the face, but in a pleasant way. Park Gyu warned his guest not to say a word to his classmate who lives nearby, Yeonjae. The young man replied that he understood. Yeonjae remembered that there was once a guy who suggested creating a similar community. He wanted to found something like an alma mater. I wonder how his life turned out. They say he is now the most important person on Cheonju Island. An awakened one, and a classmate at that. It was the senior advisor to the Cheonju committee, Kyung-min Gon. Park Gyu wondered, was this the same person he knew? The beginning of it all was, oddly enough, quite mundane. It was a normal, quiet day, as usual. However, a small event stirred up the forum. M9 got into an argument with Sun Hyun in a chat room. They even exchanged insults. Sun Hyun said that it was not worth wasting words, and that it would be better to meet and fight. Sung Hyun, known as Dongtanmum, declared that he would drown his opponent in the sea. Park Gyu was upset. What were they doing? 2 idiots on a forum decided to start a fight. It all started quite simply. When the departure date of the evacuation convoy to Jeonju was announced, as usual, Yeomgu started trolling. The argument escalated into a serious altercation, and then into a real fight. Except for the fact that both participants are dark stars of the internet, this is a typical online brawl. However, our hero took notice of them for a reason. The fact is that Park Sung-hyun is a professional hunter. He's not just a hunter, but a tough and meticulous one. He could easily be classified as A-class, a very skilled fighter. This means that he is a notorious killer. Yeomgu frankly has no chance. If Sung-hyun decides to get into a fight, Emgu will disappear from the face of the earth in an instant. Park Gyu thought that there was nothing he could do about it. If Emgu dies, it will be his own fault. He started it all. Talking to him was useless. He wasn't the type to listen to advice. There was no time to persuade him. Our hero had his own plans for tomorrow. Coincidentally, he also needed to go to Incheon. He had to take the defender there. Park Gyu thought that maybe Emgu would ignore Skeleton's words, but Sun Hyun would definitely listen to Park Gyu. No matter how annoying he was, Yemgu was still an old-school user, a former participant in closed discussions. He didn't want him to die so mercilessly. Having gotten involved in this matter because of some trifle, our hero had no idea what a storm it would cause later. The next day arrived, refugee camp in Incheon Municipality. Looking around, Hong Jong-ho noted that many more people had survived than he had previously thought. Defender believed that everyone would freeze to death, unable to survive the past winter. Park Yu noted that survival rates in the camps varied. If the government had effectively abandoned them, everything depended on the skills of the camp leader. In some places, people survived by huddling together like penguins to keep warm. This was not a rumor, but the truth. Park Yu asked what exactly Hong Jong-ho wanted to find. He replied that he was looking for painkillers and other small items, and that it would also be good to find a good doctor. Hong Jong-ho suggested that they go their separate ways and do their own thing, and that they would meet later. Park Yu asked if everything was okay with Hong Jong-ho's sister. He replied that he didn't know. We can only hope that everything is fine. Until the appointed time, our hero did not expect anything special. He thought that the survivors were mostly stubborn types. You couldn't survive here without an iron will. Park Yu hoped he could convince Sun Hyun since he had already helped his family, but his calculations proved naive. Sung Hyun asked why he should leave. He categorically refused. Was this a real fight? In old games, he was often challenged to duels, but he never agreed. People said he was a coward, but what could they do besides swear? They would grab their keyboards and turn into useless trash. Sun Hyun asked how Park Yu knew he was going to a fight. Maybe Park Yu was also on this forum? He replied that he didn't even know what the internet was. Sun Hyun said that since Park Yu had come, he had a question about the Long Live the Apocalypse forum. Could he fulfill one request? Sun Hyun explained the problem to our hero. The list of items prohibited from being transported to Jeonju Island includes satellite internet modems. Sun Hun wanted to continue using the forum on Cheonju and asked why it was banned, but they just waved him off, citing security reasons. They didn't give any coherent explanation. They mumbled something about Chinese submarines and signal tracking, without really understanding what they were talking about. Even after receiving confirmation from a knowledgeable person, the young man still did not receive permission to transport the equipment. Sun Hyun realized that the fastest way to get approval was from their superiors. Park Yu was surprised. Did Sun Hyun really want him to ask Woo Min-hee? Park Yu replied that he couldn't do that. He noted that they would not even waste time meeting with him. Min-hee would definitely refuse. Sung Hyun disagreed. If Park Yu asked, she would definitely meet with him. The protagonist was surprised. Why? Sung Hyun exclaimed. Didn't Park Yu know? It was an open secret among the students. Park Yu replied dryly that he wasn't interested in gossip. Sun Hyun waved his hand and said it didn't matter. In any case, he asked Park Yu to simply pass on a message to Min-hee. If she refused, he would never ask her for anything again. Park Yu thought that he had given this guy a satellite modem not only as a token of gratitude, but also for another purpose. He hoped that Sun Hyun would become his informant on the island. There were many posts on Pale.net that were supposedly written from Jeonju, but there was almost no verified data. Having a reliable person there would help verify the information. Park Yu didn't understand why Sung Hyun was so confident, but decided that talking to Woo Min-hee wouldn't hurt. He promised to meet with the director. Park Yu told his interlocutor that in return, he would ask him for a small favor. Park Yu showed up at the appointment and asked to be told that he was looking to meet with Woo Min-hee. Although he had promised Sung Hyun, he decided not to make a special effort. He knew Min-hee well as a hunter. This woman was unpredictable and irresponsible. Because of her striking appearance, she attracted attention everywhere she went and provoked conflicts. Her painful sensitivity and obsessive nature often stumped not only herself, but also those around her. Her combat skills were outstanding. But as a team leader, she was the worst option. No one wanted to deal with her. Fortunately, Min-hee only spent time on things that truly interested her. Park Yu believed that his request would not even be considered without good reason. He planned to sit for a while and then leave, citing failure. Woo Min-hee was surprised. For the first time ever, Park Yu had come to her himself. Park Yu was amazed that she had come out to meet him in person. Min-hee noticed that Senpai only sought people out when he needed something. What was it this time? Information or resources? She added that Park Yu had been avoiding her for so long. What made him come here in person? She was really curious. Park Yu asked if the director was free. Min-hee replied that she had some time before her next meeting. She had stopped by for a short while. What freedom could she possibly have? Park Yu understood that. The leadership of the parliament and the administration had almost completely moved to Cheongju, and in fact, only Woo Min-hee remained in charge of the mainland. Her work was extremely stressful. Woo Min-hee suddenly said that she understood everything. Could it be about the online community? This question caught Park Yu off guard. He didn't even know how to respond. Min-hee said that she could tell from his reaction that she had hit the nail on the head. Was that really his goal? She had always suspected who was hiding behind the nickname Ningyim and had questioned Park Yu about it before. However, at that moment, he was using an anonymous counter provided by John Lennon. The reason Min-hee questioned him was most likely due to her irrational intuition. The satellite equipment she gave him only confirmed this. Min-hee never found any evidence linking Park Yu to Skeleton. She said that her assistant had tried to make contact with Park Yu, and that she herself had tried to talk to him several times. Did he notice? Min-hee added that he must have realized that she was the journalist. Park Yu said that he had given the satellite equipment to Baek Sung-hyun. Min-hee was surprised. How could he do that? It was a valuable item. Park Yu replied that he could do whatever he wanted with a gift. He added that if Min-hee was so upset, she could take it back. She objected that she couldn't do that. Min-hee remarked that Park Yu was a real master at playing people. He responded with a joke. The director was outraged. How dare he laugh? Park Yu calmly replied that it was not laughter, but sarcasm. Min-hee asked what his real request was. Park Yu said he wanted to ask for advice about satellite equipment. He asked the director to allow Sung-hyun to take a modem on board the ship. Min-hee replied that she could not give such permission. She noted that there would be many people on the evacuation ship, so strict security measures were necessary. Park Yu thought he had expected this response. He said he hadn't come to be capricious. Park Sung-hyun had begged him for help. He added that Woo Min-hee could pretend that this conversation never happened, and thanked her for her time and attention. Min-hee unexpectedly changed her mind and agreed to give permission. Park Yu was surprised. What had changed? She replied that she had thought about it and decided it was quite an interesting idea. Woo Min-hee asked if he knew Yang Sang-gil. Yang Sang-gil is the Speaker of the Parliament who, despite the power of the Awakened, rose to the top through luck and political intrigue. He is a talentless but influential official, a straightforward figure in politics, and the boss of the late Lee Sang-hoon. It was Yang Sang-gil who was primarily responsible for his death. If Sang-hoon had understood politics better, Yang Sang-gil would have been the one to die. Woo Min-hee said that the evacuation ship was his idea. Park Yu asked what Yang Sang-gil had done with this project. Min-hee replied that she didn't know. Maybe he did something, maybe he didn't. She added that from her position, that was all she could say. Min-hee asked Park Yu to tell Sung-hyun that he would order the search to be less strict, so he should hide the equipment as best he could. After the conversation, Park Yu thought that everything had turned out strangely. He had come to solve a problem, but left with an even bigger headache. Park Yu turned around at the sound of a noise and saw several people beating an old man with their feet. The man calmed down and told the old man to stop walking in circles and banging his crutch. He also told him not to come near this area anymore. The old man, covering himself with his hands from the blows, said that he had never lied. The ship would not arrive at Cheonju Island. It would sink in the middle of the ocean right now. Park Yu was surprised, approached the old man and asked what he had just said. Park Yu lifted the old man to his feet, sat him down on a bench, gave him some tea, and told him not to rush. Park Yu repeated his question. Why was the old man so sure that the ship would sink? There must be some evidence. What was the reason? The old man handed the young man a document and said he could look at it first. The man added that before the war, he had been the captain of a container ship. After the war began, he transported people to Jeonju Island and was the captain of the first evacuation ship. The former captain added that he personally sent the first convoy to China. Park Yu asked if it was the same convoy that had left earlier. The old man confirmed it was. The old man's words were backed up by some worn-out documents. Park Yu couldn't just take the word of someone he didn't know. He asked how this was even possible because proof was needed. There is a concept called confirmation bias, the tendency of people to pay attention only to information that coincides with their beliefs, ignoring everything else. It is an incredibly powerful and seductive way of thinking that is almost impossible for people to avoid. The old man said that on land, a person is like a baby in water. As soon as the ship rocks a little, they turn pale and suffer from seasickness. An experienced captain can herd passengers like a flock of sheep, even on calm seas. It is a trifle to transfer key people to another boat, leaving behind those who cannot stand on their feet. Pa Gyu wondered if the persuasiveness of these words was a manifestation of that very tendency. Park Gyu asked if the old man had any proof. The former captain replied that everything had been verbal, by agreement. He did not know what had happened to the other crew members. To leave after the job was done, that was the agreement. Park Gyu said. So, the captain made a secret deal with the government, abandoned thousands of people in the middle of the ocean, and now claims that there is not a single clue or witness left except him. The captain admitted that it sounded implausible, but added that he remembered that the person in charge was a man named Yang. Park Gyu remembered Min-hee's words that the evacuation convoy to Jeonju Island was the work of Yang Sang-gil. He noted that it all sounded strange. Why send those who were going to be written off anyway to China? Wouldn't it have been easier to just drown them? The old man replied that his son was among the passengers. The government ordered him to sink the ship, but he couldn't do it because his son was on board. The captain convinced the officials that instead of risking sinking the ship, which could backfire on them, it would be better to simply send the people to China. Initially, they put in little fuel so that they would not be able to return. Pa Gyu was surprised. How could they sail to China without a captain? The old man replied that if the currents helped, they could. Pa Gyu asked if it was really okay for the former captain to tell everything to the first person he met. After all, it was dangerous for his life. Sun Hyun appeared nearby. He thought Park Gyu had left long ago. Sun Hyun told the old man to get lost before he got kicked. Park Gyu was surprised. Wasn't this old man a local? Sun Hyun replied that this man had recently appeared and was bothering everyone. He was talking nonsense and causing a lot of trouble. The old man's last words were, "Thank you for listening." Sun Hyun was surprised. Did Park Gyu really believe the words of this crazy man? Park Gyu replied that, judging by his speech, he wasn't completely insane. Sun Hyun remarked that such people were even more dangerous. Park Gyu thought it was a well-known conspiracy theory from Pale.net. Sent to China, drowned. It was spread by people who like to take away other people's hope, like Yeomgu. Sun Hyun added that sometimes this old man mistakes him for his son, thinking he is sane. The former captain told the protagonist that there was a man in the hunter's quarter who looked like his son. Park Gyu thought that the act of recognition implies interest in the object. As long as this assumption exists, objectivity may have been an illusion from the very beginning. Sun Hyun looked at his watch and said that Yeomgu was late. Park Gyu asked Sun Hyun to respond to Yeomgu's call for an offline meeting, teach him a lesson, and let him go. This time he would get off with a slight scare, but if he continued, he would get into big trouble. It would be better to give him a beating. It would be good for him. Park Gyu noted that being so late was too much. Sun Hyun told Park Gyu to look at his smartphone screen. Emgu wrote that only suckers abide by agreements on the internet. He had no intention of going anywhere. The confrontation ended in a crushing defeat for Park Gyu. Some time later, Sun Hyun, along with his family and other passengers, boarded a ship bound for Jeonju Island. It was the same day our hero returned from Incheon. They said that the body of an unknown person had been found floating near one of the piers. The cause of death was unknown. The body, picked up by refugees, was thrown into a landfill, like other remains. The forum said that a senile old man who used to wander the streets had died. He had nothing on him. After a while, the ship with passengers arrived at Jeonju Island. Hyun-sun posted a photo of the island's coastline. Emgu saw signs in Chinese in the photo. Park Gyu was surprised. Had the ship really arrived in China? He wondered whether the old man's story was true, or just a plausible lie. Now no one would ever know. The passengers on the ship were frightened and surprised. Hyun-sun posted a photo of his family and wrote that he would definitely return alive. This story is not over yet. Armed men broke into the bunker and were surprised to see a toilet in the middle of the room. Could some kind of pervert have been living here? The place seemed suspicious. Park Gyu, who was in a safe place, listened to the conversations in the fake bunker through a radio. Our hero wondered if there were two of them, or if someone else was outside. They didn't look like legionnaires. Park Gyu held the detonator in his hands, but decided that it wasn't worth wasting his energy on it yet. Contrary to expectations, Sung Hyun's trip to China did not cause much of a stir. Yang Sang-gil's supporters quickly launched a campaign to manipulate public opinion, and people, as always, believed what they wanted to believe. However, Sun Hyun's post had a major impact in another direction. It caused a mass exodus of refugees from Incheon and turned them into looters. The refugee camps were originally a gray area that the parliamentary faction controlled only nominally. Disappointed in parliament after the recent incident, refugees left the camps en masse, leaving behind weak commanders, and turned into looters. Park Gyu thought that these people were no longer like the half-dead refugees who had come before. Now they were people who were willing to do anything to survive. The child standing in the bunker asked his father, "Is this their home now? Did he destroy the people who lived here?" The boy's father replied that it seemed the place had been attacked before. Everyone had been killed and abandoned. "It's not a safe place," he added. His wife suggested staying here and not taking any more risks, but the man said he would prefer a country house to a stuffy basement. Park Gyu thought he should contact Defender. The family that had invaded the protagonist's territory turned into cold corpses a few hours later. Tajin asked Skeleton if he had seen their last post. The reaction was simply magnificent. She hadn't enjoyed writing so much in a long time. Park Gyu congratulated the girl on her success. The time had come when people devoured people. However, as always, there were exceptions. There were those who had ambitions. Not all refugees were looters. Mansok from Kafadon greeted the young people and said he was glad to see them. Hong Jong-ho noticed that he was a bandit from Wonju. He openly declares his connections with the Legion and sells looted military equipment. Hong Jong-ho added that this guy would do anything for profit. He has good connections with the Legion, and they value him. However, he is just a gang leader. Hong Jong-ho explained that he had checked when this guy had settled nearby. It seemed that he was doing business normally. Unlike ammunition, which was in abundance after Park Gyu took over an entire American base, diesel fuel supplies were almost zero. Mansok was willing to trade a barrel of synthetic oil for a magazine of 30 rounds. Park Gyu asked if Hong Jong-ho would mind keeping him company. Park Gyu thought that even if their views differed, the presence of a friend who came at the first call always inspired confidence. Park Gyu contacted Mansok and said he would like to come in and look at the goods. Mansok from Kefadon greeted the customer and said he would be happy to see him. Mansok warned that the young man should not turn off his radio. If he started to misbehave, the customer would be able to immediately report it to everyone within a 20-kilometer radius. Mansok added that in such a case, his reputation would suffer and he would not be able to do business. The first impression of Mansok from Kefadon turned out to be much more ordinary than expected. This man gave the impression of an ordinary guy you might meet anywhere, without the slightest hint of a gangster appearance. The owner said, "Welcome to Mansok's store." The employees bowed and greeted the guests. There were bars behind which people were held, which made Mansok seem even more diabolical. Mansok offered women for next to nothing. He also had weapons, fuel, and drugs. If something wasn't available, he promised to get it. Suddenly, Mansok swore obscenely and punched a thin man in the jaw, ordering him to stand still with the sign and not move. In contrast to the gloomy atmosphere inside, the deal went surprisingly smoothly. Hong Jong-ho got everything he needed. Mansok asked if the young men were selling ammunition. The ammunition could be exchanged for synthetic oil. However, there was not enough oil. Mansok offered to load everything they had, and promised to deliver the rest tomorrow, at their next meeting. Park Gyu told Hong Jong-ho that half of the ammunition boxes were a token of gratitude, and if he needed anything, he could feel free to buy it here. Park Gyu noticed the weapon standing in the corner. "What is it?" The protagonist asked the shop owner if it was hunting equipment. Mansok noted that the buyer seemed to know a lot about weapons. Was he a hunter by any chance? Park Gyu replied that he had been a hunter for a short time, and asked how much the weapon cost. Mansok said it was not for sale. It was too difficult to obtain. One of the employees reported to the boss that all the synthetic oil had been loaded. Park Gyu noted that the workers had finished quickly, and Mansok offered to escort the buyers to the exit. Mansok suggested that the young men become his regular customers, and promised to serve them in the best possible way. Park Gyu asked the shop owner, "Was the man with the sign his employee?" Mansok replied that he was a judge. The protagonist was taken aback. You rarely hear that word in such circumstances. Mansok added that before the war, judges sat on their high thrones playing with people's fates. Now, before his death, this man would be a toy for a while. Mansok explained that this was retribution. Park Gyu sensed an incredibly deep hatred in his words. Was this hatred directed against judges as a class or against a specific person? Perhaps both. Since the hero wanted to conclude the deal peacefully, he decided not to interfere. But apparently, his hopes were not destined to come true. In one of the rooms, there was a lot of blood on the floor. People were sitting there. It seemed that the owner's personal presence was required. Subsequent events began to unfold in such a way that the hero had no choice but to intervene. Mansok said he was very sorry that things had turned out this way. The attackers had forced the buyers to disturb their restless establishment. Park Gyu asked what had happened. Mansok explained that there had been an attack the previous night. It seemed that someone who had gone out to relieve themselves had been attacked and dragged away. Most likely it was the work of mutants. Park Yu thought that if they were mutants, then everything made sense. Unless they were particularly intelligent individuals like Gold or Red. Such creatures often attacked multiple targets, forgetting their fear due to their inflated bodies. However, something seemed strange. Why did they need to climb over the wall to attack here? Mansak said that he originally wanted to arrange delivery to the young man's property, but the staff were now frightened. He apologized for the inconvenience. Mansak added that he would give a generous bonus in return and hoped that Park Yu would visit his store again. Park Yu thought that this was not a special case. Fighting a mutant always came down to firepower. Park Yu looked at the bandits and decided that their forces should not be a problem. However, the hero's expectations were shattered. Mansak convincingly asked the hunter to destroy the mutant and promised a generous reward. Park Yu asked if the enemy could fly. One of the bandits confirmed this and said that the creature resembled an owl, with feathers that looked like ears and eyebrows. Park Yu suggested that it was a nightjar, a serious problem. The barn owl is a large nocturnal bird of prey from the owl family, the top of the food chain in the Korean ecosystem. It is highly adaptable and undemanding in its diet. A long-standing and formidable enemy of hunters, mentioned in textbooks. Park Yu concluded that this area had now become its hunting grounds. If these people had become its target, it would be wiser to move. But Mansak said that was impossible. The shop owners said that they must hold on to these lands by any means necessary. Due to the influx of refugees, several camps held by former factions had fallen. People seeking refuge would soon begin to settle and gather around these places. Mansak added that this was a great opportunity, and promised to make it a center for trade and entertainment. A new base, almost a whole city. He declared enthusiastically that he would create a Las Vegas of the Decline era. Park Yu wondered if all this would come at a high price. Mansak confirmed that he was ready for anything, as long as he could afford it. Park Yu said that in that case he would take the hunting equipment, and as he said this, he looked closely at the weapons. Park Yu added that he needed people to support him in battle. 3 people would be enough. Mansak replied that he agreed. Mansak ordered his assistant to contact headquarters to send reinforcements. Park Yu thought that the mutant, the owl, was a formidable opponent. Even veterans would admit that. For ordinary people with no combat experience, their numbers were irrelevant. Park Yu decided to use these people as cannon fodder to track down the mutant that had appeared in this area. Although our hero is a proponent of thorough preparation for battle, he rarely seems to act in a state of complete readiness. Park Yu ordered logs to be gathered and turned into stakes, which were placed everywhere. Park Yu expected the mutant to attack until it ran out of breath and collapsed from exhaustion. The bandits were excited by the hunter's idea. Park Yu said that while they were preparing, the enemy would not wait. The bandits drove people to work and morally oppressed them, calling them bad names. Park Yu thought, even if those who are used as cannon fodder are the scum of society, does that make him feel any less guilty? Park Yu remembered Kim Ta-ram's words. She said she didn't choose anyone to be used as cannon fodder. Mansak said that the hunter shouldn't worry. These guys weren't worth it anyway. Let them do this dirty work. Mansak lit a cigarette and said there was no need to worry about that scoundrel. Maybe it was because of his work before the war, but he carefully followed the terms of the contract. These people agreed to be here themselves. It's their own fault. Park Yu asked if that meant the judge was here for the same reason. Mansak asked if the young man really thought he was pitiful. Park Yu replied in the affirmative. Mansak asked the hunter if he had anyone he hated intensely. Park Yu thought that if the object of hatred was not a person, then yes, there had been such a person. Mansak asked if it had ever happened that the hunter hated someone intensely, but did not understand how exactly he should hate them. The man added that he had a daughter, a very kind and beautiful girl. However, the fact that his daughter was beautiful was not always a good thing. A stalker became attached to her. The family reported that the stalker had followed the girl home, and they caught him before anything bad happened. However, the judge decided to release the man. They say he had a respected profession and status, and judging by his statement of remorse, the risk of recidivism is low. Mansak added that he himself saw the stalker waving a knife. Park Yu asked if the young man wanted to hear what happened next. Then the girl died. Mansak told the judge that he was responsible for the tragedy. The judge destroyed her through negligence. How is he going to answer for that? How could court security have allowed an outsider to get inside? The judge said that this man should be thrown out immediately. Mansak said he couldn't understand that. Even if there was no malicious intent, a person had died. Shouldn't that leave a bad taste in one's mouth? How could one act as if these were problems of another world and have nothing to do with them? Mansok admitted that he had done wrong. That is why he gives the judge a chance every day. Mansok puts the gun in the judge's hand and says that he is the man who turned him into a nobody. The judge likes to pass sentences, doesn't he? Mansok demands that the judge pass sentence. However, the judge does not shoot. Mansok told the hunter that the verdict was not guilty. The judge explained that there were insufficient grounds for detaining that man. Mansok is surprised. What did he just say? The judge adds that if people were imprisoned based solely on personal conviction, then what would be the point of having judges at all? It is better to let 10 criminals go free than to allow one innocent person to be unjustly convicted by the state. The judge added that if he were in the same situation again, he would make the same decision. That was his judgment as a judge. Mansok told the hunter that he had a great idea. He would use this judge as bait. The moment the owl's offspring tried to grab him, they would concentrate their fire and turn them both into a sieve. Mansok asked the hunter if he could do it. Pak Yu said he refused. The young man added that they didn't know when the mutant would attack. He didn't want to spend the whole day staring at this unpleasant creature. Besides, there was no guarantee that the mutant, driven by instinct, would take the bait. It would be much wiser to prepare a line of defense. Mansok agreed, and added that the hunter could do as he saw fit. But he himself would also act at his own discretion. Pak Yu said that Mansok could do whatever he wanted, as long as he did not interfere with the preparations for defense. That same night, Mansok did what he thought was right. He said it wasn't too unfair. The judge was crucified on a cross and placed at the top of a makeshift tower. Mansok said that circumstances forced him to act this way. Mansok asked if the judge was at the top, what sentence would he give him? Execution or life imprisonment? The judge called Mansok an ignorant man. Did he really think that a judge was an official from the Joseon era? He could not ignore laws and regulations and do whatever he wanted. The judge added that it was because of people like Mansok, who immediately shouted, "Execute," that the presumption of innocence and the three-tiered court system had come into being. He had struggled to get the stalker arrested. However, the stalker had been released because the reasons for his arrest were too obvious. Didn't Mansok know that this scoundrel would be released and deal with his daughter? If he had known, would he have stayed and protected her? Isn't that true? Mansok got angry and shouted that the hunt was cancelled for today. The judge yelled that Mansok could destroy him right then and there. But did he really think that the rule of law would change? Mansok began to climb the stairs. He shouted that he would rip out the judge's tongue so that he could no longer speak. The next moment, special devices transmitted information about the probable approach of a mutant. Park Yu shouted for everyone to take their places. The mutant was approaching. Mansok asked in surprise, where was this mutant? Had anyone seen it? Was the hunter lying to save the judge? A huge bird did indeed appear behind Mansok. It extended its claws and prepared to grab the man. Park Yu did not lose his composure and opened fire with his automatic weapon. Park Yu continued to shoot and shouted for Mansok to come down immediately. Mansok fell down the stairs and landed on the ground. The shooting continued. Mansok thanked the protagonist for saving him and added that it was truly the accurate shooting of a hunter. Park Yu asked Mansok to be quiet and not interfere. The mutant flew towards another person and destroyed the barrier of stakes. Park Yu thought that the mutant was trying to attack the bandit on the container, but it froze for a moment because of the barricade. Even if the barricade could only stop its movement for a moment, that would be enough time. Park Yu fired a few more shots, and the mutant, bleeding profusely, fell to the ground. The people celebrated their victory. They had finally dealt with this mutant. Was it really that easy to defeat him? The assistant reported to the boss that the bird had been destroyed and was no longer moving. Mansok spoke about the reward. Was the young man sure he agreed to it? The man added that he thought they should offer more. This mutant was smaller than the one they had encountered before, and there were no visible marks on its legs. Park Yu shouted for everyone to return to their places. There was another mutant. A huge bird was indeed circling above the head of one of the armed bandits. The bird grabbed the armed man with its claws and crushed him. The people were terrified. Everyone began to scatter in different directions. The armed squad succumbed to panic. The mutant continued to circle, flapping its wings and grabbing armed men with its claws, seriously injuring them. Park Yu suggested that the mutant understood that guns were dangerous. Now it was primarily targeting those who had weapons. Our hero lowered his machine gun to the ground. The bird flapped its wings and prepared to attack the bandit with the machine gun in his hands. Park Yu appeared between the bird and the man with an axe in his hand. He swung back and prepared to throw the axe. Park Yu thought that the force of the throw was not enough for a powerful blow. He counted on the acceleration he would get from the fall. By adding the force of the throw to the acceleration, he could pierce the mutant through and through, And indeed, the thrown axe pierced the mutant's head through and through. Park-gyu thought that the mutant was beginning to glow. He needed to move away so as not to fall under its harmful influence. Tajin and Hong Jong-ho asked the protagonist what had happened to that bench. Park-gyu replied that the survivors had returned later and evacuated. Tajin expressed regret that they had left. She wanted to buy something. Hong Jong-ho asked what happened to the judge. Are they still carrying him around? The protagonist couldn't easily answer that question. During the fight with the mutant, the platform with the judge fell and crushed the gang leader. Manseok screamed in pain and assumed that his leg might be injured. He dropped the gun from his hands. The freed judge picked up the gun. Park-gyu watched as the judge approached the gangster and pointed the gun at him. Manseok shouted for no one to interfere. He turned to the judge and said that the establishment had been destroyed and his henchmen had almost all been killed. Even if the judge killed him, there would be no one left to take revenge. Manseok declared that the judge must finally pass sentence. The judge pointed the gun at the gangster's head and said, "Execute." At that moment, the judge and the gangster looked like twins. The man in the protective suit informed his boss that he had arrived as soon as he received the message. He reported the news. The North has almost defected to the government. The assistant saw his boss, John Lennon, kneeling and coughing up blood. The man rushed to John Lennon and asked if he was okay. It was already a critical situation. Even in the most optimistic scenario, this month could be critical. But if the boss died, what would happen to Fail.net? Park-gyu noticed sudden changes on the forum. It happened in one day. What are these strange numbers? Mysterious numbers began to appear after the nicknames. Users suggested that it might be a camp code. In the past, cell towers were built for each camp. The regional code turned out to be correct. After surviving the winter, the government built and tested cell towers in the Seoul and Incheon areas. The identification codes assigned to them were added to patches to be displayed on accounts connecting through these towers. They had no particular meaning other than showing the location. Park-gyu immediately sensed something was wrong. His premonition proved to be correct. Rumors that the distribution of camps was based on pre-war wealth and social status had been circulating from the very beginning. However, these were just rumors. There was no evidence. However, users took these codes and assigned their own evidence to them. Without understanding the merits, they wrote, "Freedom and equality for all." John Lennon's meaning was being misrepresented. He really didn't look like he was 180 centimeters tall. Character is revealed in such things. 171 centimeters told Skeleton about all the twists and turns that had happened. Last time, heavy snowfall broke the equipment, and in the process of getting help from the government, the site actually came under their control. At first they resisted, but they had no other choice. The resources to maintain the servers were completely depleted. Codes are just the beginning. The government wants to make Fail.net a government website. However, the server is still holding up thanks to John Lennon being here. As soon as he dies, the server will be confiscated. That's all the government is waiting for. Skeleton asked if John Lennon's condition had deteriorated significantly. His interlocutor replied that he didn't have much time left. This month is a critical moment. Despite his poor health, he is also in a very difficult mental state. He has not been able to sleep for the last few days, only looking at the forum. The protagonist felt powerless. The fact that they had invested in cell towers on such a scale meant that the government was determined to see the matter through to the end. The chairman of the state committee and acting president is Yang Sang-gil. Park-gyu thought that this matter was beyond the power of a private individual like him to stop. Even if he used his old connections, nothing would come of it. It was unlikely that Woo Min-hee would be able to fulfill a request of this level. Park-gyu thought that he could call on not Min-hee, but that very person. Limited by the internet, but with more influence than Woo Min-hee, the legendary Nameless. Park-gyu thought he had found a way to cheer John Lennon up. It was time for the apple to perform its feat. Human nature never goes away. This can be seen in the example of Park-gyu. Although he has retired from active service, he is still periodically overcome by his hunting instinct. Whatever happened, the protagonist knew what John Lennon wanted better than anyone else. Park-gyu was sure that John Lennon would definitely like what he had in mind. Skeleton announced in the chat that he had updated the site's functionality, following John Lennon's advice. Does the mentor have access now? John Lennon noted that if Skeleton recommended it, he would no longer refuse. The largest online community in the country is Fail.net. All kinds of issues were discussed here. The community was incredibly popular. One user even wanted to suggest that the administrators create a separate section for beggars below the C class. All users received information that John Lennon was God. John Lennon introduced himself and said he was the founder of Fail.net. Park Gyu thought that his idol, John Lennon, was not a person driven by material goods and power. The only thing that could motivate him to act was the universal attention of users and hanging out with celebrities. That's probably all. Emzu couldn't help but sneer and said that it was all done for attention. However, after that, John Lennon permanently banned the user M9. Users were grateful to John Lennon because Fail.net is the only joy in their lives. Park Gyu thought that the giant had returned to the forum, listening to well-deserved praise. They said that this month was a critical moment, but weeks passed and he was still alive. It was joyful that this man was not dying. But if all he does in life is post, then he could squander all the people's love right now. However, something else was troubling. John Lennon removed the regional codes after hearing a user's request. 171 centimeters said that their phones were ringing off the hook, so the state decided not to stay on the sidelines. Government officials may be the first to break in here. All this time, our hero had somehow avoided contacting John Lennon directly. When people get closer, they inevitably change. Park Gyu was afraid that the object of his adoration would change because of him. John Lennon himself got in touch and asked if former Hunter Skelton was okay. John Lennon added that his time had indeed come. However, he would protect his world. He had already made his decision. After that, John Lennon did not respond or get in touch again. Government officials knocked on the door, but it was locked from the inside. The decision was made to break it open with a welding machine and immediately neutralize whoever was inside. When government officials and armed soldiers broke in, John Lennon disabled the nuclear batteries he had prepared in advance. Once inside, the armed soldiers and government officials saw a man standing in front of them. John Lennon stood before them wearing a gas mask. The pressure gauge showed excessive pressure in the cylinder, which was at its maximum. John Lennon said he was a hunter. The hunter had axes in his hands and declared that he would defend his world. The great tree named John Lennon fell. However, in the place where the great tree fell, all the weeds, field grasses, mosses, and mushroom beds will gather, devour each other, displace each other, sometimes leaning on each other, and flourish. People will live on Failed.net until the day their lives expire. Kim Ta-ram once asked Park Gyu, "Doesn't he have a family?" Park Gyu and Kim Ta-ram were actually from an orphanage. Kim Ta-ram said that no matter what she did, there would be no reaction. Whether she got 100 points, got into a fight, or came home bruised, they treated her as if she didn't exist. The girl noticed that even on the eve of her first performance, she didn't receive a single call. Park Gyu was surprised. Why was Ta-ram telling him this? Kim Ta-ram asked what Park Gyu thought when he heard this. Park Gyu, lying in bed, opened his eyes sharply. The young man decided it was some kind of strange dream. However, there were reasons why he might have had this dream. Woo Min-hee said on the radio that Park Gyu was still using the internet. Recently, to comfort John Lennon, the protagonist used the Apple account. He did not regret what he had done for his idol. However, the reappearance of Apple must have hurt Woo Min-hee deeply. Now, as retribution, he had to listen to her grumbling every time, which was becoming more and more frequent. Min-hee said that she didn't like people meddling in her personal life. She didn't like wasting time looking for something. Park Gyu asked how she could prove it. Woo Min-hee said she was going to visit Park Gyu. Park Gyu said that it was a bachelor's house. It was dirty, and there was a lot he couldn't show her. Min-hee said that he didn't need to clean up or prepare anything special for her visit. The woman added that she wanted to verify something and announced that she would be there around noon the next day. Park Gyu remembered that Woo Min-hee, suspecting her lover of infidelity, once spent 3 days in the trunk of a car to follow him. She is that meticulous and scrupulous. To deceive someone like Min-hee requires appropriate preparation and planning. Park Gyu thought that hiding the laptop would not be a problem. It would be enough to wrap it in a waterproof tarpaulin and stuff it into a suitable crevice. And that would be that. The young man was more concerned about the satellite dish installed on the bunker, an obsidian antenna. The protagonist camouflaged it so that even a careful inspection would make it difficult to find. But Min-hee would surely come up with something. Park Gyu talked to the right people on the forum and followed all the instructions. Now the young man was calm. Everything necessary was hidden. It was time to fill the empty space. Initially, Park Gyu had no particular hobbies other than the internet. If he removed all of that, the unnaturalness was inevitable. He had to completely fill this void with his imagination. You can leave the computer where it is and place a few photos nearby. If tactical manuals or reports are left in a prominent place on the desk, it will be possible to give a plausible answer to the question of what he does in his spare time. He thought that in this case, The enemy was a creature closer to a monster than a human being. If he didn't concentrate, he would lose. The next day, a military transport helicopter landed at the airbase. 2 women got out of the aircraft. Min-hee waved hello and said they had arrived. Park Gyu said he was very happy to see them in his bachelor bunker. Did Min-hee really come in such a huge limousine? Min-hee was surprised. Had Park Gyu personally come out to meet her? Park Gyu saw that he had received synthetic oil as a gift. Min-hee reminded him that she was not the type to visit empty-handed. Park Gyu realized that the director had prepared thoroughly. Park Gyu drove the guests to the bunker in his SUV. Min-hee noted that the young man had a magnificent garage. Once inside the garage, the woman said that there was a lot of space and everything was well done. Park Gyu wondered why the Legionnaires hadn't attacked yet. Park Gyu opened the huge doors and said that this was his bunker. Upon entering the room, Min-hee's first question was, "Is that really a toilet?" Min-hee noted that in that case, Park Gyu must have taken into account the location of the pipes and ventilation. "It's grand." Eugene scanned the space and agreed that everything was well constructed. When asked what it was, our hero replied that it was a computer for backing up data. Min-hee's professional eye immediately spotted the hidden laptop. She asked what it was. Park Gyu thought that even though the laptop was packed away and hidden in the gap between the furniture, Min-hee still found it. Min-hee looked at the owner of the bunker and said, judging by his reaction, that it was what she was looking for. Park Gyu, looking frightened, told Min-hee to put it back immediately. The woman asked if she had found something she shouldn't have seen. Park Gyu acted as if he had something to hide. If the sergeant was innocent, he had nothing to hide. The woman added that such a trifle could be shown. A photo of a girl in a bikini appeared on the laptop screen. Min-hee was embarrassed. Park Gyu repeated that she should put it back. Earlier, our hero thought that Min-hee would definitely conduct a search, so it was unwise to keep compromising material at home. The real laptop was buried in a safe place. Park Gyu thought that if Min-hee found it, she would not be able to continue searching the bachelor's house. Min-hee said she was ready to use the prepared trick. The director called out to Eugene. Could Eugene check the perimeter using her abilities? Park Gyu understood that Eugene was an awakened with X-ray vision. Min-hee said it was necessary to scan the ceiling. It seemed that the satellite equipment must be there. Eugene pointed at the ceiling and asked what was there. There was definitely something there. Min-hee asked the homeowner if anything was becoming clear. Park Gyu asked what they were talking about. What satellite equipment is Min-hee talking about? Park Gyu thought that Eugene was pointing at the ceiling and saying that there was something there. However, if you look at her fingertips and the direction of her gaze, you can see that they don't match. Her wandering gaze is also not consistent with the reaction of someone who has discovered something. She is unconsciously trying to avoid the guilt of lying. This woman probably does not have X-ray vision. After receiving instructions, she agreed to point to the right place and pretend she had found something. If she had really found something, she would not have asked questions, but would have run to get the evidence. Park Gyu asked what kind of satellite equipment it was. Eugene said that, as expected of the professor, he didn't even bat an eye. Park Gyu was surprised. Why did Min-hee suspect him? Min-hee replied that it was a woman's intuition. Min-hee reported that Kim Ta-ram, before running away to the Legion, said she saw a satellite dish cable in Park Gyu's house. Park Gyu thought about how many times she had repaid kindness with evil. Min-hee suggested that Park Gyu had disguised the weapon so that it would never be found. The director suggested that they stop the pointless argument and get to the point. Park Gyu asked Min-hee what she was sitting on. The director asked what the sergeant thought of Mr. Jong Sang-gil. Park Gyu said that it was his toilet. Min-hee remarked that when she was in China, she had sat on much more terrifying things. She thought she was sitting on a burnt tree, but it turned out to be a monster burned by napalm. Min-hee noticed that Jong Sang-gil must die this winter. Park Gyu was surprised. What does must mean? Has it already been decided? Min-hee reminded him that the evacuation convoy was the work of Yang Sang-gil. Min-hee added that the rate of awakened people tends to be directly proportional to the total population. That is why the parliamentary faction is trying by any means to take control of the refugee camps in Incheon. A stable supply of the awakened requires a sufficient population, and Incheon is now the only city of that size left. However, it is not only the probability of the awakened appearing that grows in proportion to the population. The intensity of the rifts also increases. This is enough to provide the awakened, but not enough to increase the intensity of the rifts. Regulating the optimal population was Yang Sang-gil's task. The director added that this man was a genius at thinning out the population. Yang Sang-gil primarily put those who did not have children capable of passing the aptitude test, or who were deemed unfit on the ships. All these details were strictly classified. Unfortunately, however, someone smuggled satellite internet equipment onto the evacuation convoy. This was done in secret. The government of Jeonju Island raised a fuss. They put a lot of pressure on Yang Sang-gil to take control of the situation, even confiscating the entire server. Min-hee noticed that Yang Sang-gil was unable to do so. Not only did they fail to seize the equipment from one person, but they also lost the people assigned to him. Min-hee noted that this man himself was unawakened. However, he caused a scandal, declaring that no one who was not awakened should be allowed on Jeonju Island. Because of this, there was no one left to blame, as before, so he had to take the blame himself. Having arranged such insurance for himself, he tripped over his own foot. Min-hee added that when the purge was scheduled, she would set up a zoo on the golf club grounds and throw Yang Sang-gil's family there. She would make those who enjoyed comfort and peace experience the life of those they had abandoned. Min-hee asked, "Isn't that interesting?" The woman continued, saying that if he lived to see spring, then Park Gyu would have to deal with him himself. Park Gyu thought that this was exactly what Min-hee was like. That was the reason why he had distanced himself from Woo Min-hee. Although the influence of family upbringing also plays a role, she naturally enjoys change. More precisely, she enjoys seeing how others change because of her. The object and direction of these changes are not important to her, as long as it is intense and irreversible. Probably, the reason she displaced Yang Sang-gil is also trivial. Whether she liked him or not, he caught her eye. Park Gyu knew about her whims and avoided her all the time. It is necessary to keep your distance before it is too late. Park Gyu agreed and added, if of course he lived that long. Min-hee noticed that sometimes it seemed to her that Park Gyu's soul ached more than hers. Min-hee asked why Park Gyu couldn't become awakened. The level of awakening is an indicator of how well he perceives mental impulses. Although it has not been proven, there are reports that mentally ill people have a higher chance of becoming awakened. In practice, this trend exists. Park Gyu noted that in that case, he was normal. Min-hee added that becoming awakened is not necessarily a good thing. Park Gyu asked what she meant. Min-hee asked Eugene to step out for a moment. They wanted to talk privately. Min-hee said she had heard rumors from the front lines, although nothing had been officially confirmed yet. They say that among the awakened of her level, there are those who have turned into monsters. Park Gyu asked in surprise. Min-hee doesn't mean the monsters themselves, does she? Min-hee replied that the sergeant was almost right. Min-hee's eyes lit up unnaturally. The protagonist was affected by this glow. He was also thrown back by the shockwave that appeared. Park Gyu knelt down in surprise. Min-hee said that the way they use their power is no different from monsters. If they want to, they can become monsters. Or monsters could devour them. It sounded like a speculative conclusion. Min-hee asked if she suddenly turned into a monster, would Park Gyu be able to destroy her?